am clearly a living person, yet I've performed 999 legendary feats in the Underworld. Just as I was titled as an Underworld official, I was kicked back to the mortal realm by King Yenluo. But as soon as I landed, I was stunned. Because a horrific apocalypse has arrived. The mortal realm is now completely overrun with ghosts, and some humans have even signed contracts with these spirits, becoming what are known as ghost tamers. At this moment, a man and a woman are standing right in front of me. The middle-aged man, seeing the thick ghostly aura radiating from my body, says to the girl, with such dense eerie energy, he might be more than just a peril-grade ghost. Quickly, use Taoist methods to deal with him. Upon hearing this, the young girl hurriedly pulls out a stack of yellow talismans. She circles around me, trapping me within the circle of talismans. Then she pulls out a peach-wood sword and charges straight at me. I curse my bad luck under my breath, just return to the mortal realm and I run into lunatics. While thinking this, I reach out and tear all the surrounding talismans to shreds. The young girl is dumbfounded by the sight. How can such a fierce ghost not even fear talismans? The girl refuses to give up. She pulls out a purple talisman and slaps it directly onto my forehead. I frown, peel off the talisman, and crumple it into a ball. After tossing it aside, I shout at her, "Are you insane?" As I speak, I snatch the peach-wood sword from her hand and snap it in two with a single effort. The young girl completely panics. All her methods are useless against this evil spirit. Without a second thought, she turns and bolts. While running, she screams, "Uncle Lee, run. This ghost is way too powerful." Hearing that makes me even angrier. You're the ghost. Your whole family are ghosts. What a load of crap. Running into two psychos the moment I arrive. Meanwhile, not far away, a figure with disheveled hair is floating in midair, muttering, "What a dense ghostly aura. If I consume him, I'll surely become much stronger." As she speaks, she flies rapidly toward the woman's direction. Suddenly, she winces in terror. She turns and flees instantly. How is this possible? How can such a major figure appear in the mortal realm? Has the barrier between yin and yang completely vanished? It turns out that 7 years ago, a crack appeared in the barrier separating the two worlds. Overnight, countless ghosts flooded into the mortal realm. This female ghost was one of them. The stronger the spirit, the lower the chance of them crossing over. She can't understand how someone of my underworld official rank could possibly be here. Just then, my voice thunders from behind her. "Stop right there." The moment I speak, a terrifying pressure instantly envelopes the female ghost. She immediately turns and begs for mercy. "Lord Lin, spare my life." Confused, I ask her, "You know me?" Turns out she's also a ghost from the City of Night. She had seen me 7 years ago, when I was still an underworld messenger. From her I learn that the mortal realm is now a world where humans and ghosts coexist. To accumulate ghostly energy, some ghosts sign contracts with humans, while others occupy territories to cultivate alone. After assessing the situation, I tell the ghost, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." She quickly thanks me. She prepares to leave. However, as she turns, I suddenly press my palm against her head. I shout a command, and the female ghost vanishes into thin air. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the skill. Ghost Eye, the ghost registry book in my mind, which appeared 7 years ago, has finally opened. First page. Name, Chensi. Realm, Peril Grade. Skill Ghost Eye. Daily output, 20 spirit coins. Note, the higher the realm, the higher the daily spirit coin output. My eyes light up after reading this. Spirit coins are condensed from vast amounts of ghostly energy. Whether it's a ghost or an underworld messenger, all can use them to raise their realm. Promotions to higher ranks require even more spirit coins. They are the essential currency for cultivation. Right now, by capturing just one peril grade ghost, I get 20 coins a day. If I catch 10, that's 200 coins a day. Over 60,000 coins a year. To put it in perspective, when I was an underworld messenger, my annual salary was less than 100 coins. Even more incredible, I even acquired the ghost's innate skill. For the first time, I realized the true power of the ghost registry. Meanwhile, the ghost Chensi finds herself in a vast, empty space surrounded by walls. She floats around frantically, screaming, "Let me out! Let me out! Hey, wait a minute, why is the ghostly energy here so dense? It's even thicker than in the underworld itself." Understand that when Chensi was in the mortal realm, collecting even a tiny bit of energy required immense time and effort. But here, with just a single breath, she gains more energy than she could accumulate in a month outside. This place is a literal paradise for ghosts. But before she can celebrate, in the blink of an eye, she is summoned back before me. Looking at the terrified Chensi, I ask, "Do you want me to let you go?" Chensi shakes her head violently. "It is my honor to be taken in by you." She's no fool. With such a rich energy environment to live in, only an idiot would want to leave. I nod and ask, what is the function of the ghost eye? Ghost eye is my special trait. When used, you can see the rank and skills of other ghosts. I rub my chin in thought. This ghost eye skill might be trivial to others, but for me it's a game changer. Since the space in the ghost registry is limited, I can't just take in every random ghost, so I can use the ghost eye to specifically seek out the most powerful ones. Chensi immediately understands my intent. She quickly flatters me, Lord Mo, I know of a Terragrade ghost nearby. With your strength, you can definitely subdue it. Shall I lead you there? And so, under Chensi's guidance, I soon arrive at a village. Just as I'm about to enter, an old man stops me. Young man, are you also here for the thing inside? That's a Peril-grade ghost. You'd better stay away. Unless you want to lose your life. As I'm about to say, I'm not afraid. 2 Mercedes-Benz cars drive up. The doors open, and a beautiful woman steps out, accompanied by 5 men in their 20s. Elder Yoon, these are the people I've brought. Do you think they are enough? The old man looks them over. Being a ghost tamer himself, he nods. He says, 3 level 3 ghost tamers, and 2 level 2s. That'll do. The young woman smiles. Elder Yoon, we're counting on you today. Please help me capture that Peril-grade ghost. Turns out, to ensure success in capturing this spirit, she spent over 3 million to hire these 5 ghost tamers, and even gave Elder Yoon 2 ghost artifacts to secure his aid. The reason she's paying such a high price is because if she can capture a Peril-grade ghost and successfully form a contract, she will become a level 3 ghost tamer, solidifying her status within her family. Thinking of this, she waves her hand coldly. Block the road. Then she follows Elder Yoon into the village. The bodyguards she brought immediately set up barriers, stopping anyone else from entering the village. Seeing this, I try asking the bodyguards, can I go in? But the guards act like they can't even hear me. They completely ignore me. I'm in no hurry, so I stand nearby watching the village. I don't know if it's the ghost's influence, but the sky feels like it's getting darker. Suddenly, from inside the village, the young woman's cries for help ring out. The woman is currently enveloped in a swirl of black mist. Her entire body is paralyzed, leaving her able to do nothing but scream. At her moment of despair, I drop down from the sky and roar, "Get lost!" The mist surrounding the woman suddenly flinches. Seeing me, the woman immediately cries, "Help me! Get me out of here! I'll give you more money than you can imagine." My eyes light up. I really am short on cash right now. So I reach out and grab the woman, carrying her as I slowly retreat to the village entrance. After setting her down, I say, "Stay here. I'm going in to check it out." She tries to stop me. "Don't. The ghost inside is terrifying. It's a Terragrade. You'll lose your life." I ignore her and walk straight into the center of the village. Soon I see the corpses of the 5 ghost tamers. Just then, a bloody hand suddenly claps onto my shoulder. I turn around to see Elder Yoon standing behind me, his face covered in blood. "Little brother, I'll give you 3,000 spirit coins. Just get me out of here." He's looking around frantically as he speaks, terrified the ghost might appear at any second. I ignore him and dash toward the floating mist ahead. I thrust my hand into it, and with a violent yank, I pull a dark figure out of the fog. Immediately, the ghost's information appears before my eyes. Name Chu Xing. Realm, Terragrade. Skill Soul Chain. Soul Chain can bind enemies, restricting their movements and attacks, before delivering a fatal strike. Looking at the floating data, I realize this ghost eye is quite useful. In a single glance, it completely exposes everything about the spirit. Chu Xing snarls, trying to resist, but his limbs won't obey him. What he doesn't know is that I just used the ghost restraint art exclusive to Underworld messengers, suppressing all his power. Elder Yoon is completely shell-shocked. Is this kid really this powerful? He caught a high-level spirit with just one hand. It seems I truly misjudged him. I begin questioning the ghost, asking if he's from the Bridge of Helplessness or the Ghost Domain. Humans don't know, but the Underworld is currently split into 3 factions. One is the City of Night, led by King Yenluo. Another is the Bridge of Helplessness, led by the Judges and Granny Meng. The last is the Ghost Domain, led by the Ghost Kings. Chensi and I belong to the City of Night. Our faction is relatively peaceful, and rarely takes human lives. The Bridge faction is polarized. Some are harmless, others are lethal. As for the Ghost Domain, they are purely malevolent. Every one of them is stained with bad karma and violent tempers. Chu Xing doesn't answer my questions. He just lets out a stream of curses and roars. I don't waste words. I grab Chu Xing and slam him violently into the ground. With a loud bang, a large crater forms. Chu Xing's form seems to flicker and dim. I grab him again and smash him into the earth several more times. Just as he's about to dissipate, he begs for mercy. Lord, spare me. I'm from the ghost domain. I land another heavy punch. I hate ghost domain spirits most. I follow up with a series of questions. I ask about the current situation in the mortal realm. How many underworld messengers are here? How many officials? Who is the strongest ghost? But Chu Xing shakes his head, claiming he doesn't know. I give up on the questioning. I place my hand on his forehead, and he vanishes instantly. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill, Soul Chain. Chu Xing's data appears on the second page of the ghost registry. He produces 40 spirit coins every day. It seems the higher the rank of the ghost captured, the daily coin output doubles or more. If I accumulate enough, I can reach the rank of a lord of a domain. Seeing the evil spirit subdued, Elder Yun finally breathes a sigh of relief. He looks at his broken arm and sighs helplessly. He really took a loss on this trip. Not only did he lose 3 ghost artifacts, but he also lost an arm. He hurriedly thanks me. Little brother, thank you for saving my life. As he speaks, he pulls out 3,000 spirit coins and hands them over. I take the coins and prepare to leave. Click. Bright, cold lights suddenly illuminate the area from all directions. Several pickup trucks roar to a halt. When the vehicles stop, a group of people in black trench coats step out. One of the women speaks. We are from the Ghost Tamer Society. Where is the ghost that needs to be captured? Elder Yun realizes that backup has finally arrived. He quickly says, the evil spirit has already been repelled. Just then, the woman I saved earlier, Xian Yun, walks out from behind. She says to Elder Yun with guilt, Elder Yun, I'm so sorry. It's my fault you lost an arm. Elder Yun says helplessly, Xian Yun, this isn't your fault. It was my own arrogance. I didn't scout properly, nor did I realize the true level of that spirit. Xian Yun turns to me and asks, Savior, are you okay? That ghost didn't hurt you, did it? I shake my head to show I'm fine. Xian Yun immediately arranges a car to take me to a luxury hotel to stay. Early the next morning, the woman from the Ghost Tamer Society knocks on my door. Hello, I am Li Bingyan, Vice President of the Yunchuan City Ghost Tamer Society. I'd heard Xian Yun mention the society yesterday. It's a state institution, with branches in almost every region. Before I can ask why she's here, she says, I want to invite you to join the society. Normally, we won't restrict your freedom. You can do whatever you want. We only ask for your help when we face problems that we cannot solve ourselves, and we will pay you handsomely for your services. I remain unmoved, gesturing for her to continue. Li Bingyan speaks again. Our society has the most advanced intelligence network. If you need to find someone, or some ghost, we can provide you with the information. If you run into trouble, we can also offer you institutional support. I don't refuse immediately. I've just returned to the mortal realm, and still haven't fully grasped the current situation. So I say, I will consider it. Li Bingyan isn't disappointed. She politely excuses herself and leaves. Once outside, the man following Li Bingyan complains, Sister Li, he's just a ghost tamer. Is it really necessary to humble yourself so much to ask him to join? Li Bingyan speaks with a dead serious tone. He captured a terrorgrade ghost. The man reflexively argues, but Elder Yun said he only chased it away? Could Elder Yun be lying? Then it hits him. If this man, Mo Lin, can capture a terrorgrade ghost, it means he must already have a contract with one. He's at least a level 4 ghost tamer, and if he really captured yesterday's terrorgrade spirit, that would mean he now commands 2 terrorgrade ghosts. The man sucks in a sharp breath, instantly understanding why Li Bingyan was so respectful. On the other side, I'm sitting on the sofa drinking soda, eating snacks, and watching TV, savoring the feeling of being human again. After I've had my fill, I pull out the golden scroll King Yanluo gave me. Opening it reveals a message from him. The Ghost Kings and the Bridge of Helplessness have already established their own powers in the mortal realm, but our City of Night faction has no foundation there. You must be careful on this journey. Zishang Qingru is currently being hunted by the Ghost King's forces. If possible, you must help her escape. I rub my chin, interpreting King Yanluo's meaning. The other 2 factions are doing quite well in the mortal realm. Only the City of Night is struggling. Zishang Qingru mentioned in the scroll is my senior. She helped me a lot when I was an Underworld messenger. She was also the strongest among the messengers. That's why King Yanluo spent so many spirit coins to send her to the mortal realm to expand our influence. Calculating the time, it's been 3 years. It seems my senior didn't manage to develop anything, and is even being hunted by the ghost domain spirits. I think back to the Ghost Tamer Society Li Bingyan mentioned. Using their intel network might be the only way to find her. Besides, it's easier to operate with a big organization behind me. No matter how I look at it, joining is a win. So I call Li Bingyan and tell her I'm willing to join the society. To my surprise, she and Xian Yun arrive very quickly. Li Bingyan brings me a special phone and an identification card. After a few pleasantries, she leaves. Only then does Xian Yun reveal her real purpose. Brother Mo, can you help me capture a ghost? I won't let you do it for free. I'll give you a ghost artifact. Xian Yun pulls out a small bell. One look and I can tell. It's a decent artifact, but it's useless to me. Seeing my silence, Xian Yun adds, I can also give you 10 million in cash, a villa, and a Rolls-Royce. She is desperate to capture a powerful spirit. All her younger siblings are now ghost tamers. If she can't become one herself, her influence in the family will continue to dwindle. I think for a moment and say, if you can find an underworld messenger from the city of night, named Zishang Qingru, I will agree to catch a ghost for you. The moment I finish, Xian Yun replies excitedly, I happen to know an underworld messenger from the city of night, but I'm not sure if it's the one you're looking for. That catches me off guard. I didn't expect a casual question to yield such a result. I press her. Where is this messenger? Xian Yun suddenly remembers something, her face turning pale. That messenger is currently being auctioned off. In the next second, she can't help but stumble back 2 steps, because she feels a terrifying pressure radiating from me. I ask coldly, where is this auction? Xian Yun trembles. At the Jing Ancestral Hall. I quickly learn the details from her. This Jing Ancestral Hall was once just a dilapidated shrine with no followers. But 7 years ago, when the apocalypse began and spirits ran rampant, humanity fell to the bottom of the food chain. Jing Ancestral Hall used talismans, peachwood swords, and other tools to capture many ghosts. Thus, over these 7 years, it has grown into a prestigious and powerful faction. Xian Yun looks at me after explaining, and cautiously adds, Jing Ancestral Hall currently has 2 level 4 ghost tamers guarding it, plus 5 level 3s. It's very dangerous for you to just go there. I tell her directly, just take me there. You don't need to worry about anything else. When it's over, I'll catch your ghost for you. Seeing she can't dissuade me, she can only nod in agreement. However, as soon as we reach the hotel lobby, a bald man blocks our path. Sister Xian Yun, where are you going? Xian Yun frowns and snaps. Get out of the way. I have important business. The bald man scoffs disdainfully. Important business? Are you referring to the fact that you got 5 ghost tamers killed last night? Or that you gave away the family's last few ghost artifacts? Or perhaps the fact that as acting head of the family, in less than a month, you've wasted nearly 10,000 spirit coins? The old man is furious right now. He's going to strip you of your position, and you'll be grounded for half a year. Xian Yun's face immediately darkened. It seemed she was being targeted by her own family. Before Xian Yun could say anything else, the bald man waved his hand. 2 burly men behind him stepped forward, intending to take her away. Seeing this, I roared impatiently, Get the hell out of the way! The bald man looked me up and down. He said disdainfully, Wearing a cosplay outfit doesn't make you a big shot. I suggest you don't meddle in things that don't concern you. I didn't waste another word. I delivered a kick that sent the bald man flying. Then, without looking back, I led Xian Yun out of the hotel. Meanwhile, the auction at Jing Ancestral Hall was coming to an end. Most items had already been sold, but the underworld messenger had yet to appear. The crowd began to voice their dissatisfaction. Just then, a middle-aged man walked out with a beaming smile, carrying a wooden cage. He came out. Don't be impatient. Here is the underworld messenger. All eyes were fixed on the wooden cage. It was covered with a black cloth, adorned with dense red script. The man slowly lifted half of the cloth, revealing a miniature black figure. He said, This is an underworld messenger. If any of you can form a contract with him, you'll become at least a level 5 ghost tamer, possibly even level 6. Everyone was eager to give it a try. However, when the man announced the starting price of 20,000 spirit coins, the noisy crowd instantly fell silent. For a long time, no one made a bid. Suddenly, a young man asked, Can the price be lowered a bit? The man shook his head. No. 20,000 is the minimum. This messenger was consigned by someone else. We at the Ancestral Hall have no right to change the price. The man scanned the room again and asked, Is anyone bidding? Just as everyone thought it wouldn't sell, a young man in designer clothes waved his hand. He shouted, I'll take it. The man's face lit up with a grin. Young Master Wang Bin, you certainly are generous. Wang Bin smiled and asked, Can I inspect the goods? The man nodded. Of course. He handed the cage over. Wang Bin took it and lifted the cloth to look closely. It was indeed an underworld messenger, though his soul had been nearly beaten to pieces. But that didn't matter to him. He only wanted his own contract ghost to absorb this messenger, so it could evolve into a calamity-grade spirit. Then he would become a level 3 ghost tamer. On the other side, we finally arrived at the ancestral hall in a hurry. As Xian Yun got out of the car, she said, "Brother Mo, we have to be quick. If we're late, someone might buy the messenger." However, I stopped in my tracks after getting out of the car. I looked toward a young man carrying a wooden cage. I could sense the aura of an underworld messenger from it. Wang Bin noticed my gaze and said warily, "Brother, why are you staring at me?" I pointed to the cage and asked, "Is that an underworld messenger inside?" Wang Bin quickly took a step back. This man looked like someone not to be trifled with. So he said, "I bought this messenger for 20,000 spirit coins. If you want it, give me 20,000 coins, and I'll sell it to you." I thought for a moment. I didn't have more than 4,000 coins on me, so I helplessly asked, "Can I trade something else for it?" Wang Bin refused without thinking. He guessed I couldn't afford the 20,000 coins, which is why he made that offer. Immediately, the middle-aged man beside him shouted, "Get out of the way." Xian Yun whispered a warning to me. "That's Yang Su, the Wang family's bodyguard. He's a level 3 ghost tamer." Before she could finish, a humming sound of a slight explosion suddenly echoed. A wisp of black smoke drifted from my red official robe. Yang Su's face changed instantly. He had just used a ghost technique to attack me, but it hadn't left a single mark. What they didn't know was that my robe is a powerful ghost artifact. Even a high-tier horror-class ghost would struggle to leave a scratch on it. I raised my hand. Soul chain. As soon as the words left my mouth, a chain shot straight toward Yang Su. Before he could dodge, it was already wrapped around his neck. Instantly, his body was paralyzed. Seeing this, Wang Bin said, "Brother, don't be hasty. We can talk about the messenger." I retracted the chain and Yang Su slumped to his knees. When did Yun Chuan get such a ruthless person? I looked at Wang Bin. I said, "I'm not taking it for nothing. Give me the messenger, and I'll give you something of equal value." Wang Bin knew he was no match for me. He could only say honestly, "I bought this messenger to upgrade my contract ghost to calamity grade." "You can't possibly upgrade a ghost for me, can you?" Wang Bin gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. I'll just give you the messenger. Let's consider it a gesture of friendship." Before he could finish, I interrupted him. "I can help you upgrade your contract ghost to calamity grade." Wang Bin looked skeptical. "Brother, you don't have to lie to me. I'm willing to give you the messenger anyway." I didn't waste time talking. I told Wang Bin to follow me into a nearby dark room. Then I commanded, "Come out." Wang Bin looked around uncertainly. It seemed like it was just the two of them. Who was I telling to come out? I looked at the confused Wang Bin and said, "Stay still. I wasn't calling you. I was calling the one inside your body." Wang Bin looked at me like I was an idiot. "Brother, wake up. You can't just order my contract ghost around." However, in the next second, a black shadow slowly drifted out from Wang Bin's body. Wang Bin was completely stunned. It really came out. The contract ghost trembled and pleaded, "My lord, have mercy. I didn't mean to offend you. My soul is weak and my senses were slow. That's why I was delayed in coming to greet you." I asked directly, "Are you a spirit from the ghost domain?" The ghost replied tremulously, "I was once a citizen of the city of night, but I was captured by a powerful ghost from the domain." I looked at the nearly dissipating spirit and asked, "How did you get these injuries?" The ghost said helplessly, "My lord, back when you used the Musashi ghost sealing technique in the ghost domain and summoned a ghost king to slaughter everyone, I caught one glance from afar and was caught in the crossfire. My soul almost shattered then and there." Wang Bin stood by, completely confused. How could a living person have been to the underworld? And that Musashi ghost sealing technique, it sounded terrifying. The ghost's words left me deep in thought. Back then, my ghost sealing technique wasn't perfected. I had forced its use, and I paid a heavy price for it. Ever since that incident, everyone in the ghost domain knew I was the successor. To the heavenly master, I sighed and said, "I'll heal your injuries now." Then, from the ghost grimoire, I pulled out 10 100 value spirit coins. I pressed my hand onto the ghost's head. In the next second, the coins turned into pure ghost energy and flowed into the spirit's body. The ghost's form recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once it was fully restored, it apologized to me repeatedly. I just waved my hand, allowing it to return to Wang Bin's body. The moment it returned, Wang Bin felt the surge of its new calamity-grade power. This meant he was now effectively a level 3 ghost tamer. He said excitedly, Brother Mo, the messenger is yours. Saying this, Wang Bin led me back to get the messenger from Yangsu. But as soon as we stepped out, Yangsu drove his car straight past us without stopping. Both Wang Bin and I were dumbfounded. Why was he running? I was starting to get angry. I had just helped Wang Bin upgrade his contract ghost, and now his man was running off with the messenger. Was he trying to take a free ride? Wang Bin explained in a panic, Brother Mo, this idiot is running off on his own. I definitely didn't order this. He quickly pulled out his phone and called Yangsu. Why the hell are you running? On the other end, Yangsu said through gritted teeth, young master, just hold on. I'm going back to get the old master to save you. Wang Bin cursed loudly, you moron. Get your ass back here right now. Yangsu was even more convinced that Wang Bin was being coerced. He said again, young master, I know you're under that kid's thumb. Wait for me to bring back the old master to save you. We'll take care of him together. Wang Bin was speechless with frustration. He roared, what are you imagining? I'm not being coerced. I'm doing this willingly. Bring that messenger back immediately. However, because Wang Bin sounded so urgent, Yangsu had no intention of returning. Wang Bin looked at me guiltily, then back at his phone. I realized this was a misunderstanding, and one that wouldn't be solved quickly. So I said, then I'll just have to go to your house and get him myself. Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Brother Mo, come with me to my house now. I shook my head. I said, after I settle another matter first. I turned back toward the ancestral hall and asked coldly, who captured that messenger? In an instant, everyone's eyes were on me. Whispers broke out in the surroundings. The middle-aged man squinted and said, little brother, what do you mean by this? I asked who captured the messenger. The man shouted back, none of your business. It seems you're here to cause trouble. Several men appeared behind him. Xian Yun whispered to me nervously, Brother Mo, these people are all level 3 ghost tamers. I explained coldly, I'm not here for trouble. I'm just asking about the messenger. The man snorted and prepared to summon his contract ghost. But he suddenly discovered that the ghost inside him seemed to have vanished. No matter how he called, there was no response. The level 3 ghost tamers behind him were experiencing the same thing. Seeing they still wouldn't talk, I said, if you're unwilling to tell me about the messenger, I'll have to use more forceful means. The ghost tamers from the hall showed no fear, still trying to contact their ghosts. I lowered my head and let out a low roar. An unknown liquid began to flow from my mouth. At the same time, my chest began to churn, as if something was about to crawl out. Just then, an old man in Taoist robes suddenly appeared. He bowed to me and said, my lord, please put away your divine technique. I am the master of this temple. If there's a problem, you can talk to me. I took a deep breath and pulled the thing I was about to summon back into my stomach. Since the person in charge was here, I didn't need to use the Musashi ghost sealing technique. But the others, seeing the master so polite to me, were very dissatisfied. Master, this guy is disrupting the auction. You should kick him out. The master snapped, shut up, you short-sighted fools. He then said to me, forgive me for the joke, my lord. Please don't mind these ignorant juniors. Let us speak inside. He then led me toward the inner sanctum. What no one noticed was Wang Bin staring with a constipated expression at the saliva I had spilled. Do I really have to pick up saliva? This is so gross. Seeing him hesitate, the ghost inside him became violent. Go pick it up. You idiot. That's not saliva. It's liquid formed from ghost energy. So dense it condensed. For a ghost, it's a priceless tonic. Feeling the ghost's urgency, Wang Bin had to steel himself and use a tissue to pick up the liquid from the ground. When he looked up, he saw Xian Yun nearby, looking at him with a mix of shock and disgust. Meanwhile, inside, I got straight to the point. I only want to know who captured the messenger. The temple master said to the man from before, Qing Yun, tell this lord who captured that spirit. Qing Yun, seeing the master's grim face, didn't dare delay any longer. He quickly said, we didn't capture him. He was consigned here by someone else. We only take a 10% commission. I pressed him. What is the person's name? What faction do they belong to? Where are they from? Qing Yun thought for a moment. He calls himself Sun Yi. He doesn't seem to be a local from Yunchuan. I've only met him once. We don't know anything else. If you want to find him, we can contact you when he comes for his money. I nodded in agreement. I left my phone number and departed. After I left, Qing Yun asked in confusion, Old master, why were you so polite to that kid? There was no need for us to break the hall's rules for him. The master simply asked coldly, do you know why you couldn't summon your contract ghosts just now? Everyone shook their heads. Because your ghosts were afraid. Everyone looked at the master in disbelief. How could a ghost be afraid of a human? The master only added solemnly, he is an existence we cannot afford to offend. Never cross him again. On the other side, Wang Bin had driven Xian Yun and me to the gates of his family's villa. As soon as I got out, I noticed a tattooed man walking out of the Wang house. Behind him floated a blood-red shadow, filled with ghosts screaming for help. This sight meant that this tattooed man's contract ghost had absorbed the life essence of those spirits to increase its power. Seeing me looking at him, Wang Bin quickly introduced him. Brother Mo, that's Long Hua. He's a level 4 ghost tamer. Long Hua suddenly paused, as if speaking to someone. He looked toward us quickly, then hurried away, but I felt a very familiar aura on him. In a flash, I intercepted him. Why run from an old acquaintance? Long Hua said impatiently. Who are you calling an acquaintance? I don't know you. Long Hua tried to turn and leave again. I blocked him once more. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the ghost inside you. Zhang Gui, we've had several run-ins in the underworld. Aren't you going to come out and greet me? Before Long Hua could say another word, a pitch-black figure slowly drifted out from his body. It pleaded, My lord, please spare my life. Everyone was shocked. A level 4 contract ghost was being this cowardly? I scolded him without mercy. Zhang Gui, you did every evil deed imaginable in the underworld, and here in the mortal realm, you're still doing the same. Don't you deserve to die? This Zhang Gui belonged to the ghost domain. Back when I was still an active messenger, we had fought several times. I had slashed him 3 times, greatly weakening his power, but he had managed to escape back to the mortal realm. I didn't expect to meet him here. He was full of repressed anger. He pleaded again, Messenger Mo. I have no personal grudge against you. Please, show mercy today. I gave a disdainful snort. You killed several of my friends in the underworld. And you say we have no grudge? As soon as I finished, a chain appeared out of thin air and shot toward Zhang Gui. Zhang Gui tried to dodge, but the chain was like a relentless shadow, trapped him in an instant. Zhang Gui knew he couldn't escape today. He roared, Mo Lin, the ghost domain is supreme in this mortal realm. There is no room here for your city of night. You won't come to a good end. I ignored his empty threats. I placed my hand on Zhang Gui's head. Suppression complete. You have obtained ghost technique. Black mist. Wang Bin and the others were absolutely staggered by the scene. That was a high level ghost, yet Mo Lin had suppressed it. In less than a few minutes, this was way too fierce. Long Hua, seeing his contract ghost taken, rushed forward shouting, Give it back! That's my ghost! Kicked him away and turned to Wang Bin. Send him to the Public Security Bureau. He's killed at least a dozen people. Hearing this, Wang Bin immediately had his men tie Long Hua up. Wang Bin's father, seeing I was done, called out, Wang Bin, don't just stand there. Invite our guest inside. After Wang Bin agreed, he slapped Yang Su on the head. You idiot! Bring the underworld messenger here. Soon I saw the wooden cage containing the messenger. When I lifted the cloth, I saw a small black figure, with limbs pierced by thin red strings, suspended in the very center. The moment I saw him, I knew this wasn't my senior. When I tried to open the cage, a crackle of electricity was instantly triggered. I was forced to let go of the cage. In the next instant, a red silk thread shot straight at me. I immediately drew the long sword from my waist and severed the red thread. Then I swung the sword at the cage. The wooden cage shattered into pieces. I then placed my palm on the ghost and infused it with ghost energy. His body quickly returned to normal size. As soon as he recovered, he knelt on one knee. Li Shui greets the Lord. Thank you for saving my life. I asked, who captured you? Li Shui, having found someone to lean on, poured out his grievances. I was set up and captured by a high-level ghost from the domain and a ghost tamer working together. I thought for a moment, then asked, do you know the whereabouts of my senior, Zishang Qingru? The ghost replied quickly, she has been missing for a year now. I sent other spirits to look for her before, but there has been no news at all. Seeing I couldn't get any useful info, I said, I understand. Find a place to heal first. I will call for you when I need you. Then I said to Xian Yun, can you lend me 10,000 spirit coins? Xian Yun agreed without a second thought. Yes, I'll go home now and find a way to raise the money for you. After saying that, she turned and left. I didn't stay long either, and went straight back to the hotel. Once in my room, I summoned Zhang Gui to question him about the ghost domain. Zhang Gui was panicked. He said tremulously, the ghost domain currently occupies 3 provinces. They've built a faction of their own. Moreover, They are collaborating with ghost tamers, primarily to deal with the messengers from the City of Night. So far, they have already killed 32 of our messengers. After pondering for a moment, I asked again, how does the ghost domain know the locations of the City of Night messengers? The entire Dragon Bone region is vast, so I really don't understand. How are the messengers being found so easily? Zhang Gui shook his head, indicating he didn't know. My lord, my power is shallow. I only know common information. Hearing this gave me a headache. If the ghost domain was targeting City of Night messengers, it meant they would target me as well. After all, back in the Underworld, I had killed quite a few of their ghosts. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. As soon as I answered, Li Bingyan's anxious voice came through. Mo Lin, do you have time right now? I asked. What is it? Just say it. Seeing this, Li Bingyan didn't waste words. She said directly, at 26, Huang High Street, a very powerful ghost has appeared. 3 ghost tamers have already died. I want to ask you to go and take a look. If you can resolve this matter, there will be a reward of 2,000 spirit coins. I readily agreed after hearing that. I really needed the money right now. After hanging up, I changed my clothes. The messenger robes were too eye-catching. Other spirits would recognize my identity at a glance. Before I had more information on the ghost domain, it was better for me to keep a low profile. Then, carrying my weapon, I took a taxi to 26 Huang High Street. As soon as I got out, I found the road ahead had been cordoned off. Sir, the road is closed here. Entry is temporarily prohibited. I took out the ID Li Bingyan had given me earlier, proving my status. I'm with the Ghost Tamer Society. I'm here to handle the trouble. Seeing this, the man immediately said, then follow me. As he led the way, he kindly warned me, for ghost tamers came just now. 3 died and only 1 is left. You must be extremely careful. Soon, we arrived in front of an unfinished building. A group of people were clustered together, discussing something. The man reported to a woman with a ponytail. Cousin, someone from the Ghost Tamer Society is here. Tang Fong nodded and paid me no more mind. She was on the phone at the moment, seemingly asking the other party how much longer they would be. So I prepared to enter the building myself. But after just a few steps, Tang Fong grabbed my arm. She questioned, what are you doing? I asked in confusion. Aren't we here to catch a ghost? Upon hearing this, Tang Fong dragged me back without allowing any argument. The ghost inside is very fierce. It has already killed 3 ghost tamers. Going in alone is just seeking death. Don't be in a rush. I've invited a very powerful ghost tamer to come. We'll go in together once he arrives. Seeing this, I couldn't say much more. 10 minutes later, the roar of an engine was heard. I looked up and saw a helicopter slowly landing on a nearby patch of open ground. Immediately after, a woman holding an umbrella stepped down. Tang Fong introduced her to me. Yun Lin is the strongest among level 3 ghost tamers. Do you see that umbrella in her hand? That is a ghost artifact. Inside it resides a danger level ghost. As Yun Lin approached, she asked, Sister Wang, what's the situation now? Tang Fong frowned and said, the situation is dire. We've already lost 3 ghost tamers. Hearing this, Yun Lin patted her black umbrella. A second later, a black figure drifted out. Then the ghost leaned toward Yun Lin's ear, whispering something. After Yun Lin nodded, she signaled Tang Fong and walked toward the building. Seeing this, I quickly followed along. Yun Lin, seeing I was a new face, asked, you must be a newcomer, right? Then you must stay close to me. I can protect you when we encounter the ghost. Having said that, she turned and led the way inside. However, not long after entering, there was a crisp crack sound. It gave Tang Fong and Yun Lin quite a start. I spoke up a bit awkwardly. I accidentally stepped on a stone. Internally, I was speechless. The reactions of these two were a bit too extreme. At that moment, I suddenly sensed 2 ghost auras, one strong and one weak. In other words, there were 2 ghosts here. One of them was relatively weak, and the path Yun Lin was taking was leading toward the weaker ghost. The stronger ghost was in the other direction. Seeing me looking around, Tang Fong asked, what's wrong? Did you see something? I pointed in the opposite direction and said, it's nothing. I'm going this way. Without waiting for them to respond, I turned and walked in the opposite direction. Tang Fong looked at my back and said speechlessly, a newcomer. He probably hasn't faced life or death yet and is scared. Yun Lin said understandingly, we all started as rookies. Back when I did my first ghost hunting mission, I was quite terrified too. Suddenly, the ghost beside Yun Lin sensed something and charged straight forward. Seeing this, Yun Lin quickened her pace and followed. Meanwhile, as I stepped onto the second floor, a surge of unnatural cold air hit me head-on. I looked up and saw a rotting face. The ghost thrust out its palm and immediately, a blast of black energy came toward me. I raised my hand and blocked the black energy's attack. Then with a flick of my wrist, I used a soul chain, instantly binding the ghost. Rubbing my chin, I looked at the trapped entity. I muttered to myself, a peril-level malevolent spirit. I promised Xian Yun earlier to get her a peril-level ghost. This one is just right. So I placed my hand on the ghost and performed the ghost sealing technique. In the blink of an eye, the ghost condensed into a sphere of black energy. The sealed ghost cried out in surprise. You actually know the sealing technique. You are an Underworld official. Immediately, it began to beg for mercy. Spare me, my lord. I didn't kill people intentionally. Those ghost tamers wanted to catch me. I only killed them in self-defense. As I put the black sphere in my pocket, I said, don't worry. I won't hurt you. Then I directly left the building. On the other side, Yun Lin had just dispersed the danger-level ghost. She was saying to Tang Fong, there should be another peril-level ghost here. Otherwise, a single danger-level ghost couldn't have possibly killed 3 ghost tamers. However, the two of them searched the building for a long time, but found nothing. In the end, they could only give up in frustration. At the same time, at the Xian residence, a young man was pointing at Xian Yun and roaring, you already squandered over 10,000 spirit coins before, and now you want another 10,000? Are you trying to drain the entire family dry? Xian Yun argued back unwillingly. I know a very powerful friend. He's willing to catch a peril-level ghost for me, and all I have to do is lend him 10,000 spirit coins. The young man from before sneered. Cousin, you must be dreaming. Do you know how hard it is to catch a peril-level ghost? Xian Yun's third aunt also chimed in. Xian Yun, you've probably been tricked. Even if he catches one, it's not that easy to sign a contract. Xian Yun looked at her third aunt, who used to support her, and her heart sank when she saw her also opposing it. Just then, Xian Yun's grandfather suddenly spoke up. Let Yuner have the 10,000 spirit coins. As soon as those words were said, Xian Yun's uncle immediately objected. Wait, Dad. Xian Yun already destroyed several ghost artifacts before. The family only has a little over 10,000 spirit coins left. If we give it all to her, the family will truly be ruined. Xian Yun's cousin also added fuel to the fire. She's wasted 2/3 of the family's assets. I think not only should we deny her the money, we should even lock her up as a warning. Just then, a strange voice rang out. I'll see who dares to lock her up. Under everyone's shocked gazes, I walked straight up to Xian Yun. I asked, are you all arguing because of the 10,000 spirit coins you're helping me get? Before Xian Yun could answer, Xian Yun's third aunt questioned me. You're the one who asked Xian Yun to borrow 10,000 spirit coins? I nodded and replied, it's me. Upon hearing this, Xian Yun's cousin sneered again. Xian Yun, I think you're just a fool. Do you think this brat could actually catch a peril-level ghost? Xian Yun's third aunt also spoke up. Xian Yun, you've definitely been fooled by this boy. I didn't say a word, I simply waved my hand. Immediately after, a ghostly shadow appeared out of thin air. The Xian family patriarch's eyes widened instantly. This is indeed a peril-level ghost. Just then, Xian Yun's third aunt spoke up skeptically. Is this really a peril-level ghost? It looks a bit weak to me. Before she could finish her sentence, her neck was seized by the malevolent spirit. I quickly shouted, stop! Only then did the spirit retreat to my side. Nearby, Xian Yun's cousin swallowed hard in fear. This ghost was way too ferocious. I turned to Xian Yun and said, this ghost is for you. Sign the contract. Xian Yun was both delighted and apprehensive as she asked, what price do I need to pay? One must know, in the eyes of ghosts, humans are inferior creatures. Therefore, when a human wants to sign a contract with a ghost, they must satisfy the ghost's conditions. The more powerful the ghost, the greater the price one must pay. As for the specific price, it depends on what the ghost demands. But I didn't let the ghost speak. I said directly, no price is needed. Just sign the contract directly. Then I turned to the ghost and said, produce the contract. After hearing this, the ghost cooperatively produced a contract scroll. On this contract, there were only the words contract agreement, with no other conditions whatsoever. Xian Yun looked at me and then at the spirit, very puzzled as to why this ghost was so obedient. But she still didn't hesitate to press her finger onto the contract paper. In the next moment, the ghost directly merged into Xian Yun's body. Seeing that the contract was successfully signed, the Xian patriarch announced, now that I'm old, I'll hand over the leadership of this family to Xian Yun. After the patriarch finished his announcement, he left the hall. Xian Yun spoke up once more. I'm taking the 10,000 spirit coins. Does anyone else have an objection? No one dared to voice opposition anymore, agreeing one after another. You are the head of the house now. Your word is law. Once everyone else had left, Xian Yun brought the 10,000 spirit coins and handed them over. Brother Mo, thank you. Here are the 10,000 spirit coins. As for the house and car I promised you, I'll have them ready as soon as possible. After taking the spirit coins, I said, don't mention it. I promised to help you catch a ghost, and I keep my word. I'll also pay this money back as soon as possible. Also, regarding the house, try to find me a place with heavy yin energy. Xian Yun nodded, saying it was no problem. I reflected that I owed not only Xian Yun 10,000 spirit coins, but also Wang Bin 10,000 spirit coins, so I asked again, do you know any way to earn spirit coins quickly? Xian Yun thought for a moment, and said, there isn't really a way to earn spirit coins fast, but if you have extra ghost artifacts to sell, you could earn a lot of spirit coins all at once. It turned out that in the mortal realm, ghost artifacts were extremely rare. Even a mediocre ghost artifact could easily sell for several thousand spirit coins. A slightly better ghost artifact could sell for tens of thousands, because a ghost might only refine one weapon in their entire life, and under normal circumstances, no ghost would give their ghost artifact to someone else. My eyes lit up upon hearing this. Back in the Underworld, the Yama King had actually taught me how to refine ghost artifacts, so as long as I had enough spirit coins, I could refine many ghost artifacts myself. With that thought, I asked again, if I have ghost artifacts, where should I sell them? The Sifang courtyard in the center of Yunchuan City. That is where ghost tamers trade with each other. As long as it's a ghost artifact, you won't have to worry about selling it. I didn't linger after hearing that and hurried back to the hotel to prepare for refining. I held 10 spirit coins with a face value of 100 in my right hand, while my left hand kept performing different gestures. Soon, the spirit coins transformed into ghostly energy, which then condensed into the phantom of a small knife. As time passed, the phantom of the knife gradually solidified. I frowned at the small knife in my hand. This knife was, at most, a low-tier ghost artifact that could only be used 7 times. I estimated it could only sell for a few thousand spirit coins, but the profit margin was still decent. So throughout the entire night, I spent over 7,000 spirit coins and refined 3 more weapons. As soon as day broke, I drove the luxury car Xian Yun had sent over to the ghost artifact trading floor at Sifang Courtyard. I walked up to a random stall, picked up a level 0 ghost artifact, and after examining it, said, this low-rank artifact can only be used once. It's a bit too worn out. Upon hearing this, the stall owner immediately roared, kid, do you even know what you're looking at? Even though this artifact can only be used once, it is still a high-quality item. So how much does this sell for? The owner looked at me as if I were a country bumpkin, and said, 3,000 spirit coins. I was a bit stunned by the answer. Even junk like this could sell for 3,000? So I tentatively inquired, then for an artifact that can be used 6 times, what would the approximate price be? The owner felt like he had met someone mentally deficient. He barked at me, kid, don't you have any common sense? An artifact usable 6 times is already a treasure. How could such a rare item ever appear on the open market? It turns out that the more times a ghost artifact can be used, the higher its value. And the most valuable artifacts sold in Sifang Courtyard were ones usable at most 3 times. After the conversation with the owner, I finally understood. The artifacts I refined, which could be used 7 times, should be able to fetch a very good price. So I took out a short sword and handed it to the owner. I asked, take a look. How much can this ghost artifact sell for? The owner stared at the short sword in my hand in shock. This ghost artifact can actually be used 7 times? I asked directly, are you buying this artifact? Little brother, you think too highly of me. I can't afford to buy this thing, but I can give a shout for you. There will definitely be a buyer. Seeing me nod in agreement, the owner immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, a brand new ghost artifact, usable 7 times. Any buyers? In less than 10 seconds after the shout, I was surrounded by a crowd. Can this artifact really be used 7 times? You aren't lying, are you? I've never even heard of a ghost artifact that can be used 7 times. The owner handed the short sword back to me and said, little brother, I've called the people over for you. You handle it yourself now. I nodded, holding the short sword to display it. I said, this low-tier artifact indeed can be used 7 times. Just then, someone suddenly interrupted. Kid, you're calling this top-grade artifact a low-tier ghost artifact? This should be considered a top-grade item. I asked, feeling a bit speechless. If something with limited uses is top-grade, then a ghost artifact that can be used permanently, what rank would that be? Everyone who heard this gasped in unison. A permanent ghost artifact? Who has ever seen such a thing? That would absolutely be a priceless treasure. Looking at the chattering crowd, I finally understood. These people didn't seem to have any concept of permanent ghost artifacts. So I brought the topic back. Then how many spirit coins is this ghost artifact worth? For a top-grade item like this, it depends on your preference. It should sell for 20,000 to 30,000 spirit coins. I was pleasantly surprised to hear that. I hadn't expected such a low-tier artifact to sell for so much. So, I asked loudly, is anyone buying this ghost artifact? However, nobody responded. It wasn't that they didn't want to buy it, but rather that they were too poor, just when I thought there might be no buyers. A woman wearing a cheongsam walked up and said, "How much do you want for this ghost artifact?" I looked at the woman, who had quite an aura, and said, 32,000 spirit coins. The woman, Hong Yenxuan, readily and straightforwardly agreed. My first reaction was that the price might have been too low. I guess this woman was rich, but I didn't expect her to be this rich. She didn't even haggle over 32,000 spirit coins. Just then, a blue-haired man interjected. He said, "I want to buy this ghost artifact too." Seeing this, Hong Yenxuan frowned. "Zhao Xiaoqiang, what is the meaning of this? It's nothing special. I just want to buy this ghost artifact as well. Besides, who wouldn't want such a top-grade ghost artifact?" Hong Yenxuan said angrily, "I've already negotiated the price." Zhao Xiaoqiang interrupted directly, "But you haven't paid yet, which means the transaction hasn't been completed. I'll offer 35,000 spirit coins." Hong Yenxuan went silent immediately. She knew very well she couldn't compare to Zhao Xiaoqiang's wealth, so she gave up quite decisively. Just as she was about to leave, I stepped forward to stop her. "Beautiful lady, don't be in such a hurry to go. I am a man of my word. Since I promised to sell the artifact to you, I won't go back on it. Give me 32,000 spirit coins, and this ghost artifact is yours." I said this as I handed the short sword to Hong Yenxuan. Hong Yenxuan was caught a bit off guard. She hadn't expected that, in this world, there would be someone with such high integrity, so she immediately took out 32,000 spirit coins and handed them to me. Zhao Xiaoqiang, seeing the deal was done, looked disappointed. He prepared to leave and look elsewhere. But I called out to him, "Brother, you're leaving already? Your ghost artifact is sold, of course I'm leaving." I said with a smile, "Don't be in a rush. I have another ghost artifact here. Do you want to take a look?" Everyone present was stunned once again. "There's another top-grade artifact? This guy's stash is truly deep." Zhao Xiaoqiang looked at the sword at my waist and asked, "You're planning to sell that artifact to me?" Quickly waved my hands. "Not that one. It's these scissors." As I spoke, I took out another ghost artifact shaped like scissors. Zhao Xiaoqiang sized up the scissors in front of him. He said with a smile, "Is this ghost artifact a top-grade one? I only want top-grade ghost artifacts." I guaranteed with a smile, "Of course, this ghost artifact is exactly like the one I just sold. Just like the other one, it can also be used 7 times. Zhao Xiaoqiang was a bit skeptical, but the moment he got his hands on those scissors, all his doubts vanished into thin air. It really was a top-grade ghost artifact usable 7 times. Immediately, he asked, "Then how many spirit coins for this ghost artifact?" "Also 32,000 spirit coins." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoqiang very straightforwardly gave me 32,000 spirit coins. Nearby, Hong Yenxuan's face darkened. She had thought she met someone of high moral character, but it turned out he was just afraid of losing her as a customer. She was about to turn and leave, but to her surprise I called out to her again. "Beautiful lady, do you still want more top-grade ghost artifacts? I still have more here." Hong Yenxuan looked at the sphere-shaped ghost artifact I had taken out in shock. Where on earth did this guy come from? How could he have so many top-grade ghost artifacts? But she had already run out of spirit coins, so she shook her head, indicating she didn't need it. I felt a bit of regret, and then looked toward Zhao Xiaoqiang with expectation. I asked, "Do you want this ghost artifact?" Zhao Xiaoqiang hesitated but still politely declined. It wasn't that he didn't want it, but rather that his spirit coins were also insufficient now. Seeing this, I had no choice but to ask the surrounding crowd again, "Does anyone want this?" But after waiting for a while, there was no response. It seemed it wouldn't sell today. So, I put away the ghost artifacts, and leisurely arrived at the place in the square courtyard where ghosts were sold. I then used my ghost eye skill to identify any anomalies. Soon, I was drawn to a daily ghost in the corner. Blood Purifying Realm, daily grade skill, Fearless. Using this skill allows the ghost to be fearless of the sun. I looked at the information before me in shock. This trait is way too ridiculous. You should know that ghosts are particularly afraid of the sun. Ordinary ghosts won't appear during the day. Even the more powerful ghosts can only appear in places shielded by objects. Just then, a girl asked, "Sir, do you want to buy my ghost?" Before I could speak, the owner of the neighboring stall said, "That's just a daily ghost. It's completely useless. Why don't you take a look at my ghost?" Hearing the male owner's words, the girl lowered her head helplessly. She also knew hers was just a daily ghost and didn't have much value. I ignored the male owner. and said to the girl, "I'll take this ghost." The girl doubted if she had heard correctly, and looked at me blankly. I directly took out 1,000 spirit coins and handed them over. I asked, "Is 1,000 spirit coins enough?" The girl said excitedly, "It's enough. It's enough, thank you." After the deal was settled, I immediately raised my hand toward the ghost. Instantly, the ghost was collected by me. Next, I drove to the luxury villa Xian Yun had prepared for me. As soon as I entered the house, I impatiently released the daily ghost I just bought. I placed my hand on top of the ghost's head and activated the Book of Souls to suppress it. "Congratulations, you have obtained the trait, Fearless. With this trait, I can now summon ghosts at any time." Just at that moment, the Netherworld envoy Li Shui suddenly appeared in your room. "Lord Envoy, you called." I nodded and said, "Come here. I'm going to heal your injuries now." "My lord, my injuries will heal on their own in time. You don't need to spend spirit coins to treat me." I didn't waste words. Instead, I directly took out 10,000 spirit coins, converted them into spiritual energy, and then guided that energy into Li Shui's body. Soon, Li Shui's injuries were completely healed. "Thank you for the rescue, Lord Envoy." I waved my hand and said, "No need for formalities. Stay here for the next few days. I might have tasks for you to do." Li Shui hurriedly and respectfully agreed to follow orders, and then left the room. Right then, your phone suddenly rang. The call was connected, and a voice came from the other side. "Brother Mo, the people who came to the Ancestral Hall recently to sell Netherworld envoys will be coming in a week. If you want to find them, try to prepare in advance." Upon hearing this, I immediately perked up. The envoy snatchers are finally showing up. Then I must prepare well. I want to see who is so bold as to dare to capture the Netherworld envoys of Yedo. After hanging up, the phone rang again. It was Li Bingyan calling. As soon as the call connected, I heard Li Bingyan say, "Tomorrow, please come to the Ghost Suppression Society headquarters. I have something I need to trouble you with." I agreed quite readily. I figured she wanted to assign me a ghost-catching task. It seems I need to upgrade my strength. So I summoned Chen Shi. "Lord, what are your orders for me?" I said with a smile. "I'm going to upgrade your strength." I then took out 20,000 spirit coins. With a boom, the spirit coins were instantly ignited. Immediately after, strands of spiritual energy slowly flowed into Chen Shi's body. Chen Shi let out a startling, sharp cry. His eyes gradually turned red, and his body's color deepened, looking as if he had become a physical entity. Chen Shi felt he had advanced to the nightmare level. He immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord, for your cultivation." I thought for a moment, and said, "From now on, you don't have to stay in the Book of Souls all the time. Just follow me and listen to my commands." Chen Shi excitedly agreed. This indicated his status had been elevated, surpassing the other ghosts in the Book of Souls. Next, I summoned Chu Xing. Then I took out another 20,000 spirit coins, and repeated the same steps. Chu Xing's body also gradually deepened in color. Chu Xing excitedly clenched his fists. He had also advanced to the nightmare level. He also cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord, for your cultivation." I gave a brief aha in acknowledgement, and said, "From now on, you will also stay by my side, and follow my orders." The next day, I arrived at the Ghost Suppression Society as agreed. When Li Bingyan saw me, she took out an ID card and handed it over. "This is your identity card for the Ghost Suppression Society. With this card, no matter what happens, you can ask the society for help." I nodded and took the card. I asked, "Is there anything else you wanted me for?" Li Bingyan spoke up somewhat awkwardly. "About those top-grade ghost artifacts. Do you have any more?" Turned out that my sale of top-grade ghost artifacts yesterday at the square courtyard had already spread through the circles of ghost tamers. I straightforwardly took out a small knife-shaped ghost artifact and handed it to Li Bingyan. I said, "Even though we know each other, the required spirit coins still need to be paid." Li Bingyan felt the power of this ghost artifact and smilingly handed me a stack of spirit coins. She said, "I'll give you 35,000 spirit coins to buy your ghost artifact." After taking the spirit coins, I said, "If you have friends who want to buy top-grade ghost artifacts, you can also send them to me." Li Bingyan's eyebrows twitched. Does this guy still have more of these top-grade ghost artifacts in his hand? Just then, a man in a suit suddenly walked into the room. Seeing this, Li Bingyan said to me, "There's nothing else. You can leave now." However, just as I was about to leave, I was stopped by the man in the suit. "Little brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. I want to ask if you still have ghost artifacts in your hand?" Li Bingyan frowned slightly and said, "Chu Hanliang. He is my friend. I'm not looking for trouble with the little brother. I'm just asking if he still has ghost artifacts." Chu Hanliang interrupted her directly, then turned his head and looked at me with greedy eyes. I once again took out a needle-shaped ghost artifact. Chu Hanling saw that I really took out a top-grade one, and he snatched the artifact right out of my hand. After examining it for a moment, he repeatedly praised, "This really is a good item." Then, he prepared to put the ghost artifact away. I reminded him, 32,000 spirit coins, Chu Hanling said with a smile. Understood, and prepared to turn and leave. I directly raised my hand to stop him, and reminded him again, 32,000 spirit coins. Seeing that I wouldn't let it go, Chu Hanling dropped his smile and said, "Little brother, just give this ghost artifact to me as a gift. In the future, I'll help you raise your status in the Ghost Suppression Society." I refused him outright. "No way, either give me 32,000 spirit coins, or give the ghost artifact back to me." Chu Hanling frowned. "Mo Lin, we are both part of the society and will be colleagues in the future. Can't you even give me one ghost artifact?" Seeing that I still shook my head in refusal, Chu Hanling prepared to use force. "Little brother, you are truly stubborn. You insist on making things difficult between us." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hanling summoned his contracted ghost. Immediately, the ghost locked its gaze directly onto me. "Give me the artifact, and let's call ourselves friends." Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly appeared, and directly swatted his ghost away before it could react. The entire building trembled violently. "Who dares to bully my master?" Chunshi roared, and a terrifying pressure spread throughout the entire building. Li Bingyan's heart suddenly tightened. This is a nightmare-level ghost. She looked at Chu Hanling, gave a cold snort, and stepped back, having no intention of meddling. Chunshi grabbed Chu Hanling, who was completely unable to resist. The power gap was simply too vast. Soon, other members of the society came rushing in. However, when they realized it was a nightmare-level ghost, they were all lost and terrified, before this group could even react. In the next instant, a wave of dark energy swept over everyone present. Then, their bodies suddenly stiffened. On everyone's neck, a heavy iron chain had been bound. Looking along the direction of the chains, there was actually another nightmare-level ghost. It was Chu Xing who had taken action. The moment Chu Xing acted, he held the lives of everyone present in his hands. Even the usually calm Li Bingyan felt her scalp go numb. One nightmare-level ghost can slaughter a whole city, and I actually possessed two of them. At least in all of Yunchuan, there was no rival. As for Chu Hanling, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Since when were nightmare-level ghosts as common as dirt? Just then, Chunshi spoke up, "Master, should I kill everyone here?" As soon as he said that, everyone present gasped. Are nightmare-level ghosts always this bloodthirsty? Chu Hanling's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to die, so he quickly apologized. "Brother, I'm sorry. I'll give you the spirit coins. I'll pay for this ghost artifact." After hearing this, I waved my hand and said, "Release him." Chunshi immediately let go. Chu Hanling fell heavily to the ground, but he didn't care if he was injured. He immediately took out 32,000 spirit coins and handed them over. "Brother, I offended you just now. I am truly sorry." His attitude was as respectful as it could be. Seeing this, Chunshi prepared to retreat behind me, but he accidentally touched my head. He immediately knelt down in a panic. "Master, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you." The surrounding crowd was stunned. Are nightmare-level ghosts always this humble? What kind of methods did this man use? Li Bingyan swallowed hard. How on earth did Mo Lin train these nightmare-level ghosts to be like this? I ignored everyone's reactions, and spoke calmly, "It's nothing. Forget it." Chunshi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that, and then disappeared along with Chu Xing. Seeing this, Chu Hanling quickly made up an excuse. "Mr. Mo, I offended you just now. My wife is sick and I need to go look after her. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." After saying that, he fled in a panic. Li Bingyan also shouted at the crowd, "Go back to whatever you were doing." Once everyone had left, Li Bingyan then asked, "Those two ghosts just now, are they your full strength?" I said nonchalantly, "Not at all. These two ghosts are just the tip of the iceberg of my strength." Li Bingyan was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Does Mo Lin have ghosts even more powerful than the nightmare level? Fortunately, she had successfully invited him to join the society, and they weren't enemies. Then, Li Bingyan asked cautiously, "Then are you still willing to take on small ghost-catching tasks?" I said with a smile, "Of course. Feel free to assign any ghost-catching tasks to me." The task itself didn't matter much to me. What mattered was catching ghosts. Catching ghosts with special traits was what was important. Hearing this, Li Bingyan took out her phone and said, "Then I'll add you to the Yunchuan Ghost Suppression Group. Tasks are assigned in the group from time to time. If you see something suitable, you can take it." As soon as I joined the group, I saw a message. Level 3 Ghost Tamer Yun Lin is in danger in the western suburbs. Is anyone near the western suburbs? Please go help immediately. I rubbed my chin and thought, it's daytime now. How could there be any danger? Li Bingyan saw I was also looking at the group messages, and asked tentatively, Mr. M.O., would you go there personally? I nodded and agreed quite readily. Just as I was about to leave, I remembered about having the society help me look for information. So I turned back and asked, help me find the whereabouts of a ghost named Zishang Qingru. Li Bingyan said in surprise, Zishangru? That ghost. Didn't she already dissipate? Those words hit me like a bolt of lightning. Dissipated. How could she have dissipated? I rushed forward and asked excitedly. Li Bingyan was startled by my sudden movement. She hurriedly said, she came to our society for help a year ago. Help, but the leadership didn't reach an agreement. So they refused her. There's been no news of her since then. I guess she must be dead. I quickly followed up. Why would she seek the society? What kind of trouble was she in? Li Bingyan explained under pressure. The situation involved is quite broad. I only know a little bit. She seemed to be driven into a corner by the ghosts of the ghost prison, and wanted to seek protection from the society. Hearing the term ghost prison made me grit my teeth in hatred. In the Underworld's Yedo, the ghosts from the ghost prison were sworn enemies. Now that we're in the mortal realm, the ghosts of the ghost prison are still lingering around. Those ghosts are seriously sick. Can't they just mind their own business? They just have to cause trouble for the Yedo ghosts. I haven't reached the monarch level of strength yet. Otherwise I would have gone and wiped those bastards out directly. Li Bingyan was a bit at a loss. Looking at the angry me, just then, I spoke up again. Are you sure Zishangru has dissipated? Li Bingyan said nervously. I'm not sure. I'm just guessing she dissipated. I'll go check right now. For news about Zishangru. I'll notify you as soon as there's news. I nodded, and said, once you find any news about her, just call and tell me. Then I left. I drove my car to the school in the western suburbs where Yunlin was. When I walked into the school, I saw a group of people surrounding Yunlin from a distance. I could vaguely hear Yunlin's voice gritting his teeth. I caught the ghost. Why should I give it to you? A fat man replied shamelessly. We had our eyes on this ghost long ago. You were just faster. You caught the ghost one step ahead of us. You should return the prey we targeted to us. Yunlin's brow furrowed. It seems this won't end peacefully today. He then looked around. He had just sent a distress message in the group. Someone should be coming, right? When he saw me, a joyful expression appeared on his face. Ignoring the others, I walked straight toward Yunlin and asked directly, what's going on with these people? These are people from the Zilong Association. I caught a ghost yesterday, and they want to steal it from me. I asked somewhat blankly, what kind of organization is the Zilong Association? The Zilong Association is just like our society. It's also an official organization. It's just that the Zilong Association mostly handles miscellaneous matters. After Yunlin finished explaining, he looked behind me and asked, where are the others? I replied unhurriedly, there are no others. Just me. Yunlin was suddenly a bit panicked. Only Mo Lin came? How is that different from nobody coming? Fatty who saw this and laughed like a pig. Yunlin, did you call him over just to get beaten up? Yunlin gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, then turned around and winked at me, signaling for me to run. I ignored Yunlin and looked at the people opposite us. There were only 3 level 2 ghost tamers and 4 level 1 ghost tamers. So I looked at Yunlin in confusion and asked, you are a level 3 ghost tamer. How could you be afraid of these people? Before Yunlin could speak, Fatty, who from the opposite side, triumphantly pointed to the sun in the sky and said, what if he is a level 3 ghost tamer? Even if he is powerful, there's no way he can summon ghosts under the sun. Yunlin's eyes were burning with fire. If it weren't for the fact that ghosts couldn't appear in the sun, he would have summoned his contracted ghost long ago to teach Fatty Hu and his group a lesson. I nodded as if I suddenly understood and said to Yunlin, leave this to me. Fatty Hu laughed dismissively. Kid, are you planning to stop all of us by yourself? I just waved my hand and activated the ghost command trait. Instantly, an iron chain appeared from thin air and struck out hard. A pig-like scream echoed across the square. The people behind Fatty Hu saw this and were so scared they repeatedly backed away. Yunlin looked at the scene with disbelief. How can he use ghost traits under the sun? Normally, I wouldn't be able to use them under the sun either. But I had just obtained a very abnormal trait, fearless. Using this skill allows ghosts to be fearless of the sun and move around freely in sunlight. But dealing with small fries like Fatty Hu didn't even require summoning ghosts, just using traits was enough. So I struck again, lashing the chain hard on the Fatty body. The intense pain made him roll on the ground. I said coldly to the remaining people, who else wants to block the way? Seeing that no one spoke up, I directly took Yun Lin away from the school. After parting with Yun Lin, I prepared to drive home. However, I drove around on this road for over an hour. Without being able to get out, was I being blocked by a ghost? As soon as I got out of the car, I saw white mist all around. And there was no road here at all, only dirt slopes. So when exactly did I enter such an environment? I soon discovered a trace of ghost energy in the air. Walking along the trail of ghost energy, after walking for a bit, I heard a series of creepy whimpering and sobbing. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman squatting beside a large rock. Probably hearing my footsteps, she slowly turned her head. I was startled. Holy crap, so ugly. Involuntarily, I drew my long sword and held it in front of me. I questioned, "Why are you blocking my path?" The female ghost muttered, "Give me back my child. You took my child. I want you all to pay with your lives." After saying that, she was about to charge at me. However, in the next moment she stopped where she was. Lord Mo Lin? I was a bit stunned. Who is this ghost? To be able to call out my name. She must know me. I'm not wearing my envoy robes right now. Other than acquaintances, it's impossible for a ghost to call me Lord. The female ghost said anxiously, "I am Yin Xiaohua. Do you still remember the matter of the ghost mother?" I suddenly realized, oh, it's you. Back when I was training in the 5 underworld ghost techniques, the first ghost I subdued was the ghost mother. Because the ghost mother was very special, it was with Yin Xiaohua's help that I was able to subdue her. I asked in confusion, "Did you know it was me? So you deliberately blocked my path?" Yin Xiaohua looked around while speaking. "No, it's probably because my resentment is too heavy, which changed the surroundings and blocked you by mistake." She then said while sobbing, "Lord, you have to help me. My child was taken away by a group of strangers. I have no way of finding the child." Yin Xiaohua, fearing I would refuse, hurriedly added, "Lord Mo Lin, as long as you are willing to help me find the child, I am willing to repay you 100-fold. I thought for a moment and said, "I can agree to help you find the child. But you must sign an obedience contract with me." Yin Xiaohua eagerly agreed. "As long as you help me find the child, I am willing to even sacrifice my existence." I nodded and said, "Then come with me." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaohua turned into a ball of mist, attached to the long sword in my hand. I then opened my phone and sent a message in the group chat asking who was well informed. "I want to inquire about something regarding ghosts." Very soon, a person named Feng Mingyu replied to me, "Do you want to catch a ghost? Or do you want to buy one? Let's add each other as friends and chat in private." So I added Feng Mingyu and sent a message, "Hello, I'm looking for a ghost child who was taken away." The other side replied quickly, "Come to Wanlin KTV to find me tonight. I'll take you to find him." I put away my phone and drove home first. As soon as I entered, Li Shui appeared. "Lord, someone sneaked in after you left." With a grim face, I asked, "Do you know who it was?" Li Shui immediately said, "I left a trace of my aura on them. Do you need me to go investigate for you?" I nodded and said, "Go find out who it is. Be careful. If the other party is related to the ghost domain, you must ensure your own safety." Li Shui nodded in agreement and left. Around 7 p.m. that evening, I drove to Wanlin KTV. After meeting him, I asked directly, "Can you help me find that ghost child?" Feng Mingyu said with a smile, "For this matter, you've come to the right person. I'll take you to my uncle. He's incredibly well informed. As long as it's in Yunchuan, there's nothing he can't find out." As he spoke, he led me into the KTV, where a hidden black market was located. Just then, a man brushed past me and bumped into my arm. I was quite speechless. How could someone collide on such a wide path? However, the next second I realized what happened and quickly checked my pocket, only to find that the 10,000 Ming currency I was carrying was gone. Without a doubt, it was stolen by that man just now. Feng Mingyu saw that I stopped walking and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" I looked in the direction the man ran off and said in a low voice, "My Ming currency was stolen. I'm going to get it back." Before he could say anything, I headed straight toward the direction the thief disappeared. Feng Mingyu chased after me anxiously. "Don't chase him. Any thief bold enough to steal in here must have someone backing them up. You won't get your Ming currency back." I ignored Feng Mingyu's warning and continued straight ahead. Soon after passing through an intersection, I saw the man rush into a small shack. I followed him to the entrance of the shack. A group of people was gathered inside, glaring fiercely at me. The thief from before was standing swaggeringly at the very back, one hand tossing the 10,000 Ming currency that belonged to me. Just as I was about to enter, a man in black blocked me. "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" I pointed at the thief inside and said slowly, That guy in there stole my Ming currency. Hearing this, the man was instantly displeased. Who are you calling a thief? Watch your mouth, kid. Wrongly accusing someone comes with a price. As soon as he finished speaking, the others in the hall began to close in on me. Looking at the situation, this clearly wasn't the first time these people had used their numbers to bully someone. At the same time, Feng Mingyu also caught up, arriving just in time to see me facing off against the crowd. He was scared out of his wits and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, it's a misunderstanding. My friend is here at the black market for the first time and doesn't know the rules. Please, brothers, don't lower yourselves to his level. The man in black showed no appreciation, smiling threateningly. Since he's your friend, didn't you know to keep an eye on him? This is Sun Ye's territory. Do you know the consequences of offending Sun Ye? Feng Mingyu apologized repeatedly. I know, I'm sorry. I'll take my friend and leave right now, Feng Mingyu said as he tried to pull me away. But I didn't budge. I only said, my Ming currency was stolen by these people. Feng Mingyu whispered a warning. This is Sun Tao's territory. He is a level 4 ghost tamer. Don't cause trouble. Let's just leave quickly. However, as if I hadn't heard him, I continued to stare coldly at the group. Seeing this, the man in black directly summoned his contracted ghost. Seeing this, the others in the hall also summoned their own contracted ghosts one after another. Seeing that these people were refusing to be reasonable, I said to Feng Mingyu, within 10 minutes, I will have this settled. Seeing my stance ready for a fight, Feng Mingyu could only quickly pull out his phone and cry for help in the group chat. Help! Mo Lin is in trouble at the black market. Seeing the group message, Yun Lin immediately asked, what trouble? What's going on? Feng Mingyu replied hastily. The 10,000 Ming currency he had was stolen by Sun Ye's men. Mo Lin is about to fight them. Someone get here fast. I'm afraid Mo Lin will die here. Yun Lin replied anxiously. What? Isn't Sun Ye a level 4 ghost tamer? Quickly persuade Mo Lin not to be impulsive. Feng Mingyu was almost in tears and replied, I can't stop him at all. Are ghost tamers so fierce nowadays? Seeing this, Lin Shi also quickly replied, he provoked Sun Ye? I'm heading there now. When Yun Lin saw Lin Shi's message, he was overjoyed. Yes, Lin Shi, you know Sun Ye. Hurry and go say something for him. Feng Mingyu also replied, just get here quickly. If you're late, you'll be collecting Mo Lin's body. At that same moment, the group's contracted ghosts were already lunging and biting at me. Seeing this scene, Feng Mingyu gritted his teeth, prepared to forcibly pull me away to escape. Suddenly, a miserable ghost shriek rang out, followed by one ghost scream after another. Feng Mingyu looked in amazement as the ghosts around me actually fled rapidly as if they had met their natural enemy. Feng Mingyu rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. These ghosts were indeed terrified. He even saw 3 ghosts get cut in half in an instant, vanishing into thin air. I held the sword in my right hand, taking down one with every strike. The entire movement was fluid like water. Thus, in less than 10 seconds, more than half of the 20-odd contracted ghosts were dead. Feng Mingyu looked at the long sword in my hand, muttering to himself, what kind of ghost weapon is this? It's so powerful. Just then, a man suddenly appeared behind me, holding a spiral-shaped ghost weapon, aiming for my back. Just when Feng Mingyu thought I was going to be hurt, he saw me swing the long sword back behind me. With a squelch, the man's arm holding the ghost weapon was instantly severed. After dealing with all the other contracted ghosts, there was still one floating in the air. This ghost's trait was very interesting. I wanted to subdue it, so I didn't kill it. That contracted ghost also realized something was wrong when it tried to return to its host. However, I simply raised my hand and suppressed the contracted ghost, collecting it into my book. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the ghost trait, teleportation. After use, you can instantly appear at the farthest point, within your line of sight. At the same time, one man felt that he had lost connection with his contracted ghost. He roared at me. Why did you take my contracted ghost? Give it back to me. Kicked him away, and then said to the others, anyone else who isn't satisfied can step forward. There was total silence. No one uttered a word. Feng Mingyu felt like he was losing his mind. Was this for real? He had imagined many outcomes, but he never imagined that one person could kill over 20 contracted ghosts. By this time, I had already walked into the shack. The thief hiding in the corner was pale with fright, no longer looking arrogant like before. I'm sorry, big brother. Please spare me. As the thief spoke, he obediently handed over the 10,000 Ming currency. Meanwhile, Feng Mingyu was a bit at a loss. Someone had just trashed Sun Ye's place. Needless to say, Sun Ye must be on his way. Sure enough, a moment later, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance. He looked at the mess in the hall and questioned me coldly. Kid, what is the meaning of this? I said calmly. Your men stole my Ming currency. I gave them a small punishment. Sun Tao snorted coldly. Don't you think you've gone too far? As soon as he finished speaking, I rested my long sword on Sun Tao's shoulder and said with a smile, I don't think I've gone too far. Immediately, my face turned cold. I'm not in a very good mood right now. You'd better not provoke me. Sun Tao raised his hand, intending to snap the blade resting on his shoulder. However, the moment his hand touched the sharp sword, the contracted ghost within him transmitted a feeling of terror. Don't provoke him, or you will die. By no means provoke him. One must know that this was a terror-class contracted ghost. Yet it was feeling fear at this moment. Feng Mingyu swallowed nervously. Mo Lin was truly fierce. He feared no one. Facing a level 4 ghost tamer, he didn't flinch at all. He even provoked him. Just when Feng Mingyu thought the two would fight, Sun Tao chuckled submissively. You didn't go too far. It was their fault. I sheathed my weapon and said coldly, control your people. If there is a next time, I won't mind teaching you a lesson along with them. Sun Tao said once more, I understand. From this attitude, one couldn't see even a hint of anger. The subordinates on the side couldn't stand it and stepped forward to remind him. Sun Yi, this kid trashed our place, and even took the brothers' contracted ghosts. Are we just going to let it go? Sun Tao slapped him directly. Seeing this situation, I asked Feng Mingyu, this is the black market. Killing someone here shouldn't have any consequences, right? Feng Mingyu hurriedly said, no, none. Sun Tao involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. It was very obvious that this guy's words were meant for him to hear. If he really made any excessive moves, someone would definitely die here today. Seeing that Sun Yi was so sensible, I left with the dazed Feng Mingyu. Feng Mingyu quickly opened the Yunchuan Ghost Tamer chat group. Seeing everyone asking what was happening, the screen was flooded with messages. Feng Mingyu quickly tagged Lin Shi. You don't need to come. The matter has been settled. Was Mo Lin settled? Has Mo Lin been killed? Did Sun Yi take action? The group was immediately flooded with questions again. Seeing this, Feng Mingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, hurriedly saying in the group, he's fine. That old fogey Sun Yi didn't dare trouble Mo Lin. Mo Lin trashed Sun Ye's place all by himself. He was so cool, practically invincible. Sun Yi didn't even dare provoke him. After sending those messages, he ignored the boiling messages in the group and put away his phone. Then he pointed at the sword on my waist and asked curiously, Mo Lin, what level does this ghost weapon belong to? I didn't answer. Matters concerning Yin energy were not necessary to discuss with people of the living world. Seeing that I was unwilling to answer, Feng Mingyu sensibly changed the subject. Is your contracted ghost also terror class? I shook my head and said, no. Feng Mingyu gasped in shock. Could it be a nightmare class ghost? I didn't directly admit it, but instead urged him, all right, stop gossiping. Weren't you going to help me find information? Feng Mingyu snapped out of his shock and said, yes, yes, yes. This way. Soon, the two of us arrived at an obscure little shop. An old man was sitting in the shop. Feng Mingyu pointed at the old man and said to me, this is my uncle. Lu Feng stopped what he was doing, looked up and said with a smile, Mingyu is here? Haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been lately? Feng Mingyu replied, doing okay. Then he introduced me. This is my friend, Mo Lin. Hearing my name, Lu Feng leaned forward and looked at me carefully. I know you. You're the kid who made a big scene at the Chen family house a few days ago. Yesterday, you nearly overturned the Ghost Tamer Association headquarters. And you also sold several high-grade ghost weapons. Hearing Lu Feng's words, I immediately understood. Feng Mingyu's uncle's information network was indeed very powerful. Lu Feng spoke again. What do you want from me? I went straight to the point and asked, I'm looking for you. To find out who took a ghost child recently. After hearing this, Lu Feng took out a ledger and said, let me check for you. He flipped through it quickly while speaking. He soon found the information I wanted, transcribed the information onto a piece of paper, and then handed the paper over. He said, the info you want is here. 1,000 Ming currency. No bargaining. I handed over 1,000 Ming currency without hesitation. Then I took the paper and opened it. It said that the ghost child was taken away by disciples of the Qi Dao Temple. Seeing that our transaction was successful, Feng Mingyu said, my uncle's information is very accurate. As long as he gives you the info, it's 100% true. I nodded and asked, where is the Qi Dao Temple? What kind of place is it? Feng Mingyu's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed, my ancestor, you aren't planning to cause trouble at the Qi Dao Temple too, are you? I said helplessly, it's not exactly causing trouble. I'm just going there to get something back. Feng Mingyu clearly didn't believe me. He curled his lips slightly and said, Qi Dao Temple status in Yunchuan is very high. There are two relatively large temples in Yunchuan. The first is the Jing Ancestral Hall, and the second is the Qi Dao Temple. The Jing Ancestral Hall has both ghost tamers and Taoist priests, while the Qi Dao Temple consists entirely of Taoist priests. There are probably a dozen or so Taoist priests there. I rubbed my chin in thought. I hadn't dealt with Taoists before, but my master back in the living world was also a respected celestial master, who also belonged to the Taoist school. Seeing me silent, Feng Mingyu spoke again. The Qi Dao Temple has orthodox Taoists. They have specialized ghost-catching techniques. Their main source of income is catching ghosts for people. Occasionally they do some other small business, like selling ghosts and such. I nodded and said, all right, I understand. I then turned to leave. Feng Mingyu looked at my back, quite speechless. Mo Lin hadn't listened at all. After thinking it over, Feng Mingyu followed me anyway. He was afraid the situation would end up being uncontrollable. When I arrived at the gate of Qi Dao Temple, before I could even do anything, a young man guarding the door exclaimed, eldest senior brother, help, there's a ghost, a very fierce ghost. While shouting, he turned and rushed into the temple. I stood there and looked around in confusion. There were no ghosts here. I was all by myself. Could the ghost he mentioned be me? I was quite puzzled. When I first returned to the living world, I was misunderstood as a ghost, and now I was being misunderstood as one again. Why was that? Just then, the young man from before returned with a fat senior brother. The fat senior brother scolded as he walked. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. What are you afraid of? We are Taoist priests. We are the ones who catch ghosts. To be scared like this by a ghost, isn't it embarrassing to let that get out? The fat senior brother snorted coldly. Just as he was about to step out, the next moment he also cried out, holy crap, there's a ghost. The fat senior brother recoiled in fear, then roared at the man beside him. Quickly close the door. Don't let the ghost break in. The man replied haltingly, senior brother, closing the door doesn't seem to be useful, does it? It turned out that all disciples of the Qi Dao Temple knew an introductory skill called Qi observation. When they looked at ghosts, they judged them through Qi observation. When the fat senior brother used Qi observation just now, the fierce ghost aura was so heavy it made him struggle to breathe. Just then, I raised my hand and slowly knocked on the door, asking, is anyone there? The fat senior brother muttered. This ghost is quite polite, but he was still shivering with fear. It was the first time he'd met one so bold as to actually knock on the door of a Taoist temple. How was this different from a mouse going to a cat's nest? So the fat senior brother roared at the man beside him. Quickly go get eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother was resting in his room at the time. Hearing that a ghost had broken into the temple, he immediately got up and came to the front courtyard. What are you all doing? Being scared like this by a single ghost? What has become of our order? Open the door. The fat senior brother whispered a warning. Eldest senior brother. It really is a very fierce ghost. Wan Yu roared righteously. Open the door immediately. If the news of Taoists being afraid of ghosts gets out, won't people laugh their heads off? Seeing this, the fat senior brother could only brace himself to open the door. The moment I walked into the courtyard, Wan Yu and the others instinctively recoiled in unison. This really was a very fierce ghost. With ghost's aura soaring to the sky, Wan Yu even felt that this was the effect caused by the other party, restraining his ghost energy. If the other party didn't restrain his energy, the sight before them would probably be even more terrifying. By this time, Wan Yu no longer had any thoughts of catching the ghost, because he not only saw the overwhelming ghost energy, he also saw that within the other party's body, there were actually 5 ghosts being kept. So he quickly looked away, braced himself and asked me, what have you come to my Qi Dao Temple for? I spoke up. A few days ago, did you people catch a ghost child? Wan Yu nodded and admitted, yes, that ghost child's mother is very anxious. Can you give the ghost child back to me? I can give you Ming currency. Wan Yu's face turned ashen upon hearing this. This ghost before him was actually brazenly demanding it from him. This was taking the Qi Dao Temple too lightly. What did he take them Taoist priests for? Meanwhile, I didn't quite understand. I had just said a simple sentence. So why did these Taoist expressions look as ugly as if they'd eaten dog crap? I wasn't asking for the ghost child for free. Wasn't I willing to pay in Ming currency? So I spoke again. Can you give it back? Wan Yu's heart skipped a beat. The other party was threatening him. To be threatened by a ghost. How embarrassing would it be if this got out? But he still gave the order. Go and bring the little ghost we caught a few days ago. Very soon, a junior disciple brought out a gray-black jar. There was a talisman paper stuck on the jar. Wan Yu removed the talisman paper from the jar. A black, figure floated out of the jar timidly. The little ghost was very small, like a 7 or 8-year-old child. The moment he saw Wan Yu and the others, he instinctively backed away and ducked his head. When he saw me, he exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Mo Lin!" And this Lord Mo Lin convinced Wan Yu even more that I was a ghost, and a ghost of some status at that. After running to me, he thanked me. "Thank you, Lord Mo Lin, for saving my life." I then shouted, "In Xiaohua, come out. I found your son for you." After In Xiaohua appeared, she stepped forward and hugged him, scolding with red eyes. "I told you not to run around. You didn't listen and got caught by these stinky Taoists. If it weren't for Lord Mo Lin coming to save you, you would definitely have died." After In Xiaohua finished speaking, then he glared fiercely at Wan Yu once more, before returning into the sword with his son. Following that, I took out 2,000 Ming currency and handed it to Wan Yu, then turned around and left. Wan Yu watched my receding back, muttering to himself that this ghost actually had some manners. The fat senior brother said unwillingly, "Eldest senior brother, are we just going to let this ghost leave like that?" Wan Yu snorted coldly and said, "Of course not. We must regain the dignity we lost today. Go and buy some talisman paper. I want to draw a great ghost-catching array, to personally capture that ghost." Hearing this, the fat senior brother said respectfully, "Senior brother, you are mighty. I'll go buy them right now." After I left the Qi Dao temple, I ran into the rushing Feng Mingyu. When he saw me, he asked in surprise, "Are you okay?" I spoke helplessly, "Of course I'm fine. The matter has already been resolved." Feng Mingyu was shocked. "It's resolved already?" He thought Mo Lin would have a clash with that group from the Qi Dao temple, but it seemed like nothing had happened. It seemed he had overthought things. So Feng Mingyu spoke up and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "My treat. I had been busy all night and was indeed hungry." I then followed Feng Mingyu into a restaurant. Feng Mingyu's first reaction upon entering the restaurant was to complain. "Why is it so early?" I turned to Feng Mingyu and asked, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Upon hearing this, Feng Mingyu looked around warily. "What do you mean? Is there a ghost here?" Then, realizing something, he puffed out his chest. "I am a ghost tamer. I'm not afraid of ghosts." Hearing that, I nodded and said, "As long as you're not afraid, we've walked into a ghost's nest." Just as I finished speaking, in an instant more than a dozen perilous level ghosts appeared in the restaurant. Feng Mingyu instinctively moved closer to my side. I turned my head to look at him, and asked very confusedly, "Didn't you say you weren't afraid?" Hearing my words, Feng Mingyu puffed out his chest again. "Of course I'm not afraid." However, when he saw a female ghost with disheveled hair, all sorts of memories of miserable deaths that didn't belong to him suddenly flooded into his brain. The next second, he couldn't bear the intense mental shock, and with a retch he threw up on the floor. "This is a nightmare level. Ghost. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead this time." Just then, I grabbed him and pulled him behind me. Right where Feng Mingyu had been standing, a deep pit instantly appeared. It turned out that nightmare-level ghost had launched an attack at some point. At the same time, the original restaurant transformed into an open-air graveyard. Bodies crawled out of the graves one by one. Feng Mingyu could even smell the pungent stench. I explained to Feng Mingyu, "Don't panic. These are all hallucinations. It should be a ghostly trick from that ghost just now." Feng Mingyu tried to act tough again. "I know. I'm not afraid," I said speechlessly. "If you're not afraid, why are you grabbing my clothes? You're about to pull my sleeve off." Feng Mingyu backed away 2 steps awkwardly. Just then, a rotting corpse came straight toward Feng Mingyu. Just as he was about to summon his contracted ghost, I quickly stopped him. "Don't summon your contracted ghost. It will be eaten if it comes out. If you're too scared, just close your eyes." So Feng Mingyu obediently closed his eyes and stuck closely behind me, not daring to move an inch. Seeing that Feng Mingyu hadn't summoned his contracted ghost, the ghost gave an exasperated roar. I used my ghost acting skill. Name Hong Yen. Rank, Nightmare. Ghostly trick, illusion. Creates illusions from the opponent's greatest fears. To intimidate them, I surveyed the surroundings. It seemed this graveyard illusion was what Feng Mingyu feared most in his heart. Bringing this nightmare-level ghost into the Zhonggui book would be a good capture. The next second, Chenxi's figure appeared in my line of sight. He flicked his finger and directly broke the surrounding illusion. Then he said to me, "My lord, please wait a moment. I will resolve this trouble for you immediately." After saying that, he charged forward. I grabbed Feng Mingyu and said, "Let's go. We're getting out first." When Feng Mingyu opened his eyes, he saw 2 nightmare-level ghosts fighting. So he asked me in confusion, "How is there another nightmare-level ghost? Is that your contracted ghost?" I nodded without explaining much. Instead, I rushed in front of a perilous level ghost. and directly used the crazed ghost grip, compressing that ghost into a sphere. After storing it, I moved to catch the next one. Although these ghosts were low level, I couldn't just let them be. They might be useful after I catch them. Watching this, Feng Mingyu was completely dumbfounded. 2 nightmare-level ghosts were fighting, yet Mo Lin was catching minor ghosts, not worried at all about his contracted ghost being defeated. On the other side, Chenxi suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching, sharp scream. The next second, he pierced through that ghost's chest with a claw. Immediately after, he carried that ghost and walked over to me. "My lord, I have captured this ghost that offended you." I raised my hand and stored the ghost. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining ghostly trick. Illusion. Ming currency output, 80 yuan. My daily Ming currency income increased once again. I thought to myself I can sell a few ghost artifacts for tens of thousands of Ming currency. In comparison, the output of the Zhenggui book wasn't much. Just then, a line of words suddenly appeared on the Zhenggui book. 5 ghosts captured. Capture 5 more ghosts, and all Ming currency income will increase tenfold. I was shocked speechless. This Zhenggui book really is full of surprises. All income multiplied by 10. That nightmare-level ghost would have a daily income of 800 yuan in Ming currency. Since I now had 3 nightmare-level ghosts, the daily income would be 2,400 yuan in Ming currency. If I cultivated a few more nightmare-level ghosts, wouldn't I be rich? What I didn't know was that the fat senior brother of the Qi Dao temple, while buying talisman paper, had seen the fight between me and Hongye from afar. Right now, he was hurriedly saying to Wan Yu, "Eldest senior brother, on my way to buy the yellow talismans, I saw that ghost, who came to cause trouble at our temple earlier. He's fighting with another nightmare-level ghost. Should we go and reap the benefits of their conflict?" Wan Yu said with some hesitation. "That ghost is a bit fierce. I'm worried we won't be able to catch him," the fat senior brother quickly urged. "I've prepared all these talismans. If we set up the ghost-catching array in advance, on the path that ghost must take, we will definitely be able to capture him." After hearing this, Wan Yu thought the suggestion was quite good. No sooner said than done. So he said, "Then go call the other brothers. Bring the tools and follow me to catch him." So, after Feng Mingyu and I had finished up, we hadn't gone far from the ghost restaurant, when we were suddenly blocked by Wan Yu and his group, who had rushed out. Wan Yu was holding a wooden sword in one hand, and a talisman in the other, muttering something under his breath. Meanwhile, the others held red threads, forming a square that trapped me within it. Just as I was feeling confused, the fat senior brother approached with a basin of incense ash. I immediately cursed at the fat senior brother. "Are you crazy?" The fat senior brother said with a look of disbelief. "How are you fine? This is impossible." As the fat senior brother spoke, he even pulled out a talisman and waved it in front of me. Seeing I didn't react, he asked again in confusion, "Are you not afraid?" I slapped the fat senior brother across the face. "Have you lost your mind?" The fat senior brother said to Wan Yu with a look of grievance. "Eldest senior brother, this ghost is too fierce. He even hit me." Seeing this, Wan Yu also panicked instantly. He pulled out a bell and began shaking it rapidly, his muttering never stopping. I was completely infuriated. All these people were purely insane. So I tore through the red string that had been blocking me, then rushed in front of Wan Yu and questioned them. "What is wrong with you group of people? Acting up in the middle of the night?" Wan Yu ignored me, the speed of his muttering increasing even further. Seeing that Wan Yu didn't answer, I approached him again and roared, "You're being so mysterious. What on earth are you chanting?" At this time, I was very close to Wan Yu, the breath from my words hitting his face. Wan Yu was suddenly taken aback. This guy had breath. So he cried out, "Holy crap! So you're a human. You scared me to death. I thought I had encountered a tough ghost. No wonder all these things for dealing with ghosts had absolutely no effect on you." Hearing this, I became even more angry. I snapped, "You're the one who's not human." Wan Yu apologized quickly. "I'm sorry. I thought you were a ghost." The more he explained, the more offended I felt. With a darkened face, I snapped, "You're the ghost. Your whole family are ghosts. Have you lost your mind? Can't even tell a human from a ghost." Wan Yu looked embarrassed. He believed he could distinguish between humans and ghosts, but how could a normal person have such a dense ghostly aura? Not to mention having ghosts inside their body. The fat senior brother stepped forward with a look of disbelief and asked, "Wait, this guy is a human? What kind of human has such soaring ghost energy?" As he spoke, he used his hand to feel my breath, then cried out again, "He really is a freaking human." I said with a look of disgust, "Are you all done yet?" Wan Yu quickly apologized again. "I'm sorry. It was purely a misunderstanding." I didn't waste words with them and just said, "Pay up. You've covered me in incense ash, and my newly bought clothes are all dirty now." Wan Yu apologized repeatedly. Brother, I am truly sorry. This is a token of my sincere apology. As Wan Yu spoke, he took 2,000 yuan in Ming currency from his pocket and handed it over. Today's matter was purely a misunderstanding. I really didn't mean it. Seeing that Wan Yu's attitude was so humble, I accepted the 2,000 Ming currency and said, "Don't let there be a next time." I then left with Feng Mingyu. After they left, the fat senior brother asked in confusion, "Senior brother, why was that person so strange? How could he have such heavy ghost energy? This is just too rare." Wan Yu also said gloomily, "How should I know? The world is vast. There are always things we don't understand." A junior disciple asked apprehensively, "Could it be that he's practicing some sinister technique?" Wan Yu immediately cut him off. "Don't talk nonsense. He's someone we can't afford to provoke. We'll discuss this after Master returns. Act as if today's incident never happened. None of you have seen this person either." Meanwhile, after parting with Feng Mingyu, I returned home. The ghost emissary Li Shui had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing me, he immediately reported respectfully, "My lord, it has been found. The person who sneaked in a few days ago was Xian Yun's cousin, Xian Wuhai. He brought a few people hoping to steal something." I nodded and said, "I understand. You may leave now." Then I thought to myself, I had thought the ghosts of the ghost prison had discovered me. Then I thought I had caught a dozen low-level ghosts, but had nowhere to put them. It seemed that tomorrow, I would need to refine a ghost artifact to house them. Following that, I took out my phone and opened the Yunchuan Ghost Tamer community. I saw that many ghost-catching notices had been posted, but most were for minor ghosts. However, the 14th task caught my eye. Task 14, 4 deaths at Minghai Building. Personnel needed to investigate the situation. Danger level, level 3. Task completion reward, 300 Ming currency. I should go and see if a powerful ghost is responsible. So I took the task. The next day, at the main entrance of Minghai Building, several men in uniform were discussing something. Captain Zhao who spoke, "This matter is very tricky. Ordinary people like us can't handle it. It's best to wait for a ghost tamer to handle it." Just then, a man wearing a black hat suddenly approached. Zhao who quickly warned, "It's very dangerous here. Please leave." However, before he could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out. Zhao whose body slumped to the ground. Then, the man in the black hat holding a handgun quickened his pace into Minghai Building. A man nearby only then reacted, and quickly dialed 120 for an ambulance. Zhao who instructed weakly, "Dangerous individual. Call headquarters immediately. Contact the Ghost Tamer Society immediately." I had just driven near Minghai Building when I heard a gunshot. By the time I sped to the main entrance, I was still a step too late. I said to the others, "I'm from the Ghost Tamer Society. I'm responsible for the Minghai Building task." "What happened?" A man stepped forward and gave me a brief account of what had happened. It turned out 4 people died at Minghai Building the night before last, all of whom were burned to death. However, no fire had occurred in Minghai Building. Just now, a man in a black hat had suddenly appeared, shot and wounded their Captain Zhao Hu, and broke into Minghai Building. I nodded and said, "I understand. You wait here." As soon as I finished speaking, my figure had already appeared inside Minghai Building. Instantly, a wave of coldness hit me. I snorted coldly, "Chensi, come out." A red ghost appeared before me, bowing as he asked, "My lord, what are your orders?" "A man with a gun is here. Help me find him." Chensi nodded, "As you command." Then he passed through the floor above. I began to walk up the stairs unhurriedly, but then I had a bad feeling. An underworld official's intuition usually signifies that something is about to happen. So I summoned Chu Xing as well, to join Chensi. "I have a bad feeling." Chu Xing flattered, "My lord, you are an underworld official. Is there anything you can't handle?" But seeing my serious expression, he stopped talking, shrugged, and didn't say more. He quickly moved to catch up with Chensi. I reached the 2nd floor. There was nothing in sight. To prevent an ambush, I summoned Hongya. When Hongya came out, she said, "My lord, I'm afraid." I was quite surprised. What could possibly make her feel afraid? Hongya repeated, "Upstairs. There seems to be something that makes me feel fear from the bottom of my soul." Hearing this, my face changed instantly. I quickly roared, "Chensi, Chu Xing, come back." However, there was no response, so I hurried upstairs. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. The sound made my ears ring. Following that was a thunderous rumble. The entire Minghai Building shook violently. My heart immediately sank. That heart-wrenching scream just now was Chensi's voice. I rushed upstairs. Chensi was a nightmare-level ghost, yet he was letting out such a heart-wrenching scream. That's 20,000 Ming currency. I hope nothing happened to him. As I got closer to the roof, Chensi's heart-wrenching screams grew louder. Just then, a large hole was smashed through the ceiling above me. Pitch-black flames instantly fell to the floor. Chensi's figure was currently at the center of the flames. His soul was being burned by the fire. "My lord, you must leave." After he spoke, another heart-wrenching scream followed. I looked at the black flames and muttered, "Yudu hellfire." This fire was born in the Yudu of the underworld. It burns a ghost's essence. If a ghost touches even a little bit, they will be instantly consumed by the flames. Why would such flames appear in the living world? I quickly swung my long sword at Chensi. With a swishing sound, I directly severed the connection between the Yudu hellfire and Chensi's essence. After the Yudu hellfire landed on the floor, it lost its fuel. The flames gradually shrank and disappeared. Chensi's body had also shrunk by a size. It seemed it would be difficult for him to recover in the short term. Only now did I see that this was not the source of the Yudu hellfire. This was just a flame from it. Chensi apologized to me, feeling very guilty. "My lord, I'm sorry," I comforted him. "This has nothing to do with you. You rest first." Even I was afraid of this Yudu hellfire, so it was normal for Chensi to be unable to withstand it. Just then, there was another series of heavy blows from above. This should be Chu Xing fighting with a ghost. I quickly shouted to Hongye, "Go and help." At that moment, the man in the black hat was snapping at a ghost. "Who told you to run out? Luckily, I brought the Yudu hellfire to find you. Otherwise, you would definitely have died here. I just wanted to come out for some fresh air and get some food. These people came looking for trouble with me. I'll go back with you after I've killed all these ghosts." The black-hatted man said very impatiently, "Then make it quick." The next moment, this nightmare-level ghost and Chu Xing were locked in combat. Chu Xing was very frustrated at this moment. The opponent's strength wasn't particularly great, but unfortunately, this ghost could use a very terrifying fire. Suddenly, Chu Xing was caught off guard, and his arm was touched by the pitch-black flames. The flames were like they had been doused with gasoline. Exploding instantly, Chu Xing cried out and forcefully tore off his own arm that was covered in black flames. The color of his body also dimmed considerably. Chu Xing knew that if he was touched by the fire again, he would definitely die. In this moment of despair, Hongye also appeared and her pressure was instantaneous. The black-hatted man saw another nightmare-level ghost arrive and cried out, "There's another one? This is the third nightmare-level ghost. In a small place like Yunchuan, there are actually 3 nightmare-level ghosts." He looked in the direction the ghost had come from and saw me appearing at the top of the stairs. The black-hatted man gritted his teeth and pulled out a bottle, shouting, "Zhang Kuei, all this fire is yours now. Kill everyone here." As he spoke, he threw the bottle. Zhang Kuei caught the bottle with excitement, then crushed the bottle with a crack. The next second, pitch-black flames instantly enveloped his entire body. Hongye and Chu Xing kept backing away. Zhang Kuei roared with a murderous look, "I'll kill you all." Then he rushed toward Chu Xing and Hongye. I dodged and charged toward Zhang Kuei with my long sword. This was no ordinary slashing motion. It was a sub-movement in the soul-scattering ghost-capturing technique, with the technique's natural dominance. Plus my strength as an underworld official, under normal circumstances, I could definitely kill a nightmare-level ghost in seconds. But with the Yudu hellfire present, caused me to be careful with every move. Seeing me fighting Zhang Kuei on equal terms, the black-hatted man couldn't help but cry out again, "Holy crap, how can this guy be so fierce? He can fight a nightmare-level ghost to a draw." I used my ghostly trick illusion. The surrounding environment instantly underwent a world-shaking change. A sea of fire appeared everywhere, with corpses falling within the black flames. This scene was exactly the scene Zhang Kuei feared most in his heart. Zhang Kuei began to grow irritable. I quickly launched a teleportation. A moment later, more than a dozen clumps of fire landed where I had just been. After Zhang Kuei threw those flames, the Yudu hellfire on his body visibly dimmed. One must know that the Yudu hellfire on his body wasn't infinite. It would decrease as it was used. Seeing this, I waved my hand again. The soul-restraining chain in my hand swung out, firmly coiling around Zhang Kuei's body. However, the black flames on him still began to burn towards me along the chain. I was so startled that I quickly let go, and the black flames gradually dissipated. The man in the black hat was now so shocked his mouth hung open. How does this guy have so many ghostly tricks? This is unscientific. One must know that the conditions for obtaining a ghostly trick are very harsh. First, you need to communicate with ghosts, and then pay an enormous price to gain the right to use their technique. And not just any ghost will do. Yet this guy just waves his hand and can easily perform 3 types of ghostly tricks. It's truly unprecedented. What's even more ridiculous is, this guy actually has 3 nightmare-level contracted ghosts. And these 3 nightmare-level ghosts would even risk having their souls scattered just to follow this guy's orders. Just then, Zhang Kuei had already broken the chain. Then he opened his mouth to roar. I quickly waved my hand and sent out a hairpin. Zhang Kuei didn't pay much attention to this little gadget, waving his hand in an attempt to crush it. However, in the next second he panicked. The hairpin instantly pierced through his palm and flew straight toward the center of his forehead. This hairpin was a gift from my senior sister, and it was also a powerful artifact. The moment Zhang Kuei was hit, he lost his ability to resist. Immediately after, Chenxi suddenly appeared behind him and pierced through Zhang Kuei's chest with a claw. Chu Xing also quickly grabbed Zhang Kuei's arm. The 2 ghosts forcefully tore Zhang Kuei in 2. Immediately, the 2 ghosts began to devour Zhang Kuei's body. Although I really wanted to suppress this ghost, suppression requires capturing the target alive, or making them lose their ability to fight. But with the Yudu Hellfire on Zhang Kuei, it was very difficult for him to survive, so I had to deal a fatal blow. Hongye watched from the side, drooling. This thing is a great tonic. But since she didn't have much to do with killing Zhang Kuei, she was embarrassed to step forward. Chenxi glanced at Hongye, tore off a leg, and handed it to her. Hongye was incredibly excited. While expressing her gratitude, she took the leg and started eating. Seeing that Zhang Kuei was dead, the man in the hat completely panicked. He quickly pulled out a gun and started firing toward the door, but the bullets were all blocked by Hongye. I stroked my chin and looked at the man in the black hat. This Yudu Hellfire stuff, if I could get my hands on it, my strength would definitely skyrocket. Just as I was about to ask the man about the Yudu Hellfire, a bang rang out as the man in the black hat committed suicide. On the other side, at the Ghost Tamer Bureau meeting room, Li Bingyan said with a solemn expression, "In Minghai Building, a nightmare-level ghost has appeared." The people in the meeting room immediately burst into chatter. How could a nightmare-level ghost appear? What are we going to do? A man asked softly, "Isn't Mo Lin on a mission in Minghai Building? Can't he handle that nightmare-level ghost?" Upon hearing this, Li Bingyan asked in a cold tone, "There are differences in levels among ghosts. What if Mo Lin's contracted ghosts are no match? What happens to that nightmare-level ghost then?" The scene fell silent instantly. The young man spoke up again and asked, "Won't the headquarters do anything?" Li Bingyan said helplessly, "Headquarters will help, of course, but the prerequisite is that you survive until the level 5 ghost tamer from headquarters arrives." Everyone's hearts tightened suddenly. Distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. Li Bingyan gave a calm command. "I have already requested help from headquarters. The urgent priority is for us to support Mo Lin. Notify all ghost tamers to set out now." Quickly, outside the Minghai Building, more than 100 ghost tamers gathered. Just as everyone was prepared to go in and fight the nightmare-level ghost, a battle broke out. Wait! The sounds of fighting in the building suddenly vanished. Everything became so quiet. Suddenly someone shouted, "Something is coming out!" Li Bingyan unconsciously tightened her grip on her ghost artifact. When she looked toward the Minghai Building, she saw my figure slowly appearing. Behind me followed 2 nightmare-level ghosts, each holding an unknown object and gnawing on it. Li Bingyan and the others subconsciously backed away. Some low-level ghosts were so scared they directly returned to their hosts' bodies. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, "There are actually 2 nightmare-level ghosts. This guy is too terrifying." Li Bingyan took a deep breath. After suppressing her fear, she spoke to me and asked, "Did a nightmare-level ghost appear here?" I nodded and said, "Yes, but it's been dealt with." Li Bingyan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I then curiously asked, "Why are there so many people here?" Li Bingyan slowly replied, "I called people to help you deal with that nightmare-level ghost." I said very casually, "It was just a nightmare-level ghost. I can handle it alone. I don't need your help." Li Bingyan was speechless after hearing that. "What do you mean, just a nightmare-level ghost? One should know that a nightmare-level ghost is enough to destroy the entire Yunchuan city. Only a ghost tamer like Mo Lin, who possessed 2 nightmare-level ghosts, could say such arrogant words." I spoke again. "A man in a black hat died inside. Help me find out where he came from, and then give me his specific information." Li Bingyan nodded and agreed. Then I drove to the Sifang courtyard, intending to buy some materials to refine a ghost artifact that could house ghosts. However, I wandered around for a long time without finding an item I liked. Just then, a man wearing a black suit came up to me. He greeted me, "Hello, Mr. Mo. My young master wants to see you." "Who is your young master?" "This Sifang courtyard is an industry belonging to my young master." I became interested after hearing that, so I followed him to a private room door. Inside stood a young man, about the same age as myself. After seeing me, he greeted me very warmly, Brother, sit here. My name is Fu Wansan. I'm looking for you because I want to do business with you. I asked curiously, what business? You should still have ghost artifacts on you, right? The top-tier kind. I'm willing to buy your artifacts at a high price. This is the deposit I'm giving you, Fu Wansan said as he took out a black box. I opened the box, and it was full of Underworld notes. Wow, this guy in front of me is really rich. Fu Wansan looked at my surprised expression and said with a smile, there are 200,000 notes here. I asked calmly, at what price do you want to buy my ghost artifacts? I don't want to buy your artifacts. I will help you sell them. Every time I help you sell one, I'll take 20%. I was very hesitant after hearing this. With 20%, for a ghost artifact worth 30,000 notes, I would need to pay him 6,000 notes. That's quite a big cut. Seeing my hesitation, Fu Wansan spoke again. I need at least 15%. It can't be any lower. Venue fees, maintenance and labor costs for promotion. All these things cost money. 15% is my bottom line. Thinking about it, at least I won't have to worry about selling them myself. So I nodded and agreed. All right, I'll bring you the artifacts in a few days. Fu Wansan smiled and said, no problem. I'm in no hurry. By the way, Brother Mo, what did you want to buy here? I smiled and said I wanted to buy some special materials, but I couldn't find any after a walk around. Fu Wansan heard this and said, I happen to like collecting some special things myself. I wonder if there's anything you'd like. As he spoke, he turned and led me to a hidden room inside the private box. Various things were hanging on the walls. There were some unknown bones, or some strange items like broken bronze ware. Right after I walked into the room, I was attracted by a bright red gemstone ring. Brother Mo, if you like this ring, I can give it to you as a gift. I asked, what kind of gemstone is this? This gemstone looked quite ordinary, but it was tainted with an aura of death. It was perfect to be used as a medium for making a ghost artifact. Fu Wansan shook his head and said, I don't know the specific material, but this thing was obtained from cannibals in Europe. I nodded after hearing that and said, I'll give you a ghost artifact in exchange for this ring. Fu Wansan was startled internally. This ring of his wasn't worth a single ghost artifact. He immediately understood that Mo Lin didn't want to owe him a favor. So Fu Wansan said, Brother Mo, actually, there's something I'd like to trouble you with. I asked puzzledly, what is it? Fu Wansan said with a smile, the day after tomorrow, I'm going to participate in a very important transaction, and I'd like to hire you as my bodyguard. This ring will be your payment. I pondered for a moment. This ring is indeed quite good, and just right for my needs, so I agreed. After accepting the ring and the 200,000 notes, I drove home. When I got home, I began refining ghost artifacts. 5 hours later, looking at the 5 artifacts before me, it seemed my efficiency was pretty good. Next, I found an iron lantern and placed the gemstone ring in its center. Finally, I used notes as a medium to light the fire for the process. In just 2 days, this permanent use ghost artifact will be completely refined. Just then, a heavy knocking on the door suddenly sounded. I opened it and saw Feng Mingyu and his uncle Lu Feng standing outside. Feng Mingyu got straight to the point. Brother Mo, my uncle's daughter is missing. I want to ask for your help in finding her. Lu Feng also quickly chimed in. Brother Mo, if you can help me find my daughter, I'm willing to give you a ghostly trick. I asked in confusion. Aren't you very well informed yourself? Why not go find her yourself? Lu Feng sighed and said, the fastest I can find out my daughter's whereabouts is in 2 days, but I don't know if she just wandered off, or if she was kidnapped. I've offended many people over the years, and I'm afraid something might happen to her. Can you help me think of a way? Before I could speak, Lu Feng spoke up again. I know information about the Yudu Hellfire. As long as you're willing to help find my daughter, I can give you that information. My heart jumped. He even knew about the Yudu Hellfire. I suppressed my emotions and said with a smile, actually, even if you didn't give me the information, I would still be willing to help find your daughter. I'm a very warm-hearted person after all. Feng Mingyu curled his lip, rolled his eyes and said, go look in a mirror and see that hypocritical face of yours. I ignored Feng Mingyu and continued to assure Lu Feng, well, Feng Mingyu and I are friends after all. Let alone helping you find your daughter. Even if I had to climb a mountain of blades or enter a sea of fire, I would be willing to go with you. Feng Mingyu couldn't stand it any longer. He complained speechlessly. Is it necessary to be so eager? Where did your imposing aura from when you caught that nightmare ghost go? I coughed awkwardly twice and changed the subject. Stop the idle talk. Let's talk business. Feng Mingyu also asked me seriously, then do you have a way to find someone? I said with a smile, I didn't before. But I do now. I then clapped my hands. Little ghost, come out. In the next instant, Xiao Li's figure appeared before us. Lord Mo Lin, what do you need me for? I introduced him to the two with a smile. Although this little ghost doesn't have much combat power, he has a perception-based ghostly trick. With just a small clue, he can find the person we're looking for. Feng Mingyu said with a look of shock. You're actually like Yun Lin, having two contracted ghosts. Incredible, I muttered quite dissatisfactorily. Two contracted ghosts? Who are you looking down on? Feng Mingyu rolled his eyes speechlessly again. I'm complimenting you. Why don't you recognize good intentions? You have no emotional intelligence at all. I retorted, sorry. I didn't feel like you were complimenting me at all. Immediately after, I turned to Lu Feng and asked, do you have any items your daughter used to carry? Lu Feng thought for a moment and handed over a photo of his daughter. Will this photo work? I took the photo and said, yes. Then handed it to the little ghost, commanding, help me find this little girl. The little ghost took the photo in his hand. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Lord, I found her. Before I could say anything, Lu Feng excitedly stepped forward and grabbed the little ghost, asking, where is my daughter? However, before he could finish, the little ghost had already tightly choked his neck. Lu Feng shuddered, only then realizing he had offended this ghost. Lu Feng had no doubt that if Mo Lin wasn't here, this ghost would surely choke him to death. I quickly ordered him to let go. Only then did the little ghost release his grip. I sighed and told the little ghost to lead the way. Then Lu Feng drove, while Feng Mingyu and I sat in the back. The little ghost sat on the hood to give directions. The road became more and more rugged. It seemed Lu Feng's daughter was in the suburbs. Just then, I suddenly told him to stop the car. Feng Mingyu asked without understanding, what's wrong? I said with a serious expression, take me home quickly. I have a very important matter to attend to. Seeing this, Lu Feng didn't dare to delay, and stepped on the gas, taking me back to my doorstep. I hurriedly got out and went inside. Soon, I came out carrying the lantern used for refining artifacts. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. I almost forgot this thing. If the fire in the middle of this lantern went out, it would be completely ruined. I would have wasted tens of thousands of Underworld notes. Feng Mingyu looked at me, carrying something like a lantern, and asked very curiously, what is this? I didn't explain much, just saying it was something very important. Lu Feng then cautiously asked me, do you have anything else to do now? I said calmly, no more, let's go find your daughter. So we set off to find them again. After leaving the city center, it was mountain roads all the way, and after a bumpy ride, we finally arrived at a remote, godforsaken place. Then we drove along a secluded path for about 5 minutes before finally arriving. The little ghost pointed to a house nearby and said, right there. I looked up and saw an ordinary 2-story small building with a yard. In front of us, a river separated the paths. A simple wooden bridge was built over the river. The three of us crossed the wooden bridge, and at this time in the yard, a burly man asked the man sitting in the chair, big brother, how should we handle this little girl? The man said coldly, kill her and throw her into the river. The people around heard they could kill the girl, and their eyes gleamed. Their mouths even revealed lecherous smiles. The little girl looked at the people closing in, crying out, what are you doing? Don't come over. Please don't touch me. The burly man from before grabbed the little girl's arm, lifting her up, like he was picking up a chick. Just then, a loud bang came from outside. The burly man looked back and spat, cursing, "Pa! Bad luck!" Immediately, the dozen or so people in the yard walked over and surrounded us. The man sitting in the chair threw his cigarette butt on the ground. I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly. When Lu Feng saw the man, he questioned, Zhou Tian, it wasn't me who caused your brother's death. Why take it out on my daughter? Zhou Tian snorted coldly and said, if you hadn't sold my brother's information to his enemies, he wouldn't have died at all. Lu Feng took a deep breath. He knew very well that words alone wouldn't make Zhou Tian let go of his hatred. So he pleaded, I beg you, let my daughter go. Zhou Tian, with an evil smile, grabbed the girl's neck. The little girl looked pained as she was choked. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was almost in tears. Don't hurt my daughter. I beg you. I asked Feng Mingyu on the side. Who are these people? Feng Mingyu snorted coldly and said, these people are just scum, relying on a few ghost tamers. They do all sorts of shady business. On the other side, Zhou Tian taunted Lu Feng, kneel and beg me, and I'll let your daughter go. Loving his daughter dearly, Lu Feng was eager and prepared to kneel. Seeing this, I quickly spoke to stop him. Don't kneel. He won't let your daughter go. Seeing someone ruin his fun, Zhou Tian said to me with displeasure, "You kid. Don't mind other people's business." The burly man from before also threatened, "Kid, be careful or I'll cripple you." As he spoke, he even summoned his contracted ghost, trying to scare me away. Too bad I wasn't falling for it. I directly swung my long sword and pointed it straight at his contracted ghost. In the next second, the space around the ghost was split in two, and then its body, like dust, vanished into the air. The burly man was full of disbelief. How can this be? This is a perilous level contracted ghost. It was killed so easily. Zhou Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. An expert had arrived. I said in a cold tone, "Either release the child, or you all die here today." Zhou Tian held the girl's neck, not daring to move recklessly, but still tried to intimidate me. "I wasn't born yesterday." Then he shouted toward the back, "Sister Hong, I've run into some trouble and need you to step in." Following that, a woman in a white cheongsam, with delicate features, slowly walked out. The moment Feng Mingyu saw this woman, he immediately assumed a defensive posture. Even Lu Feng's expression darkened. Zhou Tian said with a proud look, "This is a level 4 ghost tamer. With her here, I'd like to see who dares move against me." But the moment the woman saw me, she subconsciously turned her face away. I, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. "Oh, it's you." The woman didn't lie. She was currently Zhou Tian's enforcer. It was awkward to be recognized by Mo Lin at this time, but I very enthusiastically stepped forward and said, "Hong Yanxuan, don't you recognize me? I just sold you a ghost artifact not long ago. You forgot so quickly?" Seeing this, Hong Yanxuan could only bite the bullet, gave an N, and said, "I'm Zhou Tian's enforcer, for the sake of our acquaintance." Before she could finish, I interrupted her. "For the sake of our acquaintance. I won't cause you trouble. You can leave." Hong Yanxuan was stunned after hearing this. Why is this guy stealing my lines? I'm the genuine level 4 ghost tamer here. Seeing her standing there in a daze, I spoke again. "Don't just stand there. You should leave quickly. I won't cause you trouble." Hong Yanxuan asked in sudden confusion, "Are you serious?" Mo Lin had said everything. She was prepared to say herself. Hong Yanxuan could only explain to me helplessly. "I took 2,000 Mingbai from Zhou Tian and promised to be his enforcer for a day." I sighed and said, "How about this? I'll give you 3,000 Mingbai. You return the 2,000 to Zhou Tian, and then you just leave. Don't get involved in this matter." With that, I took out 3,000 Mingbai and handed them over. Hong Yanxuan looked at the Mingbai in her hand. Was this really just a matter of Mingbai? But she still took out 2,000 Mingbai and returned them to Zhou Tian. She said, "I'm staying out of this." Zhou Tian stared blankly at everything happening before him. Then he immediately snapped out of it and shouted at Hong Yanxuan's back, "Hong Yanxuan, you can't leave." But Hong Yanxuan acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, and her figure vanished from the spot. Feng Mingyu silently gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. I didn't expect you to have such connections. To actually know Hong Yanxuan. And she actually left just like that to give you face." I ignored Feng Mingyu and kicked Zhou Tian hard in the face. "You dare to take my Mingbai? I've given you enough face." Then I snatched the 2,000 Mingbai right out of Zhou Tian's hands. Seeing this, Zhou Tian's lackeys were about to rush forward. However, in the next moment they froze in place. Chenxi's figure appeared in the air, opening her massive mouth. If anyone dared to move, they would surely be eaten. Zhou Tian's lackeys had never seen such a sight. They were so scared their legs turned to jelly. Lu Feng quickly rushed forward and hugged his daughter. "It's okay now, it's okay. Daddy's here." Seeing the situation was under control, I said to Zhou Tian again, "Give me all the Mingbai you have on you." Zhou Tian hurriedly fumbled through his wallet and took out the remaining 800 or so Mingbai. After I took the Mingbai, I said to Feng Mingyu, "I'll leave the rest to you guys." Then I turned and walked out of the yard. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Feng and Feng Mingyu came out. As for the fate of the others in the house, I didn't ask much. Instead, I said to Lu Feng, "I helped you find your daughter. As for the information about the nether capital flame, you should tell me now, right?" Lu Feng composed himself before speaking. The nether capital flame is a type of odd fire. This flame suddenly descended upon Qinghai City 5 years ago. The head of the Li family was the first to discover it and brought the flame seed back to the Li family. I felt a bit disappointed after hearing this. The nether capital flame had actually been claimed by someone else. On the side, Feng Mingyu nervously asked me, "Brother Mo, you're not planning to go and steal the nether capital flame, are you?" Seeing that I didn't speak, he quickly warned me again, "Brother Mo, don't you dare try to steal it. The Li family's power is much more terrifying than you think. They are a family that even the Jade Ghost Society doesn't dare to provoke." I looked at Feng Mingyu strangely. "Are you hinting for me to go to the Li family and steal the flame?" Feng Mingyu quickly explained. No, no, no. I have no such thoughts. I'm purely worried about you. I completely tuned out Feng Mingyu's subsequent words, muttering to myself instead. Actually, it's not impossible. It just feels a bit immoral. Feng Mingyu curled his lips helplessly. It seemed this guy was truly interested. Planning to steal the flame from the Li family? Good heavens. That's the Li family we're talking about. Probably only a ruthless person like Mo Lin would dare have such a bold idea. After getting in the car, we drove back to Yunchuan City the way we came. However, after driving for about 30 minutes, the car was still circling the mountain. Feng Mingyu looked through the window and asked, "Did we take a wrong turn? How did we end up back here?" Lu Feng also noticed something was wrong. "That's not right. I've been following the same road as before. How did we end up back here again?" he muttered while driving forward. After driving for about 10 more minutes, Lu Feng stopped the car. Looking at the familiar river outside the window, Lu Feng exclaimed, "How are we back here again?" I turned to ask Feng Mingyu beside me, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Feng Mingyu shuddered. "Not again." But he summoned his courage again and said, I'm not afraid of ghosts." I pushed the car door open and smiled. "Good that you're not. Come down with me to find the ghost." Then I handed the lantern to Lu Feng and said, "You and your daughter stay in the car. Watch this thing for me and don't let the fire go out." After the two of us got out of the car, we found the surroundings covered in a thick white mist. Visibility was less than 1 meter. Feng Mingyu whispered, "How do you know there's a ghost?" I also replied softly, "Because I've experienced this before." Then the two of us started walking forward. After walking about a meter or so, we could no longer see the parked car when we turned around. Suddenly, there was a crack. Feng Mingyu didn't know what he had stepped on. He quickly looked down. It was a human bone. He shuddered in fear. Then he looked up and was startled again. There's something right in front." Feng Mingyu pointed his right hand straight ahead and cried out. I complained to him with a speechless face, "Don't do that. You're scaring me." Feng Mingyu turned his head and asked in surprise, "You're afraid of ghosts too?" I said helplessly, "No, I'm afraid of you. Your constant jumping and yelling makes the atmosphere so terrifying. Who wouldn't be scared? Didn't you say in the car you weren't afraid of ghosts?" Feng Mingyu said with an embarrassed look. "Sorry, I won't pretend next time." Seeing this, I could only say, "I'll summon the July ghosts to protect you. Stop being so frantic." Feng Mingyu nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Soon, 3 ghostly figures slowly appeared. The next second, another ear-piercing scream rang out. This. I interrupted helplessly. "What are you doing?" "Startling me again," Feng Mingyu said with a look of shock. "Wait, you actually have 3 contracted ghosts?" "This isn't scientific," I retorted. "Look at your ignorant self. It's just 3 ghosts. Can you stop making a big deal out of it?" Feng Mingyu slowly let out a breath. "Fine, 3 contracted ghosts it is. Anyway, a mortal like me doesn't understand." Seeing his look, I asked with a smile, "Jealous?" Feng Mingyu nodded honestly. "Who wouldn't be?" I rubbed my chin and said, "Well, if you give me some Mingbai, I can help you level up your July ghost." Feng Mingyu asked excitedly, "Really? How many Mingbai?" I smiled and said, 10,000 Mingbai, and I can help you upgrade your July ghost to the perilous level. Feng Mingyu quickly agreed. "Okay. Thank you so much. I'll get the Mingbai for you as soon as I get back." Soon we walked to the base of a hill. I vaguely sensed that on this hill, there was a ghost at the nightmare level or higher. So I turned and said to Feng Mingyu, "You stay here. No need to come with me. I'll have Chu Xing stay behind to protect you." Feng Mingyu nodded and agreed repeatedly. Meanwhile, I took Chenxi up the hill. Before long, I saw at the very top of the hill, a woman standing there, looking as if she were gazing into the distance. When the woman slowly turned her head to look at me, I almost threw up. She had eye sockets without pupils, and a rotting face oozing pus. The female ghost floated over the moment she saw me. "Hey, have you seen my clothes and shoes?" When she saw I had nothing in my hands, she floated back to her original spot. I activated my ghost eye to see her information. Name female ghost. Estimated realm. Nightmare level. Skill / concentrates ghost energy to deliver a fatal blow. Damage depends on the user's strength. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Truly, what I lacked was what showed up. I just happened to be lacking an offensive ghost trace, and I didn't expect it to be delivered so quickly. Seeing that this ghost wasn't aggressive, I stepped forward directly, placing my right hand on the female ghost's head, intending to suppress her. However, something unexpected happened. The female ghost didn't react at all. The suppression had failed. Just as I was confused and lost, the female ghost, who hadn't spoken, suddenly spoke up. "Help me find my clothes and shoes, and I'm willing to leave with you." I then understood. The ghost book had no way to subdue her, because her obsession was too strong. If her obsession wasn't resolved, there was no way to subdue her. So I tried to ask, "Where are your clothes and shoes?" The female ghost raised her hand, pointing toward Yunchuan City, saying, "Right there." I nodded and agreed. "I can help you find your clothes and shoes. Now send me out of here." As soon as I finished speaking, the surrounding scenery changed. The white mist dissipated, and everything returned to normal. It was as if that female ghost had never appeared at all. When Feng Mingyu saw me return, he asked gossipy, "Did you catch that ghost? What level was it?" I answered honestly, "I didn't catch it. I promised the ghost a small favor, and she was willing to let us go." Feng Mingyu looked at me in surprise, unable to understand why this guy could communicate normally with ghosts. Isn't it only possible, when a person signs a contract with a ghost, that they can communicate? I looked at the astonished Feng Mingyu, and didn't explain much, saying instead, "Let's go." This time, without the ghost's interference, we returned to Yunchuan smoothly. In the following days, under my careful care, the ring ghost artifact was finally refined successfully. Then I took all the low-level ghosts I caught before, and placed them all inside the ring. Even Xiaohua and her son were arranged by me to be in the ring. In the future, if some ghosts in the ring prove to be outstanding, I can consider adding them to the ghost book. Then I used another 10,000 Mingbai to turn into ghost energy, flowing it into the ring, to give these ghosts something to rely on for survival. Just then, my phone popped up with a group message from the Ghost Society. "Lin Shi, there's a meeting with the Zilong Association in a few days. Is anyone willing to accompany me?" "Yun Ling, I don't want to go. I don't like dealing with those people from the Zilong Association." "Feng Mingyu, I don't want to go either." I looked at my phone, lost in thought. It wouldn't be bad to go and gather some information. So I sent a message asking, "Can I go?" "Lin Shi, of course." "Feng Mingyu, Lin Shi, are you sure you want to take Mo Lin to the meeting?" "Lin Shi, yeah, what's wrong?" "Feng Mingyu, nothing. I'm just afraid your heart won't be able to handle it. You won't be able to take the shock." "Lin Shi, it's just a meeting. What kind of shock could there be?" "Feng Mingyu, you'll know once you go." The third day arrived. I carried a black bag and drove to the Sifeng courtyard. Today, Fu Wansan was going to attend a trade meeting, and I had come to be his bodyguard as agreed. Fu Wansan was very enthusiastic when he saw me come. "Brother Mo, you're here." I didn't waste any words, and handed the black bag directly to him. Fu Wansan curiously opened the bag to check. In the next second, he showed a look of disbelief. This black bag actually contained 10 ghost artifacts. Driven by curiosity, Fu Wansan took out one ghost artifact to inspect. It was a top-grade ghost artifact that could be used 7 times. Then he picked up another ghost artifact. It was actually another top-grade artifact. He sped up his actions to flip through the other artifacts. They were all top-grade ghost artifacts. These 10 ghost artifacts were all of top-grade quality. Fu Wansan was so shocked he couldn't speak. It's only been a few days. Mo Lin had produced so many ghost artifacts. Since when were top-grade ghost artifacts so worthless? Or did Mo Lin go and rob a ghost? Fu Wansan quickly called someone over and ordered, "Store these ghost artifacts away. Be extremely careful. Don't let them get bumped or scratched." Then, he patted his chest and promised me, "Brother Mo, don't worry. I will definitely sell these ghost artifacts for a good price." I said unhurriedly, "This is only a small portion. In a few days, I'll send you another dozen or so items." Fu Wansan's expression went numb after hearing this. Another dozen or so ghost artifacts? Are ghost artifacts this common nowadays? I saw Fu Wansan's strange expression, and thought the amount I mentioned was a bit small. So I spoke again, and added, "I can bring out 20 or more items too." "Ah, what the heck?" Fu Wansan, who was usually as steady as a rock, completely lost it. Seeing this, I asked tentatively, "Is 20 plus ghost artifacts still too few?" Fu Wansan quickly replied, "No, not at all. Not few at all." Just then, a woman's voice came from outside the door. "I'm not late, am I?" Fu Wansan saw the person, and quickly introduced her to me. "This is Hong Yenxuan." Before he could finish his sentence, I said, "I know Hong Yenxuan." Hong Yenxuan was also a bit surprised to see me. "It's you again." Seeing that we knew each other, Fu Wansan said with a smile, "Good that you know each other. Hong Yenxuan is also a bodyguard I hired. This trade is with the Li family from the North Sea." "The Li family? You should all know their reputation isn't very good." While I was wondering how bad their reputation was, Hong Yenxuan whispered to me, "If we encounter danger later, you hide behind me. I'll protect you." I said a bit amusedly, "Oh, no need. I can protect myself." Before I could finish, Hong Yenxuan interrupted, "In any case, If danger arises later, just hide behind me. Following that, our group drove in Fu Wansan's commercial car to a villa. Hong Yanxuan looked tense after getting out of the car, carefully observing everyone around us. After we all got out, a young man stepped forward and greeted Fu Wansan. Fu Wansan, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Fu Wansan replied cheerfully, Li San. Long time no see. When we entered the hall, we found that quite a few people had come, and all these people were influential figures in certain fields within Yunchuan City. Seeing that everyone was present, Li San got straight to the point. I've invited you all here today to tell you one thing. From now on, you will turn over 10% of all your profits to our Li family. These words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned and scorched. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze toward Fu Wansan. After Fu Wansan calmed his emotions, he refused with a firm attitude. No way, you Li family are far too overbearing. You want to carve out 10% of the profits with just a single sentence? That's just trying to get something for nothing. The moment he finished speaking, several others followed suit to express their stance. I also feel it's unacceptable. I don't agree either. Before Li San could speak, the bodyguard behind him slammed the table hard. Then, pointing at Fu Wansan's face, he shouted, I've given you enough face, haven't I? You dare to refuse my young master's words? Seeing this, I also slammed the table back and barked at that bodyguard. Who do you think you're talking to? Do you want to die? The bodyguard flickered and appeared in front of me in a flash, grabbing my collar and threatening, Kid, what do you mean by that? I looked at him coldly and said, Let go of your hand, or I'll kill you. Hong Yanxuan on the side sensed the situation was wrong and moved closer to me. At the same time, the other people behind Li San also assumed stances, ready to act at any moment. Li San ordered the bodyguard, Come back. Only then did the bodyguard let go of my collar and turned to return behind Li San. Hong Yanxuan whispered a warning to me. That man just now was a level 4 ghost tamer. I snorted coldly. A level 4 ghost tamer. Actually putting on the temper of a level 8 ghost tamer. How ridiculous. Hong Yanxuan immediately corrected me. What I mean is, you need to be careful of him. I said coldly, You're wrong. It's he who should be careful of me. Hong Yanxuan let out a helpless sigh. Fine. I can't win an argument with you. Meanwhile, Li San spoke again. Our Li family intends to develop here in Yunchuan. Everyone is clear about the Li family's strength. If anyone dares to go against my Li family, I guarantee their end will be miserable. Then, after scanning the crowd, he smiled and spoke again. How about this? My Li family will also take a step back. I only want 5% of the profits. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Wansan's attitude was immediately very firm. No! The smile vanished from Li San's face. He said coldly, Then there's nothing left to discuss. Immediately, he turned to look at the others. Is this what you all mean as well? Zhuang Ruo was the first to speak. Yes. I don't agree either. The rest also expressed their disagreement. Behind Li San, the bodyguard jumped out again, cursing at Fu Wansan. Fu Wansan, you're really ungrateful for the face I gave you. I think you just want to die. Li San raised his hand again to stop the bodyguard. Then without a word, he took out a blue gray jar. Then he led his bodyguards and turned to leave. And so our group was left in the room. Zhuang Ruo asked very confusedly, What does this mean? Fu Wansan was also completely baffled. He just left like that? Just then, that blue-gray jar suddenly gushed out a large amount of black smoke. Hong Yanxuan cried out, Watch out! At the same time, he also summoned his contracted ghost. The bodyguards of the other people also reacted quickly, summoning their contracted ghosts one after another. Just as I was about to rush forward, Hong Yanxuan shielded me behind him and said, You protect Fu Wansan. Leave this ghost for me to deal with. I had no choice but to stay by Fu Wansan's side. When the black smoke dissipated, a ghost holding a large black sword appeared. A level 3 ghost tamer said with a grave expression, This is a terror level ghost. In the next instant, that terror level ghost appeared in front of that level 3 ghost tamer, then slashed down, with the black longsword in its hand. That level 3 ghost tamer also reacted very quickly, taking out a ghost artifact and successfully blocking the ghost's attack. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, his body was sliced in half at the waist in the next second. Everyone looked on with disbelief, for the ghost before them actually had 3 hands, and its third hand was also holding a black longsword. Fu Wansan roared in anger, Li San, that guy, intends to kill all of us. But the moment I saw this ghost, I stared at it greedily. Name Songzhan. Realm, terror level. Ghost trace mimicry. Condenses a weapon for its own use. The shape of the weapon depends on the user's thoughts. I was simply too covetous of this ghost trace. Hong Yanxuan saw me staring at that ghost without blinking, and frowned as she said to me, "Hurry up and take Fu Wansan and leave. I'll go stop this ghost." With that, Hong Yanxuan and her contracted ghost rushed forward. I asked in confusion, "Leave? Why should I leave?" At this point, the entire room had fallen into chaos. I watched all the bodyguards besieging the three-handed ghost. I prepared to find an opportunity to join the fray, but the more I watched, the more things seemed wrong. Hong Yanxuan and the others seemed to be constantly at a disadvantage. Soon, a vicious level contracted ghost was also slain by the ghost. The right arm of a level 3 ghost tamer was severed by the ghost sword. If it weren't for Hong Yanxuan's terror level ghost, everyone there would have been instantly killed by that three-handed ghost in a single exchange. Hong Yanxuan knew he would surely lose if the fight continued, so he prepared to retreat. Just as he turned around, he saw me standing right there, with Fu Wansan. So he asked anxiously, "Why haven't you left yet?" I replied speechlessly, "Why should I leave? If I leave, who's going to catch this ghost?" Hong Yanxuan grumbled, "Can't you really tell? This ghost is about to advance to nightmare level. We can't beat it. If we don't leave, are we waiting to die?" I corrected him very seriously, "You're wrong. It's you who can't beat it, not me." Then, I shouted calmly, "Chun Shi." In the next instant, a female ghost appeared in front of me. Inside the room, everyone, humans and ghosts alike, stopped their movements. Hong Yanxuan muttered to himself, "This pressure. It's nightmare level." The three-handed ghost also sensed that something was wrong, turned around, ready to flee. However, in the next moment, Chun Shi's arm passed right through the ghost. Immediately, it lost its ability to resist. Chun Shi carried it and came before me. I reached out a hand. "Congratulations, you have obtained a ghost trace." Another page was added to the ghost book. Name Songzhan. Realm, terror level. Trace, mimicry. Daily ghost coin production, 40. Hong Yanxuan, standing aside, couldn't help but swallow hard. This was just too powerful. A terror level ghost was insta-killed in just one move. And Fu Wansan was also too stunned to speak, his mind filled with curses of disbelief. I only brought him here to make up the numbers. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Meanwhile, I expressionlessly asked Hong Yanxuan, "Am I powerful or not?" Hong Yanxuan nodded honestly. I then grumbled, "Then why did you stop me? If you hadn't stopped me, I would have taken care of this ghost long ago." Hong Yanxuan lowered his head, feeling very depressed. "How was I supposed to know you're a level 5 ghost tamer?" Then, Zhuang Ruo led the way over and thanked me. "Brother, thank you for saving our lives." I pointed outside. "Don't be so quick to thank me. Li San is still outside." Upon hearing this, Fu Wansan and the others looked grave. Today, they had completely cut ties with Li San. The most important thing now was how to leave this place safely. At this moment, Li San was quietly looking toward the room. Hearing the sounds of fighting from inside, he knew the ghost had started killing. That ghost was very fierce, impossible to subdue, or even sign a contract with, so he had used a special method to seal the ghost inside the jar. Releasing the ghost today was solely to kill off Fu Wansan's group. Then he would immediately enter the Yunchuan market and quickly gain a solid foothold. Li San had even thought about how to develop his own power in the future. While he was lost in thought, the fighting in the room stopped. Li San thought there shouldn't be anyone left alive. Next was thinking about how to seal that ghost back up again. It would be a bit troublesome. Just then, many footsteps were heard. Li San looked up and saw Fu Wansan and the others coming out of the room. Li San rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How did so many people survive? Finally, he looked at Hong Yanxuan. Did Hong Yanxuan kill the ghost? He stared at Fu Wansan and said, "Fu Wansan, it seems you brought an extraordinary bodyguard." Fu Wansan snorted coldly. "Li San, you're truly malicious to try and kill us all." Li San said with full malice, "If you don't die, how can I develop in Yunchuan? If you had obeyed me in the first place, I wouldn't have taken your lives. But you people don't know what's good for you, and insist on opposing me." Fu Wansan retorted indignantly, "Obey you? To be your dog? You're dreaming." Zhuang Ruo also chimed in, "Your Li family may be powerful, but don't think you can do whatever you want." Fu Wansan sneered with disdain. "You're nothing but a foster son of the Li family. Stop using the Li family's name to intimidate us." The bodyguard behind Li San jumped out again, pointing at Fu Wansan and cursing, "You piece of trash, you're looking for death." Then he said to Li San, "Rest yourself, young master. Let me handle these people." Li San nodded. "Lan Tian, don't kill Fu Wansan just yet. I want to torture him to death slowly." Lan Tian licked his lips, a sinister smile on his face. "Understood." Hong Yanxuan took a step forward. I placed my hand on Hong Yanxuan's shoulder and said slowly, "No need for you to act. Leave this guy to me." Seeing me step forward, Lan Tian mocked me disdainfully. "Kid, you're in such a hurry to die?" Then, a male ghost emerged in front of him. He continued to mock. "See that? This is a terror-level contracted ghost. You could work hard for a lifetime and never get one. Understand?" I sneered. "Are you showing off?" Lan Tian laughed even harder. "You can actually tell I'm showing off?" I said flatly. "A terror-level ghost. I really don't have one, but Chun Shi, come out." As soon as I finished speaking, a surge of red mist poured out. Deep within the mist stood a female ghost. Lan Tian couldn't believe it, hissing through his teeth. "Nightmare level? How is that possible?" But then he still blustered through his fear. "Think one nightmare level ghost can scare me? Ridiculous." I smiled and said, "Who said I only have one nightmare level ghost? Chu Xing, come out." In the next instant, another nightmare level ghost appeared beside Chun Shi. Hong Yanxuan looked at the two ghosts in shock, muttering to himself, "How is this guy so strong?" Lan Tian collapsed to the ground. Li San was also a bit panicked, but when he looked up and saw the sun outside, he quickly calmed down. With a fake smile, he said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Let's just call it a day. You guys can go." I stood there unmoved. Fu Wansan and the others didn't move either. They had already exposed their true intentions. If they left now, they would only face Li San's frantic revenge later. Seeing this, a faint, sinister look appeared in Li San's eyes. He said slowly to Lan Tian, "Recall your contracted ghost." Lan Tian obediently recalled his ghost. Li San mocked Mo Lin. "Kid, did you really think you were invincible with two contracted ghosts? Today, I'll make you pay for your arrogance." He then pressed a remote in his hand. The black glass overhead slowly retracted, and blinding sunlight instantly poured in. Hong Yanxuan's heart skipped a beat. It was bad. Fu Wansan's face went white. He slumped to the ground in terror. Zhuang Ruo also turned pale. Everyone knew ghosts fear the sun. They couldn't survive in sunlight. Even a nightmare-level ghost couldn't last more than a minute in the sun. Lan Tian laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha! Kid, your nightmare-level ghosts are finished." Li San also mocked. "I want to see how arrogant you can be without your ghosts." However, before he could finish speaking, his expression turned as ugly as if he'd eaten filth. "How is this possible? Your ghosts are perfectly fine. This isn't scientific." Lan Tian also couldn't believe his eyes. How could ghosts not fear the sun? Fu Wansan shouted excitedly, "They're fine, they're fine. That's great." Hong Yanxuan was equally shocked. They were actually unharmed. Lan Tian yelled at Li San, "Young master, run." I smiled coldly. "Sorry, but no one's leaving." Just then, the first bodyguard who tried to flee through the door was suddenly attacked by a mysterious force. His body was sliced in half at the waist, ending his life just like that. As Lan Tian was about to speak, he felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw that, without him even knowing when, a hole had appeared in his chest. After dealing with Lan Tian, Chun Shi walked toward Li San. Li San kept backing away, threatening, "I'm a member of the Li family. If you dare hurt me, it will bring the Li family's frantic revenge upon you." Before he could finish, with a squelch, a hole appeared in Li San's chest as well. Fu Wansan and the others fell silent. They were happy Li San was dead, but also a bit worried. After all, if the Li family found out, they would definitely face retaliation. Seeing this, I said dissatisfiedly, "Why have you all stopped talking? You are the main characters of today's event. I'm just a bodyguard. Now that Li San is dead, you're all responsible." Fu Wansan nodded hurriedly. "We're all responsible. We'll handle the aftermath." Zhuang Ruo also added, Right, we're all responsible for this." Seeing how sensible they were, I comforted them. No need to fear or panic. If the Li family really comes for revenge, I'll handle it. After that, I hailed a taxi and went home. The next morning, a Ferrari pulled up right in front of my house. Lin Shi waved to me as I stood at the door. "Mo Lin, let's go." 20 minutes later, we arrived at the Wanhai Grand Hotel. Lin Shi said excitedly, "This is a high-end restaurant. They have state banquet-level chefs." Just then, a man suddenly greeted her. "Lin Shi, you guys are here too?" Looking at me, he laughed. "Oh, you brought a newcomer." This man was Shifei from the Zilong sect. Lin Shi had just had a conflict with him 2 days ago, so she didn't want to talk to him, and led me straight into the hotel. When Lin Shi saw it was a buffet banquet, she muttered in disappointment, "Didn't they say there'd be state chefs?" Shifei chimed in from behind. "The state chefs are on the second floor." Lin Shi looked up and indeed saw a second floor, so she wanted to take me up there. Seeing Lin Shi's move, Shifei mocked, "You want to go to the second floor? Lin Shi frowned and retorted, "None of your business." Fei spoke again. "I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. You can't go to the second floor. None of us can go up there. We can only stay on the first floor, and today, we might not even have seats." After hearing that, Lin Shi hurriedly took out her phone and asked in a group chat, "Is our ghost society's status that low? We can't even go to the second floor?" Looking at the screen full of yes replies, Lin Shi's expression froze. Fei smiled at Lin Shi and said, "Now you believe what I said? The people here are all business elites. We're only here to serve as bodyguards." While Fei was talking, I found a random seat and sat down, ready to rest for a while. Seeing this, Fei said to Lin Shi again, "Keep an eye on your subordinate. You can't just sit anywhere here. Do you see those people? They have numbers in their hands. They all have to sit according to their numbers." Lin Shi looked up, and indeed saw everyone else looking for seats with numbers. I said a bit impatiently, "You sure talk a lot of nonsense. What's wrong with me sitting for a bit?" Lin Shi chimed in, "I also think you're talking too much." Fei crossed his arms and snorted, "Fine. I'll shut up." Then, he saw an elegant woman walking toward Mo Lin. He chuckled inwardly. Now there's going to be a good show. However, in the next second his expression froze. The woman greeted me warmly. "Brother Mo, you're here too. I haven't seen you in a long time." I smiled and said, "I came with a friend." Fei's expression stiffened. This newcomer actually knows the eldest daughter of the Chen family? Just then, an enthusiastic male voice came, "Brother Mo. Is that Brother Mo?" I turned my head and saw Wang Bin walking toward me excitedly. After stopping, Wang Bin flattered me again. "I haven't seen you for so long. I missed you." Fei's already ugly expression became even worse. How did the young master of the Wang family know this newcomer? And even called himself a subordinate? Meanwhile, I was introducing Lin Shi to Wang Bin. "This is my friend. Can we go to the second floor?" Wang Bin replied quickly, "Of course. Treat it like your own home. Don't be polite," I said with a bit of hesitation. "But I just heard that we aren't allowed up there." Wang Bin asked with confusion. "Who said that?" I turned to look at Fei. Wang Bin also glanced at Fei, then said, "He can't go to the second floor. But you can. You two aren't even on the same level." Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh. Fei was so embarrassed. Then, the four of us went to the second floor. As she walked, Lin Shi said with a smile, "I'm really benefiting from your connections this time. I'll get to eat food made by state chefs." After we found seats and sat down, Qian Yun asked curiously, "Brother Mo, have you been busy lately?" I nodded and said, "I've been busy catching ghosts lately." Qian Yun asked again, "Is there anything I can help you with?" I suddenly remembered my promise to a female ghost. So I said, "I promised a female ghost to help her find some clothes and shoes." Qian Yun's eyes lit up. "Is it a pair of embroidered shoes and a silk outer garment?" I asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Qian Yun said with a smile, "There's an auction tomorrow. That's what they're promoting. How about I take you there tomorrow?" I nodded and agreed. Just then, Lin Shi suddenly stopped eating. With a nervous look on her face, she said while holding her phone, "Something's happened. Zhao Fei and the others are trapped by ghosts at Wanling Mountain. Several have died already. Ghost tamers died. They say there are several vicious ghosts there. Yunling has already headed over. Should we go?" I stroked my chin and thought, isn't Wanling Mountain the place where I landed after returning from the Underworld, and how could I miss out on catching ghosts? So I stood up and said, "Of course we're going." About 20 minutes later, the two of us arrived at the foot of Wanling Mountain. Tang Fong saw Lin Shi coming and stepped forward to greet her. "Lin Shi, you're here." Lin Shi asked anxiously, "Cousin, what's the situation inside?" Tang Fong replied with a heavy frown, "The situation is terrible. More than a dozen ghost tamers have died." Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter came from nearby. I turned around and saw Yunling walking over with an umbrella. I was secretly envious. I have to say, his way of appearing is always so high profile. Yunling asked Tang Fong, "Cousin, is everyone here?" Tang Fong replied quickly, "All the people who can be mobilized are here. There are 32 ghost tamers." Yunling nodded and said, "Then let's go in." However, when we had only gone about 100 meters, we saw the body of a ghost tamer lying in the middle of the road. It looked like he had just died. Lin Shi's heart tightened, and she slowly summoned her ghost energy for protection. I wanted to go deep into Wanling Mountain alone to see the situation. So I said to Lin Shi, "You guys go in first. I'll go check the east side." Lin Shi nodded to show she understood. Barely 2 minutes after I left, I saw a ghost floating aimlessly in the air. And this ghost quickly noticed me too, rushing at me with its claws out. But its movements were very stiff. as if it were following some kind of order. With one sword strike, I dispelled the ghost. It seemed someone had deliberately placed these ghosts here. So I continued forward. The further I went, the denser the ghost energy became. Soon, I reached the mountainside and discovered some strange patterns on the surrounding trees. And these strange patterns were condensing the ghost energy into one spot. They were likely raising a very powerful ghost. Just then, I suddenly heard the sound of stones rolling. I followed the sound and saw a man curled up in a shallow cave. Seeing me arrive, the man jolted, asking tensely, "Are you human?" I nodded. Upon hearing that, Zhao Fei looked as if he'd seen a savior, climbing up excitedly and saying, "Brother, are you from the Ghost Society?" I nodded again and said, "Yes, 32 of us from the Ghost Society have come. Yun Ling and Lin Shi are both here." After hearing this, Zhao Fei said anxiously, "This is bad. Hurry and tell them to run. There's a nightmare-level ghost here. Yun Ling and the others are definitely no match for it." I said thoughtfully, "It's already too late. They've all already entered." Turned out, Zhao Fei had wanted to notify everyone in the group chat not to come, but his phone suddenly lost signal. He had just been hunted by that vicious ghost and had narrowly escaped with his life. After hearing his story, I asked, "Where's that powerful ghost you mentioned?" Zhao Fei pointed to the east and said, "Over there." So I turned around, ready to head over. Zhao Fei quickly grabbed my hand and asked, "You, what are you doing? Don't go there. That ghost is very powerful." I comforted him. "I know. I'm going there to catch it." Seeing that I didn't look like I was joking, Zhao Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. Either this guy in front of him was crazy, or he really had skills. So he tried asking, "Do you want me to lead the way for you?" On the other side, Lin Shi had just slain an ordinary-level ghost. Then she reminded Yun Ling, "Sister Yun Ling, the ghosts here are getting more and more numerous." Yun Ling said with a heavy frown, "I know." Then she shouted to the others, "Everyone, gather around me." Soon, everyone stood back to back around Yun Ling. Tang Fong said with a frown, "Something's not right. It feels like we're being besieged by ghosts." Yun Ling saw it too. These ghosts were coming wave after wave, completely draining their physical strength. So she gave the order, "Withdraw." Lin Shi said in a heavy tone, "Yun Ling, we can't withdraw." Yun Ling looked into the distance and realized the path down the mountain had been blocked by ghosts. They were now like turtles caught in a jar, surrounded by these ghosts. It seemed there was someone behind the scenes. So Yun Ling shouted into the air, "Stop hiding! Come out!" But no one responded to her. Lin Shi looked around in confusion. "Yun Ling, are you being oversensitive?" However, as soon as her voice fell, her pupils dilated. On a nearby rock, an old man in a black cloak appeared. Yun Ling's heart skipped a beat. She had only shouted tentatively. She hadn't expected someone to actually be there. So she tried again, "Senior, did you raise these ghosts?" The old man in black laughed and said, "That's right. I raised them." Yun Ling suddenly realized that this was all a trap set by the old man. She questioned him coldly, "Senior, you deliberately lured us here. What is the meaning of this?" The old man laughed loudly. "Of course, I want all of you to die right here. My baby really needs the nourishment of the essence and blood from people like you." Then the old man clapped his hands. The surrounding low-level ghosts seemed to go insane, launching a frantic attack on Yun Ling and the others. These ghosts came in wave after wave. Even Yun Ling's contracted ghost couldn't hold them off, and began to retreat. Some of the contracted ghosts of the level 2 masters were even torn apart alive. Yun Ling frowned. If this continued, everyone would die here. The old man in black felt the time was right. He took out a floral sachet and whispered, "Baby, come out." Immediately after, a terrifying pressure was released into the air. A female ghost appeared, floating in midair. Yun Ling and the others immediately backed away, their faces filled with dread. The old man gave the order, "Baby, kill these people. They are the food I've prepared for you." The female ghost did not hesitate and rushed straight at them. Lin Shi used her ghost energy to block the female ghost strike, but the young man beside her was not so lucky. The female ghost grabbed the man's body and twisted his head off while he was still alive. She then used her hands to absorb the man's essence and blood. In an instant, the man's body withered away. The female ghost then turned her head and lunged at Lin Shi. Just when she thought she was doomed, a black figure stood before her, blocking the female ghost's attack. Lin Shi exclaimed, "Mo Lin." I smiled and comforted Lin Shi. "It's okay. Leave the rest to me." Lin Shi pulled at my sleeve and whispered, "This dark joke isn't funny at all. We're all going to die here. Stop saying things like that." Tang Fong muttered in despair. Could it be? I heard our ghost society has a level 5 master. If he were here, we would be saved today. Yun Ling took a deep breath and said, don't mention that level 5 master. We should be thinking of a way to survive. At this point, everyone present was ready to fight for their lives. I, however, stared intently at the female ghost, nearly drooling. The female ghost was also staring back at me. Then, an unexpected scene occurred. The female ghost actually turned and fled. Yun Ling and the others were stunned. I was also taken aback. How could such a prize just run away? That won't do. So I chased after her. The old man in black was dazed for a while. Before he regained his senses, he hurriedly followed. This female ghost was the product of his painstaking effort. Under normal circumstances, she would never flee. Seeing that the most terrifying ghost was gone, and the old man behind the plot had also left, only the surrounding low-level ghosts remained. Yun Ling immediately ordered the group. Everyone, break out with everything you've got. Soon, everyone fought their way out, retreating along the path they came from. Lin Shi looked in the direction I had gone. She said, Mo Lin, it seems he went to chase that vicious ghost. Tang Fong grabbed Lin Shi's hand. Ignore him. We have to go now. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then broke free from Tang Fong's arm and ran toward me. Tang Fong shouted behind her in disbelief, You're crazy. On the other side, the female ghost snarled at me. Why are you chasing me? I asked back, Why are you running? The ghost roared hysterically. If you didn't chase, I wouldn't be running. I ignored her and shouted, Chen Shi, come out. The next instant, Chun Shi blocked the female ghost's path. The female ghost clashed with Chun Shi. Within a few breaths, she broke free from Chun Shi and fled. I found her even more intriguing now. Information about this female ghost appeared before me. Name Bingyu. Rank, nightmare level. Skill, infinite potential. This meant her trait had no offensive effect, but it allowed her to grow without limits. I clicked my tongue. One must know that every ghost has its own limit. For example, Chun Shi, at her current nightmare level, can grow at most to the lethal level. It would be very difficult to improve beyond that. But the female ghost in front of me was different. She has no growth ceiling. This meant as long as she had enough resources, she could become a ghost king. Such a high-potential ghost, I naturally couldn't just let her go. The female ghost leaped through the air rapidly. I followed closely behind. When I was about 5 meters away from her, I took out a hairpin and threw it hard toward her. The hairpin drew an arc through the air. The next instant, it hit the female ghost square in the chest. She let out a sharp scream, and then lost the ability to resist. Just as I was about to suppress her, a shout came from behind me. Stop! What are you doing? I turned to the old man in black and said coldly, Are you blind? I'm catching a ghost. Seeing this, the old man pulled out a talisman and rushed at me. Chun Shi quickly stood in front of me to block him. However, the moment the two collided, a burst of lightning flared out. Chun Shi was sent flying backward. The old man attacked with the talisman again. Another bolt of lightning struck hard at Chun Shi's form. Her figure dimmed significantly in that moment. I thought to myself, it seems the talismans in this old man's hands are not simple. The old man in black soon reached me, roaring in anger. Kid, if you don't want to die, get out. I didn't back down at all. I drew my long sword and pointed it at him. The old man dropped all pleasantries. He roared, Then go to hell. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck me head-on. I hurriedly used my soul-catching technique and used my tang sword to block. The moment the lightning hit the sword, my arm was shaken to the point of numbness. This old man is the most powerful human I've encountered so far. But I didn't falter, because I noticed that every time the old man used a talisman, his life force would diminish significantly. If this continued, even if I didn't act, he would die on his own. A smile of despair appeared on the old man's face. He muttered to himself, Ghost energy soul catching technique. Kid, you have quite the luck. A human actually learned an underworld messenger's technique. Knowing his life had reached its end, he looked up to the sky and asked, Is this divine retribution? I was baffled by his actions. What on earth was this guy doing? One moment he's trying to kill me, the next he's acting crazy. Suddenly, the old man knelt and pleaded, Little brother, please don't kill that female ghost. I'm begging you. I still didn't understand the situation. We were just in a life and death struggle, and now he's playing the emotional card? What the hell? The old man kept pleading, I beg you, don't kill her. I'm begging you. I glanced at the female ghost, then back at the old man, and noticed they actually looked somewhat similar. Could she be his daughter? And he used forbidden arts to raise his daughter into a ghost? So I explained helplessly, Don't worry. I won't kill her. I only need to adopt her. Hearing the word Adopt. The old man breathed a deep sigh of relief. Then, with a thud, he collapsed and his breath left him. I knelt down to take the talisman from his hand. Only then did I realize it wasn't made of paper. It was woven with fine thread, made to look like a talisman. Next, I discovered a yellowed piece of paper in his pocket. I pulled it out and opened it. It contained descriptions of these talismans and detailed steps on how to learn them. It was like a secret manual. It mentioned the 2 talismans and 3 arrows, descendants of the Celestial Master, Thunder Talisman, Fire Talisman, Celestial Master's Ghost-Slaying Sword, Peachwood Evil-Dispelling Sword, Copper Coin Ghost-Expelling Sword, and so on. So this old man was a descendant of the Celestial Master. I didn't expect a grand Celestial Master to fall into a position of killing people to raise ghosts. It was truly lamentable. I put away the talisman and the manual, and walked back to the female ghost. I placed my hand on her head. Congratulations. Suppression successful. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind me. "Mo Lin, are you okay?" I turned around and saw Lin she had caught up. I smiled and said, "I'm fine. It's all settled." Lin, she looked incredulous. "But that was a nightmare-level ghost. How did you handle it?" I didn't say much. Instead, I started walking down the mountain, saying, "It's really fine now. Let's head down quickly. It's freezing up here. Don't want to catch a cold." When I returned to the villa, I took out the manual again to look at the description of the Thunder Talisman. Channel the chi of heaven and earth to drive the Thunder Talisman. But what is the chi of heaven and earth? I had plenty of ghost energy myself. It seemed I would have to find time to ask at the ancestral hall. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Mo Lin, open up." As soon as I opened it, I saw Feng Mingyu standing at the door with a grin. "Still not asleep at this hour?" I didn't want to waste words and asked directly, "Well, what do you want?" After Feng Mingyu came in, he handed me a stack of ghost coins. He said, "Didn't you say before that for 10,000 ghost coins, you could help my contracted ghost level up?" I nodded, took the 10,000 ghost coins, and then said to Feng Mingyu, "Come out." As soon as the words left my mouth, a ghost figure appeared before Feng Mingyu. Feng Mingyu's mouth hung open in shock. His own contracted ghost had actually been summoned by someone else's command. Next, I took out 3,000 ghost coins, turning them into a mass of ghost energy. Then I injected this energy into the contracted ghost's body. The next moment, the ghost's aura began to rise steadily, and its color deepened. It soon promoted from dangerous level to perilous level. Seeing this, Feng Mingyu was overjoyed. "Wow, thank you so much. How did you do that? This is unscientific." I laughed and said, "Science ends where metaphysics begins. This is metaphysics. You wouldn't understand." While speaking, I pocketed the remaining 7,000 ghost coins. He put it in his pocket. Feng Mingyu was utterly envious. Making 7,000 profit out of 10,000, it was pure robbery. I ignored his bitter remarks, and instead handed him the Thunder Talisman. I asked, "Do you recognize this?" Feng Mingyu took the talisman, looked at it, and his expression changed. Did you kill the Thunder Celestial Master?" Before he even finished, he quickly handed the talisman back to me. "Forget it, I don't want to know. Hurry and put this away. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything." I asked in confusion, "Is this thing's origin very significant?" Feng Mingyu warned me, "More than significant. It's absolutely massive. Have you heard of the Thunder Celestial Master?" I shook my head and said honestly, "No." Feng Mingyu sighed and explained, 3 years ago, the Thunder Celestial Master was seriously ill. He planned to pass the talisman to his daughter. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred. Someone assassinated him and stole the Thunder Talisman. This incident caused a huge sensation at the time. 2 talismans and 3 arrows. All the members of the 5 celestial mansions went out to find the talisman. But no one ever found it. The matter was eventually dropped. Then Feng Mingyu said with a serious expression, "You never show this item again. If the Thunder Talisman reappears, there will be chaos, understand?" I held the talisman and looked at it closely, muttering to myself, "Such a treasure actually fell into my hands. My luck is truly great." Just then, my phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, Lu Feng's trembling voice came through. "Brother Mo, please come to Wanhai Plaza." I was very confused and asked, "What's wrong?" However, a stranger's voice yelled from the other end, "Are you done talking?" Then the call was cut off. I looked at Feng Mingyu and asked, "Has your uncle offended anyone recently?" Feng Mingyu thought for a moment and replied, "If anyone, it would be that he killed Zhou Tian a while ago." I didn't ask anything else, but went straight out to the car. Feng Mingyu followed behind me, asking, "Is something wrong with my uncle?" I opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, saying to Feng Mingyu, "Yes, we need to hurry." Meanwhile, at Wanhai Plaza, Lu Feng was kneeling on the ground, covered in injuries. A man in black stepped hard on Lu Feng's head. He threatened, "Lu Feng, if that kid doesn't show up, I'll kill you today." Lu Feng didn't resist or plead for mercy, letting the other party torture him. Just then, a Rolls-Royce stopped outside the plaza. After Feng Mingyu and I got out, the man in black saw us immediately. He shouted at me in rage, "Get your ass over here." I looked at Lu Feng, who had been badly beaten, and asked the man, "There must be a reason for calling me here, right?" The man in black said coldly, "You guys killed my cousin Zhou Tian. I'm here today for revenge." Then he added with a bloodthirsty grin, "Of course, if you kneel down and beg me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll only break one of your legs and let you live like a dog." I scanned the surroundings and found 9 level 2 Ghost Masters and 3 level 3 Ghost Masters. This lineup was rather weak, so I spoke up, "I'll give you 2 choices. Either die or release him." The man in black thought he heard a hilarious joke. He said to the people around him, "Did you hear what this guy said? He actually said he'd kill us." One of the lackeys laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, Brother Chow, you heard right. He said he wants to kill us." Another man added mockingly, "A dog dares to be so arrogant? This must be a mad dog." I narrowed my eyes, then drew the long sword at my waist. Yuan Chao and the others didn't hesitate any longer. They all summoned their contracts. A dozen people surrounded me. The contracted ghosts also glared at me. I snorted coldly, "If you don't want your souls dissipated." The next instant, an endless ghost energy centered on me, erupted outward. The thick energy instantly filled the entire plaza. At this moment, all the contracted ghosts became terrified. Yuan Chao ordered his contracted ghost, "Go kill him." But the ghost didn't seem to hear the command at all. It didn't move an inch. Yuan Chao wondered if his ghost had misheard him, so he ordered again, "Do it." This time, his ghost not only failed to act, but even attempted to break its contract. Yuan Chao was completely dumbfounded. One must know that breaking a contract carries a heavy price. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared before him. He saw his contracted ghost actually kneeling before Mo Lin. The contracted ghosts of the other dozen people also unilaterally broke their contracts. Those people roared, "Why did you break the contract? I'm willing to spend ghost coins to raise you. Why break the contract?" On the side, Feng Mingyu's eyes widened in shock. With one move from Mo Lin, over a dozen ghosts broke their contracts at the same time. This was simply unbelievable. I asked the group of kneeling ghosts, "Are any of you willing to follow me?" As soon as the words fell, all the ghosts immediately scrambled to shout, "My lord, I am willing to follow you. My lord, I am at your command. My lord, I too am willing to follow you." Feng Mingyu almost couldn't watch anymore. These ghosts were truly too sycophantic. So I reached out and revealed my ring. In the next moment, all the ghosts threw themselves into the ring. I turned my head to look at Yuan Chao. Just as he was about to apologize, I sent him sprawling with a single slap. The rest of the people immediately knelt down in fear. I didn't bother with their pleas for mercy, but walked to Lu Feng and comforted him. "Regarding today's matter, I will resolve it completely." Lu Feng thanked me from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Just then, a young man slowly approached and said, "Brother, please show some mercy." Yuan Chao looked as if he'd seen a life-saving straw. He rushed to the young man. "Brother Lin, help me, save me." Lin Kai signaled for Yuan Chao to be quiet, then looked at me and said, "You've beaten him, and Yuan Chao has apologized to you. How about we end this matter here?" I frowned at the man before me, feeling very dissatisfied. Resolved? End the matter? Yuan Chao clearly had murderous intent just now. If I weren't so capable, Lu Feng and I would definitely not have seen tomorrow's sun. So I said coldly, "If you kneel in his place and apologize to me, and slap yourself 10 times, then I'll consider letting him go." Lin Kai was instantly enraged. He pointed a finger at me and yelled, "Don't go too far." I sneered, "Oh, you're angry just because I asked you to kneel and apologize? Then why do you think your word alone should make me release him? Do you think you're worth that much?" Lin Kai's face turned red with anger. "You really don't know what's good for you." However, before he could finish, he felt a chill on his neck. He felt as if a ghost's hand was strangling him. Lin Kai completely cowered out. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm leaving now." So I said, "Chun Shi, let him go." Chun Shi obediently released her grip. Lin Kai didn't dare say another word, turning and running away. As he ran, he felt relieved, thinking it was lucky he apologized fast. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. The one that just choked him was definitely a nightmare-level creature. Yuan Chao looked at Lin Kai's disappearing back. and fell into total despair. I ordered Chun Shi, do it. Just then, an old voice suddenly rang out. Little brother, it's not good to kill people in broad daylight, is it? I turned around, speechless. Why was there always someone meddling? An old man with a full head of white hair stood not far away. I asked impatiently, and who are you? The old man smiled and introduced himself. I am Kuan Xian. Some also call me the Fire Celestial Master. Hope surged once again on Yuan Chao's despairing face. He quickly cried for help. Celestial Master, save me. Feng Mingyu's brow furrowed slightly. This matter was getting complicated. The Fire Celestial Master had actually shown up. Seeing that I didn't yield, Kuan Xian tried to persuade me again. Little brother, your resentment is too heavy. Killing isn't necessarily the way to solve problems. I said coldly, I'm sorry. The matter today can only be resolved with death. At your age, don't meddle in other people's business. Kuan Xian continued to ramble. Sigh, are young people nowadays so impetuous? Killing creates bad karma. I completely lost it. You old geezer, you talk too much. When Yuan Chao wanted to kill me earlier, not a single person came out to say a kind word. Now that I want to kill Yuan Chao, all sorts of random people jump out. So I spoke up. If you really want to save him, then make a move. As soon as the words fell, Chun Shi, Chu Xing, Hong Yan and Bing Yu, 4 nightmare-level ghosts appeared around me at the same time. Kuan Xian subconsciously pulled out a red talisman. Then he praised, little brother, you truly are capable, actually possessing 4 nightmare-level ghosts. Kuan Xian hesitated for a moment, waved his hand and said, Ah, it's good to be young and aggressive. This old man won't meddle in others' business anymore. I'm leaving now. And so, Yuan Chao's last hope was completely extinguished. I didn't rush to act this time. Instead, I looked around and asked, is there anyone else to stop me? I thought to myself, if someone else jumps out, I'll just kill them and be done with it. After waiting a moment, seeing that no one else was jumping out, I gave Chun Shi a look. Chun Shi understood instantly. She immediately went to Yuan Chao's side and pierced Yuan Chao's heart in one move. As for Yuan Chao's brothers, seeing Yuan Chao dead, they didn't care about anything else and scattered in all directions. Feng Mingyu asked in surprise, how did you get 2 more? Nightmare-level contracted ghosts? This is unscientific. I smiled and said, now you're being shallow, aren't you? How many times have I told you? The end of science is metaphysics. On the other side, Kuan Xian was sitting on a sofa, asking a young man, was the thunder axe found? The man answered with a serious expression. We found Bing Yanfei's body on Wanling Mountain, but we didn't find the thunder axe. The thunder axe must have been taken by the killer. Kuan Xian ordered the man. It seems the thunder axe is in Yunchuan City. Go and find out who killed Lady Bing Yan. Meanwhile, in another hotel, a woman dressed in black was standing in front of the window, gazing into the distance with a worried face. She came to Yunchuan City to find the thunder axe that belonged to her. Just then, a man entered and reported respectfully, Miss, Bing Yanfei's body has been found. The woman turned around abruptly. Body? Bing Yanfei? She's dead? Could she be faking it? The man replied truthfully. It has been confirmed multiple times. She is truly dead. The woman couldn't quite accept it. She muttered to herself, how could she die? She has the grudge of a killed wife and daughter. How could she die? She took the thunder axe from my Zhuge family. She's been hiding all these years just for revenge, hasn't she? How could she die so easily? Finally, the woman looked up and asked, how did she die? The man replied again, misuse of the thunder axe led to damaged meridians, and she died from overdrawing her life force. But before she died, she must have met a powerful enemy. Hearing this, the woman immediately ordered, go and find out who this person is. Early the next morning, Xian Yun called me to go to an auction together. On the way, he introduced to me, this auction is hosted by the Wanhai Group. It mainly sells some top-tier ghost artifacts that can be used 7 times. The embroidered shoes you want, along with the silk coat, will also be auctioned. These 2 items don't have any special abilities, so the price should be around 30,000 ghost coins. I nodded after hearing this, indicating I understood. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the beautiful woman on stage suddenly raised her voice. Next, we will auction 2 special ghost artifacts, a pair of embroidered shoes and a silk coat. I immediately sat up straight. The beautiful auctioneer on stage introduced. These 2 ghost artifacts are priced at 30,000 ghost coins, with a minimum increment of 1,000 ghost coins each time. Before I could even bid, a middle-aged man took the lead and bid 31,000 ghost coins. I paused, and seeing no one else calling, I bid 32,000 ghost coins. Just when I thought no one would raise the price, a young man's voice suddenly rang out, 33,000 ghost coins. I looked in the direction of the voice. The one bidding was a young man. I raised the bid again to 35,000 ghost coins. However, as soon as I spoke, the young man held on tight. 36,000 ghost coins. I sighed helplessly, and then said directly, 40,000 ghost coins. As soon as the words fell, the scene was in an uproar. 40,000 ghost coins? This guy is crazy. Do these two ghost artifacts have some special use? The young man didn't bid again this time. He smiled and said to me, "Brother, you're quite wealthy. But today I'll teach you a lesson. Sometimes money is useless." The young man then stood up and said toward the stage, "I am Shantian, disciple of the fire-subduing celestial master." The people on the scene began to discuss again. So this guy is Shantian. He's the eldest disciple of the fire-subduing celestial master. The disciple of the fire-subduing celestial master. Why would he come to a small place like Yunchuan? The auctioneer on stage, hearing the name of the fire-subduing celestial master, looked at a middle-aged man on the left. So the middle-aged man spoke up. "Since the disciple of the fire-subduing celestial master likes these two ghost artifacts, we'll give them to you as a gift." Shantian smiled and said, "Then thank you. After the auction ends, I'll treat you to a cup of tea." Seeing this, I quickly stood up and questioned, "I've already bought these two ghost artifacts. What right do you have to give them to him?" The middle-aged man retorted, "By the virtue of me being the manager of this auction, I have this right. And besides, we haven't taken your coins yet." Shantian also added in time, "Brother, I'm sorry, but you can't buy these two ghost artifacts. This is the importance of connections. Understand?" I clenched my fists. This guy was too disgusting. Just then, a questioning voice came. "What's going on?" I looked in the direction of the voice. I saw Fu Wansan, impatiently asking, "Who's making trouble here?" Zhao San quickly pointed to me. "Boss, he's the one making trouble. I'll have someone kick this guy out right away." Fu Wansan was just about to get angry, but the moment he saw me clearly, he slapped Zhao San across the face. "Who told you to kick him out?" Then he greeted me warmly. "Brother Mo, you're here. Why didn't you notify me in advance?" Xian Yun looked at Fu Wansan, then at Mo Lin, and then at the arrogant Shantian in the distance. Things were about to get interesting. Then he heard Fu Wansan asking, "Brother Mo, what's going on?" So I gave a brief account of what happened to Fu Wansan. Fu Wansan was so angry his face turned pale, and then he glared at Zhao San and scolded, "Zhao San, you have some nerve." Zhao San's face turned white with fear, and he quickly explained, "Young master, I didn't know this person was your friend." Fu Wansan said in a cold tone, "Whether he's my friend or not, you shouldn't have broken the auction house's rules." Zhao San braced himself and explained, "That person is the disciple of the fire-subduing celestial master. I wanted to build a relationship with him." Fu Wansan interrupted directly, "You're fired." Zhao San was completely stunned and wanted to say more to beg for mercy. Fu Wansan ignored Zhao San and walked straight to Shantian. Then he smiled and said, "I'm sorry. These two ghost artifacts cannot be given to you." Shantian asked with great dissatisfaction, "What do you mean? Are you going to go back on your word?" Fu Wansan said with a smile, "According to auction rules, those two ghost artifacts already belong to my friend." Shantian said again, "By offending me, you are offending my master." Fu Wansan smiled and said, "Rules are rules. Even if the fire-subduing celestial master himself came, I wouldn't give him face." Shantian turned around and left in a rage. Today he had completely lost face. Then Fu Wansan had someone pack those two ghost artifacts and gave them to me. Next, Fu Wansan pulled me into a private room and whispered, "Brother Mo, two groups from the Li family have already arrived. I've suppressed the investigation into Li San's matter, but I'm worried it won't stay suppressed for long." I nodded. "Don't worry. As long as the Li family isn't looking for death, there's no need to worry too much. If they want to fight to the end, it might be a bit tricky, but I can handle it." Fu Wansan nodded. "I know. If there's news from the Li family, I'll notify you in time." After leaving the auction venue, I went straight to the mountain where Yugu was. However, as soon as I arrived, I found that many people had come to the mountain. I was wondering why this desolate place was so lively, when I heard a man behind me warning me, "Brother, there's a fierce ghost here. It's very dangerous. If you don't have business, leave quickly." After I nodded, I asked back, "Then what are you guys doing here?" The man said sternly, "Hunting ghosts, of course." Hearing this, I immediately became anxious and rushed up the mountain. The man behind me was dumbfounded. I said, "There's a ghost. Why is he still running up?" On my side, I soon saw a woman in black leading a group of people, drawing some talismans on the surrounding tree trunks. The moment I appeared, the woman noticed me and warned me seriously, Handsome. It's dangerous here. You should leave quickly. I looked at the woman and said, this ghost is very powerful. You're no match for her. I advise you not to try catching her. The woman in black, Zhuge Mingyue, sneered, heh. There's nothing I can't catch. After saying that, she turned back to her work. Soon it was completely dark. A thick fog rose around us out of nowhere. Zhuge Mingyue soon sensed something was wrong and shouted, everyone get ready. The ghost is coming out. As soon as her voice fell, a ghost figure gradually emerged. 4 men suddenly rose into the air, using a net woven from red rope, to trap the female ghost inside. There was a crackling sound, as black smoke kept rising from the ghost's body. Meanwhile, another man threw a handful of incense ash at the female ghost. The ghost dodged it with a flash. Then she raised her hand and unleashed a blade of darkness. The net woven of red rope was instantly torn open with a large hole. The ghost seized the opportunity and rushed out. Zhuge Mingyue also realized this ghost was nightmare level, so she quickly shouted, everyone, get away! However, her warning came too late. With a squelch, the ghost's hand pierced through a man's chest. The others retreated in fear. Just then, the formation they had set up earlier suddenly emitted a golden light, so the female ghost could no longer advance. Similarly, Zhuge Mingyue and the others didn't dare step easily into the golden light. But the ghost wouldn't give up. She continuously unleashed black blades of light to attack the golden light. The golden light gradually began to fade. A young man asked Zhuge Mingyue, eldest senior sister, what should we do? Zhuge Mingyue said seriously, you guys go, I'll cover the rear. The young man wanted to say more, to persuade her, but Zhuge Mingyue interrupted, take them away. The young man hesitated no longer, and left with his fellow disciples. Then Zhuge Mingyue took a blue talisman from her pocket. At that moment, with a crack, the ghost broke through the formation, and came straight for Zhuge Mingyue. At the same time, a blue light flashed around Zhuge Mingyue, and she charged toward the ghost. The human and the ghost then clashed. Each slash of the ghost was easily blocked by the lightning discharged by Zhuge Mingyue, but with every move she made, the pseudo-thunder axe in her hand dimmed. Clearly, this pseudo-thunder axe wouldn't last long. Seeing things were going badly, Zhuge Mingyue immediately made a hand sign. Next, a bolt of lightning struck the ghost directly. The ghost was knocked back over a meter. Zhuge Mingyue seized the chance and prepared to retreat. However, as she turned, she saw me actually walking toward the ghost regardless of danger. So she quickly shouted, leave now. Do you want to die? I couldn't be bothered with her, but took out the embroidered shoes and the coat. Next, I said to the ghost floating in mid-air, come down. And so, under Zhuge Mingyue's shocked gaze, the female ghost obediently landed before me. Zhuge Mingyue muttered, this is too much of a double standard. After looking the ghost up and down, I said with relief, luckily you're not hurt. Then, I took out the embroidered shoes and the coat for the ghost to wear. Upon putting them on, a huge change occurred in the ghost. Her decaying face began to heal rapidly, and became somewhat beautiful. Even her aura became stronger. I touched her head and praised, not bad. Zhuge Mingyue was completely speechless. This thing is a nightmare-level ghost. Are you treating it like a pet dog? Then I took this ghost into my book. Name Yugu. Level Nightmare. Skill, Ghost Chi Concentrated Slash. Delivers a fatal blow to the opponent. Damage depends on the user's strength. Ghost coin output, 80 coins per day. Seeing the ghost disappear, Zhuge Mingyue asked me in shock, did you just subdue that ghost? I nodded and prepared to leave. Zhuge Mingyue wouldn't let it go and asked, why didn't that ghost hurt you? Why was she so willing to be subdued by you? I looked at Zhuge Mingyue helplessly, before saying, I said she was conquered by my personal charm. Would you believe it? Seeing that I was being perfunctory, Zhuge Mingyue introduced herself. Let's get to know each other. I'm Zhuge Mingyue, eldest disciple of the Thunder Master. I nodded coldly. I see. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Zhuge Mingyue asked in confusion. You don't seem to like me very much. I complained in my heart. Your family's genuine thunder axe is with me. I'm afraid you'll want it back. Seeing me not speaking, Zhuge Mingyue said again, can you tell me why that ghost didn't attack you just now? I asked Zhuge Mingyue back. Can you teach me how to use the thunder axe? Zhuge Mingyue said decisively, if you tell me why, I'll teach you. I immediately realized that this method wasn't very valuable. Zhuge Mingyue introduced with a smile. It's actually just an ordinary introductory skill. The Qi controlling technique. It's nothing special. The Jing Ancestral Hall has one called the Qi Guiding Chapter. The essence is the same. Only the names are different. Most Taoist sects know the skill. But my eyes lit up after hearing this. If I learned the Qi controlling technique, Could I then use the Thunder Axe? Seeing my mind wander, Zhuge Mingyue reminded me again. Can you say it now? I recovered and said, It's nothing. That ghost is just afraid of me. Zhuge Mingyue asked in disbelief. Is it that simple? I answered very sincerely. It really is that simple. Zhuge Mingyue couldn't help but look at me more. Even nightmare-level ghosts are afraid of this person. Does it mean he's more powerful than a nightmare-level ghost? Then, Zhuge Mingyue and I added each other as contacts. She sent the chi-controlling technique to me. To my surprise, it not only had text, but also came with learning videos. Just as I was watching with great interest, Zhuge Mingyue turned around abruptly and took out her pseudo-thunder axe. As if facing a great enemy, I looked up and saw Underworld messenger Li Shui floating over. He reported to me respectfully, My lord, it's been cleared up. The people who caught me will go to the Jing Ancestral Hall tomorrow. Zhuge Mingyue was a bit stunned. Li Shui's address of my lord was something her brain couldn't process. An underworld messenger calling a living person my lord? What's the situation? I thought for a moment and asked, Do you know the identity of the other party? Li Shui replied respectfully, The other party consists of 2 big shots from the ghost domain. There's also a group from Ziwu Mansion. This Ziwu Mansion is the ghost granny's power. These ghost grannies used to belong to our night watch. They are the spokespeople of the underworld in the human world. Zhuge Mingyue added from the side. Before the ghosts came to the human world, a ghost granny was a profession that helped people communicate with ghosts. After the ghostly descent, ghost grannies used spiritual means to summon powerful ghosts from the underworld. Eventually, they became a power of their own. Li Shui continued, Previously, a ghost granny tracked me down and then joined forces with the people from the ghost domain to catch me. Now I understand why those from the ghost domain are always able to find underworld messengers. So I said coldly, Let's go. We're going to Ziwu Mansion. Seeing this, Zhuge Mingyue quickly warned, The ghost grannies of Ziwu Mansion have raised countless small ghosts and 2 nightmare-level creatures. It's very dangerous. I sneered and said, What a coincidence. I'm afraid of many things, but ghosts are not one of them. Then, in the blink of an eye, I changed into my underworld messenger robe. Zhuge Mingyue said in disbelief, The underworld. No wonder that female ghost was afraid of him. Half an hour later, the 3 of us arrived at the entrance of Ziwu Mansion. As soon as we arrived, the bell at the gate rang wildly. The gate slowly opened, and a little girl poked her head out. But when she saw me, she quickly retreated. As the 3 of us entered the yard, we clearly felt a cold sensation. Walking further in, I saw an old woman holding 3 sticks of incense, standing before an altar. After sticking the incense into the burner, she turned to me and said, Some time ago, I heard that an underworld messenger had come to the human world, but no matter how I calculated, I couldn't find the whereabouts of that underworld messenger. I didn't expect that underworld messenger to be a living person. The little girl who opened the door just now was hiding behind the old woman. I questioned coldly, You joined forces with the ghosts of the ghost domain and captured Li Shui. The old woman admitted frankly, Yes, I did it. I followed up by asking, Which ghost from the ghost domain did you work with? What is its name? The old woman didn't lie, but looked behind me. Turns out, the area behind me had somehow filled with ghosts. I shouted, Bing Yu, come out and clear the area. In the next moment, Bing Yu appeared among the ghost figures and began a one-sided slaughter. At the same time, 2 nightmare-level ghosts emerged behind the old woman. I didn't speak, but slowly drew the sword at my waist, and those 2 nightmare-level ghosts immediately froze. After about a minute, the ghosts behind me were completely cleared. Only then did the old woman speak up. That ghost has the same strength as you. According to human classification, it should be disaster level. I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect a ghost of Bing Yu's level to have come to the human world as well. Ghost domain. I spoke up again. You originally belonged to the Night Watch. Why is your relationship with the ghost domain so deep? The old woman sighed and said, You're right. We once belonged to the Night Watch. As she spoke, she lit 3 more sticks of incense, and then spoke again. 7 years ago, when the ghostly descent first began, we were still in contact with the Night Watch. As long as we burned some hell money for the Yama King, many small matters would receive a response. The ghost granny recalled. But a year later, no matter how we communicated with the Night Watch, we received no reply. At that time, ghosts were invading Longxin. People like us who deal with the underworld are the most likely to attract ghosts. For self-protection, many ghost grannies like me chose to communicate with the ghosts of the ghost domain. Another group of people chose to cooperate with the Naiha Bridge faction. As the old woman spoke, she prepared to light another 3 sticks of incense. Seeing this, I said impatiently, "Stop lighting them. You said yourself that I'm human. What use could your ghost-attracting incense be to me? You keep lighting them over and over." The old woman's body froze instantly, having her little trick exposed. Made the atmosphere a bit awkward. I thought for a moment and continued, "Fine. Now, use your method to communicate with the night watch. Let me see." The old woman nodded, then took out a bundle of red incense and lit it. She knelt before the Yama King statue, muttering something under her breath. Soon, the smoke could be seen slowly, flowing into the Yama King statue. Logically speaking, the night watch should have received the old woman's call. But why was there no response? The only explanation is that someone in the night watch is playing tricks. So I said, "All right, no need to show me more. I understand now." Then the old woman stood up and said to me, "That powerful ghost from the ghost domain has already arrived in Yunchuan. You should be meeting each other very soon." She then looked down at her granddaughter, looked up at me, and said, "I'm willing to take responsibility for my mistakes, but she's my only granddaughter. I beg you to be merciful and let her go." I didn't agree immediately. Instead, I made a condition. "I can let your granddaughter go, but you have to help me deal with the ghost domain." The old woman hesitated for a moment, then turned her head and glanced at the 2 nightmare-level ghosts behind her. I also looked at those 2 ghosts. It seems these 2 ghosts were sent by the ghost domain to monitor this old woman. So I said, "You don't need to worry about these 2. Immediately after, I moved and grabbed one ghost's head. The other ghost turned and tried to flee. With a flick of my hand, a chain appeared instantly. It tightly bound the escaping ghost. Then I pulled both ghosts into the ghost subduing book. Name Rongfeng. Level Nightmare level. Skill Shadow. Description: Can release a clone. Yield 80 coins per day. Name Gan Liangju. Level Nightmare level. Skill Soul Sucking. Yield 80 coins per day. Following that, the book automatically flipped back to the first page. A notification appeared. "Congratulations on completing the mission. Your income has increased 10 times. I was so excited I almost laughed out loud. What a windfall. I now have 10 nightmare-level ghosts. My daily income is 8,000 coins. In 10 days, it's 80,000 coins. In a month, that's 240,000 coins. My God. In 10 or so years, my personal wealth will be more than the wealth of the entire night watch." The old woman saw me giggling and asked stutteringly, "Are you okay?" I quickly suppressed my smile and said, "I'm fine. All right, I'll give you a choice now. Stay with the ghost domain or choose to follow me." The old woman sighed. "Do I even have a choice?" Hearing this, I raised my hand. The next moment, over a dozen ghosts emerged from my ring. Then, I said to the old woman, "These ghosts are yours now. When I need your help in the future, I'll send you a message." After settling these matters, I left with Zhuge Mingyue. When we were parting, Zhuge Mingyue asked very doubtfully, "Aren't you afraid that old woman might stab you in the back later?" I smiled and said, "Smart people generally don't do stupid things." After returning home, I immediately began learning the qi controlling technique. This method is actually to teach people how to sense innate qi. Took me a full 5 hours before I finally felt the presence of qi. Next was learning how to use the thunder axe. The first stage is the basic beckon thunder. The second stage is thunder armor, which covers the body with lightning to block the opponent's attacks. The third stage is using beckon thunder and thunder armor at the same time. After understanding the theory, I began trying to use qi to power the thunder axe. The next second, the axe seemed to come alive, pulsating in my hand, and I could clearly feel a power within it that could be released at any time. So I aimed at a potted plant and released it. With a loud crack, the plant right in front of me was shattered by the lightning. Just then, a woman's voice shouted outside the door, "Open up! Open the door right now!" I opened the door and was completely stunned. Seeing me silent, the woman at the door raised her hand. In the next step, a pinkish-red flame appeared in her palm. "If you don't speak, I'll burn your house down. Do you believe me?" I was so nervous my tongue got tied. The beauty questioned me. "Do you still remember me?" I stammered, "I remember. Of course I remember." Turns out this woman is named Cui Xinyun. She is the disciple of a judge from the Naiha Bridge faction and a wielder of the Red Lotus Hellfire. She is also a living person. So every month, she only spends 7 days in the Underworld. Back when I was just a low-level messenger, I ran into Cui Xinyun wandering around. I didn't know she was a living person, and since the ghosts in the Underworld are all ugly, seeing someone beautiful made my eyes light up. So I captured her and kept her around for many days. I didn't do anything special. It was just for eye candy. Later, I let her go. When I met Cui Xinyun again, she had already mastered the Red Lotus Hellfire. I was afraid of her revenge, so I went into hiding. Chui Xinyun stared at me coldly. I didn't expect you to be a living person too. I retorted. I didn't expect you to be alive either. Chui Xinyun sneered. Mo Lin, that was your name in the underworld. I didn't expect it to be the same in the human world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known you came here. Then, she seemed to remember something, and her face darkened. In the next instant, that pink flame roared and grew over a meter high. I stepped back in fear. Don't come any closer. What do you want to do in broad daylight? Then I took out my phone. Do you believe I'll record a video and post it online? I'll say you're bullying an honest man. Chui Xinyun stopped in her tracks at this. I quickly asked, what exactly did you come here for? Chui Xinyun snorted. For revenge, obviously. I complained to her. Is that really necessary? Back then, I thought you were a ghost, so the light in Chui Xinyun's eyes sharpened. Keep talking if you're not afraid of death. I muttered quietly. Who would have thought a living person would do something as bizarre as sending their soul to the underworld? Chui Xinyun's brow furrowed. She flicked her hand and threw a pink flame. Quickly dodged. With a whoosh, the flame on the ground surged over a meter high. I was terrified and quickly shouted, Chui Xinyun, the past is in the past. We should look forward, shouldn't we? Chui Xinyun narrowed her eyes. Not only did her anger not fade, but she became even angrier. Mo Lin had defiled her soul, and now he says it's in the past? Is he kidding? Thinking this, Chui Xinyun got even angrier. I think you need to find a new house. As soon as she finished speaking, a small flame landed on the roof. Immediately, the entire villa was engulfed in a raging fire. I watched the scene speechlessly. This is my new house. Chui Xinyun gave me a fierce glare, turned around, and left. I was completely dazed. What a psycho. She came all this way mysteriously. Just to set a fire and burn my house down? I looked helplessly at the burning building. I didn't dare touch that red lotus hellfire. This house is definitely gone. This is so upsetting. Looks like I'll have to stay in a hotel tonight. Early the next morning, I arrived at the Jing Ancestral Hall. As soon as I entered, I saw people packing things up, as if they were about to move. Just then, Xinyun saw me, and asked in surprise, Brother Mo, why are you here so early? I laughed it off. It's not that early. By the way, is the Ancestral Hall moving? Xinyun looked at me helplessly and said, if we don't move things out now, there might be nothing left by tonight. Just as I was about to say something, the master of the hall, Li Hui, stood at the entrance of the main hall, and waved to me, Lord Mo, come this way. When I reached the hall, I found only a single table left. I heard Li Hui say with a smile, Lord Mo, there will surely be a fierce battle tonight. My Jing Ancestral Hall will definitely be caught in the crossfire. Half of these buildings will probably be destroyed. I said awkwardly, it won't come to that. Li Hui was quite open-minded. He smiled and said, when you get into the heat of battle, you'll be unstoppable, slaying anything in your way. My ancestral hall is just made of a few wooden rooms. It can't withstand that. I looked at the old man speechlessly. Was I really that outrageous? As night fell over the Jing Ancestral Hall, all the valuables that could be moved were gone. Just then, a flurry of footsteps came from outside. 5 strange-looking men walked in. They went straight to Xinyun and said, I'm here for the money. Before Xinyun could answer, I cut in. So you are the ones who caught the messenger? The burly man's face changed the moment he saw me. He shouted at Xinyun. The Jing Ancestral Hall doesn't follow the rules. I'm selling goods here. Yet you leaked my information. I sneered disdainfully. Don't beat around the bush. You deliberately put the messenger up for sale. Just to lure me out, didn't you? We're both pros here, so stop the act. It was only after I went to see the ghost granny yesterday that I realized I had been targeted by these people. The moment I arrived in the human world. But because I was a living person, they couldn't track my whereabouts. So they used the sale of an underworld messenger as a way to lure me out. Then I said coldly, I suppose you came here with the intention of wiping me out. The burly man laughed and said, Messenger Mo? No, it should be Lord Mo. You really are smart. I asked in confusion. You know me? My expression changed immediately. Suppressing my disgust, I said, you ghosts from the ghost domain truly have no bottom line. You won't just be ghosts. You have to possess the bodies of the dead. The burly man teased, Lord Mo, are you looking for a sense of justice from us? As he spoke, he pulled out a little girl's head from somewhere. He tossed it in front of me and said, I killed her whole family. Are you going to seek revenge for them? Before I could speak, Li Hui, who was standing nearby, asked, why did you kill them? The burly man laughed. What do you mean why? I ran into them on the road and killed them for fun. I didn't say anything more, but drew my long sword. The burly man sneered disdainfully. It seems Lord Mo has grown a temper. Have you forgotten how I used to chase you like a dog? My pupils shrank suddenly. An invisible wind was released from me, spreading to the surroundings. It was Gong Xiu of the ghost domain. It turned out that back then, Gong Xiu alone had slaughtered over 100,000 ghosts in the underworld. The sound of wailing resounded through the underworld that night. I was just a low-level messenger back then. Lacking strength, I was also hunted by him. It was thanks to a few ghosts I was on good terms with who stepped in that I managed to escape with my life, but those ghosts who helped me were all killed by Gong Xiu. In the end, Yama King himself had to intervene to resolve the crisis. Seeing that I recognized him, Gong Xiu laughed even more wildly. Yes, 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 it was me. You were just a little messenger then. I was careless and let you escape. A few years have passed, and now you're an underworld official, I said in an icy tone. It's perfect. We can settle all the old and new debts together. I'm going to make your soul scatter. Gong Xiu mocked. Oh, Lord Mo sure talks big. Do you have any idea how much I've prepared to deal with you? As he spoke, Gong Xiu took out a skull-top staff. The moment that staff appeared, the cries and pleas of countless trapped ghosts could be heard. Li Hui slowly stood up and walked toward Mo Lin. Qing Yun quickly tried to stop him. Master, what are you doing? Didn't you warn us not to interfere in this matter earlier? Li Hui explained calmly. You're right. I told you not to interfere in this matter. I never said I wouldn't interfere. In truth, before meeting Gong Xiu, he really didn't want to get involved in a thankless task. But after seeing Gong Xiu, Li Hui changed his mind. These types of ghosts really should all be eliminated. Seeing this, Qing Yun quickly asked. Then, Master, is there anything I can do to help? Li Hui waved his hand and said, just stay back. You can't help for now. Then he said to me, Brother Mo, let this old man lend you a hand. I nodded but didn't say much, instead charging straight at Gong Xiu with my sword. In the next instant, man and ghost clashed. Even though they were both restricted in the human world, Gong Xiu seemed to have a slight upper hand. Each of his attacks was ferocious, and the staff in his hand even carried soul attacks, making him very difficult to handle. Since I didn't have the advantage in close combat, I changed my strategy. So I performed several ghost art techniques in succession. Ghost trace, training, ghost trace, combat, ghost trace, memory, ghost trace, probe, and directly forced Gong Xiu back. I even knocked him clean out of the corpse he was possessing. Li Hui, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. In less than a minute, Mo Lin had used at least 5 kinds of ghost arts, and each one was extremely powerful. It seemed he had slightly underestimated Mo Lin. Gong Xiu shouted to the 3 ghosts in the distance. Don't just stand there. Get over here and help. Seeing this, I wouldn't be outdone. You have helpers? Sorry. I have helpers too. Who's afraid of a group fight? So in the next instant, 5 nightmare-level ghosts appeared before me. Li Hui was shocked, his mouth agape. Nightmare-level ghosts? Could Mo Lin summon them without any limits? On the other side, Chun Shi had already taken the lead, throwing a punch at one of the evil ghosts. At the same time, ghosts like Lu Xing also joined their respective bloody battles. The scene was in total chaos. Terrifying power radiated in all directions. And I clashed with Gong Xiu once again. Gong Xiu vanished and reappeared behind me, stabbing his staff fiercely toward my back. Just then, Bing Yu suddenly appeared and blocked Gong Xiu's attack for me. With a squelch, she was pierced through. Her body began to fade. I quickly took out 10,000 coins and turned them into ghost chi, then channeled it into Bing Yu's body. The wounds on Bing Yu's body gradually closed, and her injuries were instantly healed. Watching this, Gong Xiu shouted to the other 3 ghosts. All of you, come here. Let him experience what true despair is. He shook 2 low-level ghosts out of his sleeve. Then, from the start, he injected massive ghost chi into one of them. A moment later, that ghost became nightmare level. Then Gong Xiu used the same method to put ghost chi into the other ghost's body. That ghost also became nightmare level. Thus, Gong Xiu's side now had 6 nightmare level ghosts. Gong Xiu looked at me provocatively, sneering disdainfully. You call this despair? You think I can't do that too? With a wave of my hand, I summoned Li Shui. Then I took out 100,000 coins, turned them into ghost chi, and injected it into Li Shui's body. Li Shui let out a series of terrifying screams. Then his aura began to climb. Dangerous, perilous, horrific, nightmare level. Then I summoned Song Zhai, and followed the same process. Song Zhai's aura also began to climb, eventually stepping into the nightmare level. Qing Yun was stunned. So this is the true purpose of hell money. Next, I took out another 100,000 coins and turned them into power, channeling it into Bing Yu's body. Bing Yu's body color darkened, and her gaze became even more vivid. Immediately after, a cracking sound came from Bing Yu's body. In the next instant, Bing Yu stepped into the fatal level. Gong Xiu, who had been so arrogant just now, was now speechless. This is so freaking ridiculous. How can anyone upgrade ghost levels like an assembly line? And how can this Mo Lin be so rich? He just pulled out at least 300,000 coins. I directly gave the order to attack. Bing Yu struck first. Chun Shi was not to be outdone, directly biting off an evil ghost's arm. Seeing two of his helpers die in a row, Gong Xiu quickly said to the last man in black, "Hey! Stop just watching the show. If you don't act now, all my little ghosts are going to die here." The man pulled out a signal gun and replied, I know. Then he raised the signal gun and fired into the air. With a bang, a red firework instantly bloomed in the sky. Soon, several vans slowly drove up. From the vehicles, a group of men dressed in bright red clothes got out. The leader held a sword made of copper coins. The others held wooden swords. The chi of these people converged together, forming a huge phantom of a Taoist priest in the air. Li Hui saw this scene and muttered to himself, I really didn't expect this group of people to be mixed up with evil ghosts. I asked in confusion, who are these people? With a grim expression, Li Hui explained, Brother Mo. These are people from the Tongqian Tianshi mansion. The copper coin swords they are holding are imitations of demon-slaying swords. Just then, a young man swung his copper coin sword. The huge figure behind him also made a sword-swinging motion. The sword slowly swept toward Chun Shi. Chun Shi tried to block. The next second, the light from the sword suddenly emitted a burst of white smoke. Chun Shi's arm was severed. Against these Tianshi mansion people, ghosts like Chun Shi couldn't even display half their strength. They were completely overwhelmed. Li Hui's expression was very serious. Today truly was a battle of giants. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Just when everyone thought I was doomed to lose, the roar of helicopter propellers suddenly came from the sky. Black helicopters appeared. After the helicopters landed nearby, I saw Li Bingyan leading over a dozen people. As they stepped off the helicopters, then the helicopter flew away, and the next one landed. A dozen more people stepped off, until the seventh helicopter departed. A total of over 100 people had arrived. Li Bingyan looked at the people from the Tianshi mansion and said coldly, You dare to bully members of the Ghost Taming Society? Do you really think our society is empty? It turned out that regarding the major incident in Yunchuan, Li Bingyan had known the news for a long time. She originally thought Mo Lin could handle it himself, so she didn't plan to intervene. But when she heard that a group of people who shouldn't be here had arrived, she decided she had to get involved. Then, Li Bingyan asked me, Are you okay? I nodded and said, I'm fine for now. Li Bingyan said with a smile, How about it? Joining my society wasn't a bad deal, right? I'm not good at catching ghosts, but I'm a professional at dealing with people. Beside us, Li Hui was also silently impressed. The power of modern force was still quite formidable. Li Bingyan slowly raised her hand. The surrounding special forces chambered their rounds, ready to fire at any moment. The faces of the Tianshi mansion group turned pale. The man who had fired the signal gun earlier quickly spoke up. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Li Bingyan mocked coldly. I never imagined that scum like you would actually collude with ghosts. It's truly disgusting. The man spoke again. I know about this matter. We were wrong. Please don't shoot. Li Bingyan ignored him and turned to look at me. I asked coldly, Is it okay if these people die? Li Bingyan looked indifferent. If they're dead, they're dead. They're just a bunch of cancers anyway. When the people in the distance heard this, their faces turned even whiter. The man pleaded with Li Bingyan again. Miss Li, please understand. Don't do anything. We can talk this out. However, before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out with a bang. His body fell heavily to the ground. The others were so terrified that they all held their heads and crouched on the ground. I looked at Li Bingyan in confusion. You just killed him like that? Li Bingyan said with a smile. It has nothing to do with me. You are the culprit in this matter. I looked at her stunned. Why did I feel like there was some kind of conspiracy? Li Bingyan spoke again. Look, these people were looking for trouble with you, and then you killed that Xin Fei in the process. Doesn't that seem reasonable? I quickly said, Sister Li, let's be clear. I'm not taking the fall for this. Li Bingyan explained helplessly. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that this guy has done a lot of bad things. And I haven't had a way to deal with him. Today, I'm using your hands to get rid of him. After hearing this, I replied, If you put it that way, then there's no problem. I'll take responsibility for this. Then, I turned my gaze toward Gong Xiu. Gong Xiu never expected that Mo Lin's methods would be so straightforward. So he turned around and prepared to flee. With a flash, I blocked his path and became entangled with him once again. Gong Xiu's expression was grim. Kid, you can't stop me if I want to leave. Your soul-scattering ghost-catching technique is useless against me. Seeing that I really couldn't do anything to him, I took out the thunder I had obtained earlier. In the next instant, lightning covered my body. Thus, the moment Gong Xiu touched me, his body began to rapidly dissipate. Gong Xiu hurriedly swung his yin chi staff, barely managing to withstand my attack. Beside us, Li Bingyan's brow furrowed instantly. Why does Mo Lin have a thunder axe? And why is he using it now? This is trouble. In the distance, Li Hui was also full of confusion, looking at the lightning in my hand. Why can this kid use lightning? This is unscientific. How can a ghost tamer use lightning? One must know that after a human signs a contract with a ghost, as a ghost tamer, they should be naturally repelled by things like lightning. Not to mention, Mo Lin possesses so many nightmare-level ghosts. The repulsion should be even stronger. Gong Xiu was even more shocked. How can you use such a thing, kid? I sneered and said, why not? I'm not a ghost. Gong Xiu was even more puzzled. You're a human? Then why are you in the underworld? I didn't speak, but instead aimed a palm strike at him. Gong Xiu didn't dare to face it head-on, and turned to run. I snorted and flicked my finger, releasing a bolt of lightning. Crack! Gong Xiu instantly lost his ability to move, striking while he was down. Just as I was about to deliver the killing blow, red petals began to drift towards us, disappearing as they hit the ground. I turned around, and saw a female ghost dressed in a bright red robe. Without waiting for her to speak, I warned her directly, I don't know what benefits Gong Xiu gave you, or what promises the underworld gave you, but you'd better stay out of this. If I want to kill you, even the Naiha bridge won't be able to stop me. The female ghost smiled and said, kill me? You and I are both ghost messengers. Are you sure you can get rid of me? I snorted coldly. How do you think I became a ghost messenger in 7 years? How do you think I survived all those battles? Do you think I relied on luck? The female ghost messenger was puzzled. I'm very curious. You've already consumed so much energy. How can you still be so confident? That divine power of yours that calls thunder, it's impossible to use it a second time, right? Actually, I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to rescue him. Gong Xiu gloated. Kid, you didn't expect this, did you? You can't kill me. I stopped talking, and slowly opened my mouth. Droplets of pitch-black liquid slowly dripped down. Immediately after, shrill and terrifying voices came from my throat. I want to go out. Let me out to kill all these ghosts. Let me out. You went out once already last time. It should be my turn to go out this time. Master, let me out. Let me burn these ghosts to death. With a grave expression, Gong Xiu said to the female ghost messenger, run. Hurry. Take me away quickly. The female ghost messenger didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, grabbed Gong Xiu, and turned to run. I sighed helplessly in my heart. This 5 organs ghost storing art works so well in the underworld. But why is it so difficult in the mortal realm? Coughed again, and a figure with 2 feet appeared before everyone. Instantly, a terrifying aura surged out. Everyone present found it hard to breathe. Her gaze fixed on those strange ghosts. Pop, pop, pop. Those ghosts were like balloons, exploding instantly into mist. Chen Shi and the others were so scared they pressed their foreheads tightly to the ground. Li Bingyan's breath nearly stopped. She could only feel an endless sense of dread, even losing the ability to think. Li Hui muttered to himself, Ghost Mother, this is the legendary Ghost Mother. My face also turned deathly pale. In order to summon the Ghost Mother, my body was completely hollowed out. The Ghost Mother came to me and said playfully, My, Master, it's been so long since you called me out. I pointed in the direction Gong Xiu had fled and said, Bring them back. The Ghost Mother nodded obediently. Then she reached into a black jar and rummaged around, muttering to herself while she searched. Which one should I use? Number 1 won't do. He's too slow. Number 2 won't do either. He's not powerful enough. This one won't work. And neither will this one. She seemed to be picking something. Li Bingyan looked in the direction Gong Xiu had fled. With all this wasted time, could they still catch up? Ghostly speed was extremely fast. They could disappear in minutes. The Ghost Mother was still muttering. Tisk, tsk, tisk. It seems all these little ones want to come out for fresh air. Well, this one will do then. Soon, the Ghost Mother pulled a small blue ghost out of the jar, and said to it, Go and catch them. The small blue ghost nodded. Yes, Mother. Then the small blue ghost waved its pitchfork in the air. In the next moment, the figures of the female ghost messenger and Gong Xiu began to rapidly return, as if a vortex were pulling them back. Seeing she couldn't escape, the female ghost messenger pleaded, Mo Lin, don't kill me. Let me go. I said disdainfully, Now you want to leave? Too late. On the other side, while I wasn't paying attention, the Ghost Mother raised her hand. In the next second, Gong Xiu's body was twisted into the shape of a pretzel. I suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The ghost mother hurriedly stopped and comforted me in a panic. Master, are you okay? I won't use my powers anymore. I just wanted to test out how much of my power I could use. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, secretly relieved that I had summoned the ghost mother. If I had summoned one of the others, the consequences would have been even more severe. Those ones would surely have released their power to their heart's content, not caring whether I lived or died. Then, the ghost mother waved her hand and grabbed the female ghost messenger, kneaded her into a ball, and stuffed her into the black jar. Then, the ghost mother pointed at Bingyu and whispered to me, "That female ghost is so special. Can you give her to me?" Bingyu trembled violently with fear. I refused directly. "No." The ghost mother sighed softly. "What a pity. In that case, is it my turn to make a wish?" I nodded. "Yes. Speak." The ghost mother said with a smile, "Master, find my sister, Yuan Qi, and kill her." I felt a headache coming on. "Your sister is a living person?" The ghost mother nodded. "Back then, to fight for the family inheritance, she burned me alive. I just felt her presence. She's still alive. You must help me kill her." I nodded helplessly. "Fine. I understand." Seeing that I was in pain, the ghost mother voluntarily returned to my body. At this moment, I felt completely exhausted, unable to even manifest any ghost qi. So I said to Bingyu, "Freeze him to death." The next moment, Bingyu used her hands to tear Gong Xiu to shreds. With this, the matter finally came to an end. As for those people from the Copper Coin Tianshi mansion, they were all taken away by Li Bingyan and locked up. Early the next morning, I groggily heard voices near the hotel entrance, discussing something. "Do you think Brother Mo is okay? He should be fine. I heard the fight yesterday was intense. The ancestral hall was even torn down. No wonder I felt the house shaking last night. Wow, I thought it was an earthquake. Now that I think about it, it must have been the commotion caused by Mo Lin's fight." So, I shouted towards the door, "Who is it?" Fu Wansan stood at the door and said respectfully, "Brother Mo, it's Fu Wansan." Another man followed up, "And me, Zhuang Rua." I sat up and said, "Come in." Then Fu Wansan and Zhuang Rua entered. They started fussing over me as if they were caring for an ancestor. "Brother Mo, are you okay? I heard you spat out blood yesterday." Zhuang Rua also added, "Brother Mo, my brother is a hospital director. I'll have him come over and check on you." I looked at the two of them, speechless. "It's just a minor injury. Is this necessary?" Zhuang Rua suddenly panicked. "You are injured? This won't do. Brother Mo, I'll have my brother personally examine you." Beside him, Fu Wansan also showed a hint of panic. "What kind of ghost did you meet yesterday? What level was it that it could actually wound you?" I waved my hand and said, "That's enough. I'm fine. No need for the hospital." Seeing this, Fu Wansan changed the subject. "I heard your house was burned down. I've prepared a new villa for you." I had to admit, his information network was really efficient. Mo Lin's house was burned yesterday, and he already knew today. Fu Wansan continued, "We live in the same villa district." Zhuang Rua also chimed in, "I live in that district too." I said helplessly, "Fine. I understand. I'll move in a few days." Fu Wansan hesitated for a moment, before speaking frankly, "Brother Mo, why don't you move over right now? The Li family has arrived, and we're afraid of retaliation." I nodded with a sudden realization. "All right then." So, over an hour later, I was standing in my new home. However, before I could look around, Fu Wansan hurried over. "Brother Mo, the Li family sent someone. They're at my house right now." So I followed Fu Wansan to his home. As soon as I entered, I saw a woman in a white suit, with her legs crossed, currently talking to Zhuang Rua. Standing beside this woman was a man with tattoos on his arms. Fu Wansan introduced her to me in a low voice. "She is the third miss of the Li family, Li Yuemei." When Li Yuemei saw Fu Wansan arrive with someone, she said coldly, "Fu Wansan, why did you call someone else? Didn't I tell you? I'm just here to ask some questions. I'm not going to kill anyone. What are you afraid of?" Fu Wansan explained with a smile. "This person is my friend." Li Yuemei's tone suddenly changed as she demanded, "I just want to ask, who is responsible for Li San's death?" Immediately after, she took out a photo and asked, "This woman, you should know her, right?" The woman in the photo had her hands tied up, her body covered in whip marks. She was covered in blood and looked quite pitiful. I questioned Li Yuemei, "Hong Yanxuan, where is she?" Li Yuemei didn't answer, but instead asked, "Does Li San's death have anything to do with you?" I said directly, "I killed Li San. Now it's your turn to answer me. Where is Hong Yanxuan?" And who hurt her like this? Li Yueme said nonchalantly. This woman is quite something. Even after being beaten like this, she hasn't breathed a single word about you. I asked sternly, don't you understand human speech? I asked where she is. And who beat her like this? As soon as I finished speaking, several ghostly shadows suddenly appeared around us. Li Yueme's body shuddered violently. She felt like something was behind her. She slowly turned her head and saw a female ghost standing right behind her, staring at her intently. At this moment, her instinct was to call for her bodyguards, but she saw that they had all been seized by ghosts. Her bodyguards were level 3 ghost tamers, but they didn't even have a chance to resist. Li Yueme looked at me with a grave expression. She hadn't expected such a small place to have a nightmare-level ghost. Li Yueme quickly said, don't get excited. Please, don't get excited. However, in the next instant, she grabbed Li Yueme by the throat. Her face turned bright red instantly. Don't. Seeing this, I said to Chun-Shi, let go. Immediately, Li Yueme's body crashed heavily to the ground. She gasped for air, taking a long time to recover before saying, you almost choked me to death. I'm not here to cause trouble. Did you really plan on killing me? I gave her a surprised look and asked, what do you mean? Li Yueme rubbed her neck and looked at Fu Wansan and Zhuang Ruo. The two of them exchanged glances and turned to walk out of the villa. Once they were outside, Li Yueme spoke up, this woman. I wasn't the one who captured her, nor was I the one who beat her. She's held by my eldest brother's people. I can help you rescue her, and the matter of you killing Li San, I can also help you suppress it. I said coldly, there's no such thing as a free lunch. State your conditions first. Li Yueme said with a smile, help me become the heir of the Li family. Then Li Yueme began to describe her family situation. It turned out the Li family had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest brother was the firstborn, the second brother was the second son, Li Yueme was the 3rd daughter, and Li San was the adopted son. The head of the Li family had 2 wives. The first wife gave birth to the eldest son, the second wife gave birth to the second son. As for Li Yueme, she was the child of a mistress. Her talent couldn't compare to her 2 brothers, so no one in the Li family was willing to support her. Furthermore, she had always been oppressed by her 2 brothers. For all these years, she had been enduring it. Until 6 months ago, she accidentally learned that her eldest brother wanted to get rid of her and her mother. So, the idea of resistance took root. But resistance requires strength. It wasn't until today, after she met me, that the sprout of resistance finally bloomed. After I understood the situation, I told her directly, I can help you. But not only must you help me rescue Hong Yanxuan and suppress the Li San matter, in the end, you must give me the Yudu Bright Fire. Li Yueme asked uncertainly, the Yudu Bright Fire? Are you serious? I said expressionlessly, of course I'm serious. Just tell me if you can do it. Li Yueme gritted her teeth and said, if you can subdue the Yudu Bright Fire, I can give it to you. But the prerequisite is that I become the heir to the Li family. Otherwise, I won't even have a way to access the Yudu Bright Fire. Upon hearing this, I smiled and said, I'm glad we can cooperate. Li Yueme also smiled and said, then you'll start as my bodyguard. Then I'll find an opportunity to let you enter the Li family as a bodyguard. I nodded. No problem. I'm familiar with the bodyguard business. Then I added, I want to rescue Hong Yanxuan as soon as possible. Li Yueme stood up and said, all right, I'll take you there now. As soon as the 2 of us came out, Fu Wansan hurried up and asked, Brother Mo, how did it go? I smiled and said, don't worry. The matter has been resolved. Fu Wansan stole a glance at Li Yueme. Seeing that Li Yueme was smiling, he was certain that what Mo Lin said was true. So he breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's good that it's over. Brother Mo, I really have to thank you. I will definitely remember this kindness. I said directly, that's convenient then. I have a few top-grade ghost artifacts. Help me sell them. Fu Wansan asked in surprise, are you out of money? I nodded and said, I'm out. Fu Wansan exclaimed, over 200,000 coins. Used up in 2 days? Immediately, Fu Wansan realized he was being too talkative, and quickly promised, Brother Mo, don't worry. Leave the selling of the ghost artifacts to me. I said as I walked away, all right then. Let's go to my house and get them. Soon we arrived at my new place. The moment Li Yueme stepped through the front door, she felt as if she were being watched by something. So she asked, are you raising ghosts? I casually replied, I guess you could say that. Li Yueme's face changed drastically. She quickly took 2 steps back and stared at me warily. I rolled my eyes helplessly. What are you thinking? I'm a decent person. I use wealth and reputation to support my ghosts. Li Yueme coughed awkwardly. Heh. It's not my fault for overthinking it. A few years ago, there was a family of soldiers. 36 people were slaughtered overnight. And the person who killed them did it to raise ghosts. I listened and asked, what happened then? What happened to the killer? Li Yueme sighed. She said it was eventually dropped and forgotten. The killer is still at large. And I didn't notice the soldier standing at the door at that moment. Tears of blood were streaming from his eyes. On the other side, I had already taken 13 ghost cry swords from the drawer and placed them on the table. I said to Fu Wansan, these are all the ghost cries I have. Before Fu Wansan could say anything, Li Yueme said excitedly, 13 swords. They are all top-grade ghost artifacts that can be used 7 times. She looked up at me and asked, can you sell 2 to me? I nodded and said, sure. 30,000 Ming coins each, no bargaining. So Li Yueme picked out 2 ghost artifacts. The rest I handed over to Fu Wansan. Then I followed Li Yueme to the gate of a villa in the suburbs. Just as we were about to go in, a bodyguard stopped her. Miss Li, you cannot enter. Without a word, Li Yueme summoned a terrifying terror-tier contracted ghost. Then she shouted, I am the 3rd young mistress of the Li family. Let's see who dares stop me. Seeing her power, the man could only let us both in. As soon as I entered, I saw a man stepping on Hong Yenshuan's face with his leather shoes. Hong Yenshuan was like a dead person, lying on the ground without a word. The middle-aged man complained disdainfully, this woman is so stubborn. No matter how I torture her, she refuses to say anything. I was furious and confused. Hong Yenshuan is a dignified 4th-stage ghost tamer. How could she be beaten like this? Hearing the noise, Hong Yenshuan struggled to look up. The moment she saw me, her body trembled slightly, and her eyes turned red. The middle-aged man grabbed Hong Yenshuan's hair, lifting her head up. Oh, so you do know how to cry. I thought you were already dead. Then the man looked at Li Yueme and questioned her rudely. Miss Li, is there a problem? Li Yueme frowned and said, give this woman to me. You don't need to worry about Li San's matters anymore. Before she could finish her sentence, the man interrupted. Miss Li, you think you can just take over with 1 sentence? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? This matter is currently under the eldest young master's jurisdiction. It's not your place to interfere. Just as Li Yueme was about to lose her temper, I took a step forward. I demanded, did you beat her into this state? The middle-aged man barked at me impatiently. Who the hell do you think you are to speak up here? Before he could finish, Chensi suddenly appeared. With one hand, she grabbed the man's head and slammed it into the floor. The floor tiles cracked under the impact. The sudden turn of events caught the man completely off guard. He hurriedly summoned his contracted ghost. But as soon as the ghost appeared, Chensi backhanded it and tore it apart. The man immediately cowered. Brother, let's talk this out. I spoke again, asking, who beat her into this state? The man was about to explain when with a wet piercing sound, Chensi's hand passed right through the man's chest. Seeing this, Li Yueme said, he's dead. I will take responsibility for this, but don't you dare run away. Otherwise I'll be in big trouble. I walked over and gently helped Hong Yenshuan up. Then I said, don't worry. I haven't obtained the Ghost City Hellfire yet. I won't run. Li Yueme finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Hong Yenshuan thanked me weakly. Thank you. With a grim expression, I said, don't thank me. I'm the one who dragged you into this. Also, you are a 4th-stage ghost tamer. How on earth did you get caught? Hong Yenshuan gave a bitter smile. I was set up. I blame myself for being too careless. I only then noticed there wasn't a trace of ghost aura on her. It was as if she had been completely sealed. Then I noticed a copper coin was stuck to her arm. I didn't touch the copper coin. After all, if handled incorrectly, it might cause Hong Yenshuan's contracted ghost irreversible damage. Li Yueme also saw the copper coin. She explained to me, this is a copper coin. It's a technique from the Heavenly Master Mansion. I complained impatiently. The copper coin Heavenly Master again? I really want to see just how powerful this copper coin Heavenly Master really is. Coming after me time and time again. Do they think I'm an easy target? Li Yueme quickly added, the copper coin Heavenly Master Mansion is in Beihai, not Yunchuan. I breathed out slowly. I was almost driven mad with anger. I forgot about that part. I suppressed the fire in my heart for the moment. Then I asked Hong Yenshuan, do you know the name of the person who placed the seal on you? Hong Yenshuan uttered 2 words, Yuan Hui. As I pulled my phone out of my pocket, I said, I understand. I will definitely give you justice for this. Then I sent a message in the group chat. Who knows Yuan Hui? I'm looking for him. Lin Shi, why are you looking for Yuan Hui? He's one of the copper coin Heavenly Masters people. Mo Lin, settling a score. Do you know where he is? Lin Shi, I know. He's eating right in front of me. Get here fast. Mo Lin, Send me the location. I'm coming now. Then Lin Shi sent me the location. I immediately took Hong Yenshuan to the location Lin Shi provided. Wanhai Plaza. I spotted Lin Shi at a glance. He was standing in the plaza, looking around. The moment he saw me, he ran over toward me. Then he pointed to a man nearby and said, "Hurry! He's right there." Seeing that Yuan Hui was about to leave, Lin Shi shouted anxiously, "Stop!" Yuan Hui stopped in his tracks and looked at us in confusion. "Is there something else?" I said furiously, "Don't you play dumb with me. Did you put the seal on Hong Yenshuan?" Yuan Hui's face instantly went cold. "What does that have to do with you?" I said coldly, "Undo the seal on Hong Yenshuan right now." Yuan Hui refused without thinking. "I'm sorry. I can't do that," I snorted coldly. "Chenxi, come out." The moment Chenxi appeared, she lunged at Yuan Hui. Yuan Hui quickly retreated and took out a copper coin to block Chenxi's attack. However, with a loud bang in the next second, the copper coin shattered in midair. Chenxi grabbed Yuan Hui in the next instant. Just then, a copper coin sword blocked Chenxi's movement. A white-bearded old man appeared out of nowhere. The old man said, "Young brother, just because you have a nightmare tier ghost doesn't mean you can do as you please." I questioned the old man. "Are you going to meddle in this?" The old man advised again, "Young brother, can't we just talk things through?" I sneered. "You want me to talk nicely? My friend was almost beaten to death. So why should I talk nicely?" The old man went silent for a while before saying, "Yuan Hui is a member of my copper coin Heavenly Master Mansion. How about I have him apologize to you?" Mo Lin snorted. "Then I'll beat Yuan Hui half to death, and then apologize to you. Would you accept that?" Just as the old man was about to say something else, Ling Shi interrupted directly. "The copper coin Heavenly Master Mansion is nothing. You keep babbling on. Do you believe I can make it so you never leave Yunchuan?" I looked at Ling Shi beside me in surprise. When did this guy get so bold? Ling Shi said to me with a bit of pride, "Brother Mo, why are you so surprised? This is Yunchuan. It's our territory. It's not their place to act wild here." The white-haired old man asked with an embarrassed look, "Young brother, what do you want?" I said impatiently, "I should be the one asking you that. What exactly does your Heavenly Master Mansion want? Why do you enjoy looking for trouble with me so much?" The old man looked confused. "What do you mean?" I didn't want to waste more breath on him, and walked straight toward Yuan Hui. The white-haired old man very tactlessly blocked my path again. "Young brother, you should understand. Your nightmare tier ghost is useless against me." A cold smile slowly curved on my lips. The next second, a thunder talisman appeared between my fingers. Then, like a burst of energy, I charged toward the old man. The old man froze for a second, then hurriedly used his copper coin sword to block. I grabbed the copper coin sword directly. In the next instant, the two forces collided. Then, with a bang, the copper coin sword exploded into pieces. The old man was blasted back more than a meter. I took the opportunity to kick him in the chest. The old man trembled violently. The power of the lightning traveled through my foot and spread through his entire body. The white-haired old man then collapsed onto the ground, having lost his ability to fight. Ling Shi's eyes lit up as he looked at the thunder talisman in my hand. "My God, is that a real thunder talisman?" Then he asked with a face full of confusion, "Wait, Mo Lin, how can you be both a ghost tamer and use a thunder talisman? That's not scientific." I broke into a cold sweat. Why does this Ling Shi feel just like Feng Mingyu? They both love saying, "That's not scientific." So I could only give a perfunctory reply, "The end of science is metaphysics." Then I ignored him. Ling Shi turned and barked at the old man. "Old man, you really thought you were invincible? I'll spare you today. Go back and take a message to your Heavenly Master. If I go to Beihai in the future, I'll wipe out your copper coin Heavenly Master Mansion." The old man's face turned red with anger. Eventually, he softened his tone and asked, "What deep hatred does our mansion have with you? Is it really necessary to say such harsh words? Our copper coin Heavenly Master Mansion eliminates evil for the people. We have always captured and subdued ghosts. If you do this, you will be punished by heaven." I snorted coldly. "Capture ghosts my ass. You've teamed up with Ghost Prison, and you call that capturing ghosts?" The old man looked incredulous. "What nonsense are you talking?" I couldn't be bothered to explain anymore. "Just remember to deliver my message." The old man slowly stood up and glanced at Yuan Hui, and could only leave with a sigh. Yuan Hui's face turned pale instantly. He looked completely defeated. I walked forward, grabbed Yuan Hui's hair, and dragged him toward Hong Yenshuan. Even now, he didn't forget to shift the blame to the Li family. "If you dare touch me, the Li family won't let you off." I kicked Yuan Hui in the face and barked, "Shut up!" Then I ordered him, "Undo her seal. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Yuan Hui's body trembled slightly, and he began to undo the seal. Then he begged Hong Yanxuan, "Sister Hong, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me." Hong Yanxuan remained unmoved. She didn't even give him a glance. Yuan Hui quickly finished unsealing Hong Yanxuan. Then he turned to look at me, and asked cautiously, Can I go now?" Hong Yanxuan barked coldly, "Go. What do you think?" In the next instant, Hong Yanxuan summoned her contracted ghost. As soon as the ghost appeared, it immediately snapped Yuan Hui's neck. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. As soon as I answered, I heard Li Bingyan's anxious voice. "Mo Lin, come to the Ghost Taming Society headquarters." Before I could even ask what was wrong, the call was disconnected. Seeing this, Hong Yanxuan said, "If you have business, go ahead. I'll go to the hospital myself." Then Ling she also spoke up, "Mo Lin, considering I helped out with this today, as a favor, can you accompany me, Yun Lin, and Feng Mingyu to Beihai tomorrow?" I nodded. Of course. I happen to need to go to Beihai too. Then I arrived at Li Bingyan's office. Li Bingyan's eyes lit up when she saw me. She immediately introduced me to the man beside her. "Brother Zhong, this is Mo Lin." The middle-aged man gave a gratified smile. "Brother Mo, I've heard of your great name for a long time." I looked at them both in confusion. I didn't know what this was all about. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately introduced himself. "My name is Zhong Hai. I am the director of the Beihai Ghost Taming Society headquarters." Then the man said to Li Bingyan, "You go out first. I want to talk to Brother Mo alone." Li Bingyan nodded. As she passed by me, she whispered, "This is your chance. Make sure to grab it." I was still thinking about what she meant when Zhong Hai asked, "Young Brother Mo, are you interested in coming to Beihai to develop your career? I heard about your situation from Li Bingyan. You have strength, temper, and personality. I like that. I want to promote you to vice director of the Beihai Ghost Taming Society." It finally dawned on me. After all this, he's here to give me a promotion. Zhong Hai continued, "Something happened in Beihai. The former vice director is dead. Many others died with him. Beihai is currently in desperate need of people." I asked with great confusion, "With so many people in Yunchuan, why choose me?" Zhong Hai explained very seriously, "I have given this matter careful thought. First, you are strong and possess the Thunder Talisman. Second, you don't get along with the Heavenly Master Mansion. Based on those 2 points alone, you are the best candidate. Originally, I wasn't interested in being a vice director. But after hearing the words, Heavenly Master Mansion, my interest was piqued." Zhong Hai was still explaining. "The Heavenly Master Mansion might be secretly colluding with ghosts. I suspect they are working together to eliminate the Ghost Taming Society." While the vice director was investigating this, a total of 396 ghost tamers disappeared together. Zhong Hai paused and said, "The Heavenly Master Mansion is at odds with you. If they grow stronger, they will likely retaliate against you." I asked, "Are there any benefits?" Zhong Hai smiled. "As long as you agree in Beihai, you can mobilize all of the society's power as you wish. No matter what you do, I will support you unconditionally." I agreed quite readily after hearing that. Zhong Hai handed over an ID card he had prepared earlier. "Mo, please look after me in the future. Vice Director Mo, this is your new ID card. Tomorrow I will notify everyone in the Beihai Society that you will be the new Vice Director." I took the ID card and asked, "Can I go to Beihai the day after tomorrow?" Zhong Hai nodded. "Of course you can." Then the two of us exchanged some pleasantries, and I went home. As soon as I got home, I saw Bingyu crouching in the corner. I didn't know what she was thinking. I didn't think much of it either, and went straight to the bedroom to lie on the bed. It had been a busy day. At the same time, in a courtyard in Beihai, a young man was constantly ringing a bell. He was muttering something under his breath. A coffin was placed in front of him. Then the young man used a red string to tie up the corpse in the coffin. Then he tied the other end to a straw doll that had Bingyu written on it. Finally, he performed a binding ritual. Bingyu, who had been crouching in the corner, suddenly stood up abruptly. Her eyes became vacant. Her body moved uncontrollably toward my bedroom. Before long, I snapped my eyes open and saw Bingyu choking my neck. I was a bit stunned. What is going on here? Then I started to feel suffocated. I hurriedly used the lightning power within me. The power of lightning forcefully shocked Bingyu away. Perhaps due to the impact of the power, Bingyu regained some of her sanity. She spoke with a crying tone, stammering, "Master Mo, run. I can't control." Before she could finish, Bingyu charged at me again, quickly dodged. In the next moment, my bed was smashed to pieces. Wait, why would Bingyu suddenly attack me for no reason? Seeing Bingyu coming at me again, I could only use the thunder axe again to block her attack. I had spent over 200,000 on Bingyu to nurture and train her. I couldn't just disperse my own ghost soul. Could I? That would be too much of a loss. And based on her reaction, she was currently like a marionette, being controlled by someone. While we were locked in a stalemate, Bingyu actually turned around and ran. It must be the person controlling her. Realizing she couldn't kill me, and trying to make her escape. Seeing this, I took out the Book of Rectification and threw it out. The next moment, Bingyu was pulled into the Book of Rectification. At the same time, in Beihai the straw doll, being controlled by the young man suddenly exploded. The red string also snapped. The young man muttered to himself, "He's truly an expert. It seems I'll have to wait for another opportunity. Anyway, her corpse is right here. I'm not worried about lacking a chance to control her." After Bingyu was locked in the Book of Rectification, she returned to normal. So I asked her through telepathy, "What happened?" Bingyu said emotionally, "It's the people who killed me. Those people raised ghosts and killed my family. I only managed to survive with my father's help." Her words reminded me of what Li Yuemei mentioned before. Someone raised ghosts and killed many people from the Bing family. Seems Bingyu was that victim. Then I realized, the other party must be using Bingyu's corpse to control her. That's not acceptable. She's my ghost. How can someone else control her? So I asked again, "Who are they? Where are they?" Bingyu said, miserably, "I don't know their names, but I know they are in Beihai. As long as we go to Beihai, I can definitely recognize them." I muttered to myself, "I guess I really have to go to Beihai." The next day, Lin Shi Yun Lin, Feng Mingyu and I, a group of 4, took the earliest high-speed train to Beihai. After leaving the train station, we caught a random taxi to the Beihai Ghost Taming Society headquarters. But after the taxi had been driving for 10 minutes, I noticed something was wrong. I quickly said, "This isn't the way to the headquarters." Feng Mingyu asked in confusion, "Have you been here before? How do you know?" As he spoke, he looked out the car window. He immediately froze up, because outside the window was the scenery of the suburbs. The headquarters is in the city center. How could it be getting more and more deserted? So Feng Mingyu ordered the driver, "Stop the car immediately." The driver ignored him and even accelerated. Feng Mingyu snorted and was about to summon his contracted ghost. Just as he was about to force the car to stop, with a loud bang, the taxi driver just self-destructed. The scene was absolutely disgusting. Ling Shi threw up right on the spot. When we got out of the car, we found the area covered in thick fog. Visibility was less than a meter. Lin Shi asked Feng Mingyu, "Does someone want us to die here?" Feng Mingyu nodded in agreement. "It seems so." Just then, 2 terror-tier ghosts charged at us from the fog. Yun Lin said to us, "You guys retreat first. I'll block these 2 terror-tier ghosts." I interrupted him, "Leave them to me." Before Yun Lin could say anything else, I summoned Chenxi. Yun Lin's mouth hung open in shock. "Nightmare tier, you are the 5th stage ghost tamer they mentioned?" I didn't answer Yun Lin, but spoke again, "Chu Xing, come out." The 2 terror-tier ghosts were so scared they turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the next moment, Chenxi flashed in front of one of the ghosts. Then, she finished off the opponent with a single claw. Chu Xing also resolved the other ghost at the same time. Yun Lin exclaimed again, "You are just like me, possessing 2 contracted ghosts." Seeing Yun Lin's shocked expression, Feng Mingyu's lips curled up in a smug little smile. Back when he first started hunting ghosts with Mo Lin, he had lost count of how many times Mo Lin had shocked him. Now it was finally someone else's turn. After that, we didn't encounter any more accidents, and successfully arrived at the Beihai Ghost Taming Society headquarters. Soon we met a man wearing a black suit. "You must be the ghost tamers from Yunchuan, right? I am Chao Minglang, the acting vice chief of the Beihai Ghost Taming Society." Then, he asked as if nonchalantly, "You guys didn't encounter any accidents on your way here, did you?" I smiled and said, "No accidents at all." Chao Minglang nodded and said, "That's good. There have been too many accidents lately. Our society has lost many members. Your arrival is truly timely." Immediately, Chao Minglang assigned tasks to the few of us. I was assigned to the western suburbs, while Lin Shi and the others were assigned to different locations. When we were parting ways, I said to them, "The waters in Beihai are quite deep. Be careful when you perform your missions. If there's any danger, message me immediately." Then I followed a team to the western suburbs. A young woman in the team complained, "Sigh, ever since the vice chief died, there are endless ghosts to catch every day. It's as if someone is intentionally releasing these ghosts." A middle-aged man comforted her, "Don't think too much. Just focus on doing your job well." Then he said to me, "Little brother, the ghosts in Beihai are particularly fierce. When we catch ghosts later, if you find yourself outmatched, just hide behind me." I nodded and began to chat with him. Through our conversation, I learned that this middle-aged man was named Zhang Nan. He was a level 4 ghost tamer, and also the captain of this team, with rich experience in ghost hunting. As the sky gradually darkened, we reached the gate of a school. Zhang Nan said to everyone, "There are 2 terror-tier ghosts here. As long as we're careful, there won't be any big problems." However, after I walked into the school, I realized things weren't that simple. The ghost energy permeating the air had formed thick clumps of black mist. How could there be only 2 terror-tier ghosts? Seeing me standing still, Zhang Nan mistook it for fear. He patted my shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. Don't rush forward later. Just watch how we catch the ghosts first." As he spoke, the few of us had already reached the first floor of the school. Their method of finding ghosts was simple, searching bit by bit. Soon, in a classroom, we saw a female ghost dressed in white. Zhang Nan gave the order, "Action!" Everyone summoned their contracted ghosts and swarmed forward, tearing the female ghost apart and consuming her. Then Zhang Nan said, "Everyone, look around. There should be one more ghost." So everyone began a carpet search again. They searched the entire teaching building, but couldn't find the other ghost. The young woman from before asked, "Could it be that there was only one ghost?" Zhang Nan shook his head. The intelligence from headquarters shouldn't be wrong. Just then, a man suddenly exclaimed, "I see it! That ghost is in the backyard." So everyone ran toward the backyard. I quickly warned Zhang Nan, "The backyard is very dangerous." Zhang Nan smiled and said, "Don't worry. It'll be fine." When we arrived at the backyard, we found there was only a solitary old house. A ghost with a rotting face suddenly appeared. Zhang Nan and the others immediately gave chase. A man and his contracted ghost dashed forward, blocking directly in front of the ghost. Then he urged Zhang Nan, "I've blocked this ghost. Hurry up and strike." But Zhang Nan shouted loudly, "Run!" The man slowly turned his head and found another ghost had appeared behind him. That ghost reached out and grabbed the rotting-faced ghost. Then, as if eating a snack, it chewed up that male ghost. "This is a nightmare-tier ghost." Everyone was paralyzed with fear. I shouted, "Chensi, come out!" The next moment, Chensi appeared. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. This guy is a level 5 ghost tamer? How did such a big shot end up here? As soon as Chensi appeared, it was a complete suppression. In a flash, he grabbed the nightmare-tier ghost by the neck. Immediately after, a crimson domain suddenly erupted from Chensi's body and instantly devoured the nightmare-tier ghost. I also watched this scene with some surprise. Chensi had actually mastered a new technique. "Little brother, you really keep a low profile. If we'd known you were a level 5 ghost tamer, we wouldn't have been so nervous." I didn't respond to that, but instead asked, "Are nightmare-tier ghosts common here?" Zhang Nan explained, "There were never any nightmare-tier ghosts before, but since the vice chief died, they started appearing frequently." I stroked my chin and began to think. Based on the clash just now, I felt that this nightmare-tier ghost was being cultivated by someone. It seems the waters in Beihai are even deeper than I imagined. Soon, our group returned to the Ghost Taming Society headquarters. As soon as we entered, I saw all the ghost tamers standing in the hall with grave expressions. Chao Minglang stood at the center, saying helplessly, "I am also distressed about Brother Hai's situation, but right now, the best way is to preserve our strength. Going to rescue Brother Hai now is the same as suicide. Brother Hai promoted me to acting vice chief. He is my benefactor. I am more grieved than anyone here." I asked a ghost tamer standing in front of me, "What's going on?" That ghost tamer said with a worried look, "Chief, Zhong Hai is back, but he is currently trapped at Sanxiang Port. There are many nightmare-tier ghosts there. What are we supposed to do?" Zhang Nan was the first to speak out. "Chief Chao, I think we should go rescue Brother Zhong Hai." Chao Minglang said with a difficult expression, "Zhang Nan, you should know. There are 3 nightmare-tier ghosts at Sanxiang Port, and I'm the only level 5 ghost tamer here. I don't want everyone to go to their deaths." After looking around once, and not seeing Yunlin and the other 2, I knew something must have happened. So I spoke up and asked, "How did Zhong Hai get trapped at Sanxiang Port?" Chao Minglang said with an expression of regret, "This matter is also my fault. I arranged for Yunlin and the other 2 to catch ghosts, but I didn't expect them to take it upon themselves to go to Sanxiang Port. When Brother Zhong Hai found out, he rushed to Sanxiang Port. I couldn't even stop him." I directly interrupted and questioned, "Was it their own decision? Or did you arrange for them to go?" Chao Minglang's face immediately turned cold. "What do you mean?" I sneered. "Can't you understand the literal meaning?" Zhang Nan stepped forward at this time. "Let's not argue about this now. We should hurry and rescue them." Immediately, someone followed suit. "That's right. Let's hurry and rescue them." This time, Chao Minglang didn't even pretend anymore. He directly spoke out to block them. I am currently the acting vice chief. I said no one is allowed to go rescue them. So no one is allowed to go anywhere. I spoke up again. You are no longer the acting vice chief. Chao Minglang rolled his eyes. Who do you think you are? Just because you say so? I took out my ID card and displayed it. Because I am the official vice chief of the Beihai Ghost Taming Society. Zhong Hai just appointed me a few days ago. Zhang Nan stepped forward and carefully examined the ID card. He said, there's no mistake. Mo Lin is indeed the vice chief. A flash of panic appeared in Chao Minglang's eyes. If Mo Lin really rescued Zhong Hai, then he would be in big trouble. So he feigned composure and said, it's fake. This ID card is fake. Everyone present fell silent. They were all veterans of the Ghost Taming Society. They could tell a real ID card from a fake one at a glance. After scanning the crowd, I asked coldly, who else questions my identity? Step forward. Soon, several people behind Chao Minglang spoke up. Kid, stop pretending. You're a fake. Your ID card must be fake too. I coldly gave the order. Everyone follow me to Sanxiang Port to rescue them. Anyone who doesn't comply will be treated as a traitor. Then I turned and asked Zhang Nan beside me, how does the society deal with traitors? Zhang Nan slowly spat out 2 words, execution. I nodded, then looked at Chao Minglang and the others again, and said, they are all traitors to the Ghost Taming Society. Chao Minglang sneered, heh, I'll see who dares to touch me. Immediately, he summoned his nightmare tier contracted ghost. A terrifying killing intent instantly filled the entire hall. I snorted coldly, Chensi, come out. A touch of gravity appeared on Chao Minglang's calm face. This kid is also a level 5 ghost tamer? Things are getting a bit tricky. I spoke up again. Chu Xing, come out. Another nightmare tier ghost appeared. In the next moment, Chensi coldly pounced on Chao Minglang's contracted ghost. A burst of crimson flames covered that contracted ghost's entire body. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Xing's face. Chensi had actually comprehended a second ghostly domain. Feeling a bit competitive, he also used his own technique. A soul chain directly pierced through the contracted ghost's chest. Then, Chensi tore the contracted ghost in half. Finally, Chu Xing and Chensi shared and consumed the ghost. Chao Minglang's face turned pale with fear. I didn't pay him any attention, but said to the others, take him down. We'll deal with the rest after Zhong Hai returns. The rest of you, follow me to rescue them. Meanwhile, at Sanxiang Port, Lin Shi looked at the countless ghosts before her and muttered, how can there be so many ghosts? Feng Mingyu guessed, we might have been set up. Lin Shi said angrily as she took out her phone. That's just too sinister. I'm calling Mo Lin right now. Huh. Why is there no signal? Seeing this, Feng Mingyu said helplessly, it seems it really is a trap. Let's find a way to survive first. With that, he rushed forward. Yun Lin and Zhong Hai were also fighting with all their might against the oncoming horde. The two of them had already teamed up to kill a nightmare tier ghost. Lin Shi sighed inwardly. Luckily, Zhong Hai is a level 5 ghost tamer. Otherwise, we'd really be dead this time. Then she also rushed forward. A full 2 hours passed. These low-level ghosts were wiped out by forbidden techniques. Lin Shi and the others all showed signs of fatigue. Just as they were preparing to leave, a nightmare tier ghost suddenly appeared. His eyes were red, and a chilling murderous intent shone from the depths of his pupils. Zhong Hai was the first to step forward, saying, I'll hold off this ghost. You guys find a way to escape. Lin Shi and the others knew now wasn't the time to dawdle. However, they stopped after only a few steps. Feng Mingyu said with a look of despair, forget it. There's no need to go. None of us can escape. Another nightmare tier ghost appeared right in front of them. Lin Shi gritted her teeth. Don't give up. Mo Lin will definitely come to save us. Then she rushed forward. Yun Lin and Feng Mingyu looked at each other and followed suit. Zhong Hai's contracted ghost was locked in a fierce battle with the other nightmare tier ghost. For a time, it was hard to tell who would win. Even with Lin Shi and the other two teaming up, they were still being suppressed by the nightmare tier ghost. They couldn't gain even a slight advantage. Lin Shi swung a long sword, stabbing toward the nightmare tier ghost. In the next moment, the long sword severed the nightmare tier ghost's arm. But before Lin Shi had a chance to be happy, the ghost's arm grew back again. Immediately after, the nightmare tier ghost charged toward Lin Shi. He lunged a claw at Lin Shi's abdomen. Lin Shi dodged the lethal attack in a flash, but a deep wound was still carved into her abdomen. Just as Lin Shi was despairing, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell. With a loud bang, that nightmare tier ghost was split into pieces. Zhang Nan stood by, completely shocked. Good heavens! The vice chief actually knows how to use the thunder axe. But in the next second, I slapped my forehead in regret. Damn it! How could I forget I need to catch the ghosts? A nightmare tier ghost can produce 800 Mingbai a day. That's 24,000 Mingbai a month. What a huge loss. At the same time, Zhong Hai and the others had already suppressed another nightmare tier ghost. Seeing that they were about to deliver the final blow, I quickly stepped forward to stop them. Wait! Leave this nightmare tier ghost for me to handle. Zhong Hai thought I intended to contract this ghost, and quickly reminded me, these ghosts were cultivated by someone. They simply cannot be subdued. I smiled and said, just leave it to me. With that, I walked forward and placed a hand on the nightmare tier ghost's head. Instantly, the ghost was pulled into the book of rectification. Name Zhong Yangshu. Realm, nightmare tier. Skill, none. Mingbai output, 800 per day. I stroked my chin and began to calculate. I now possessed 1 terror tier ghost, 9 nightmare tier ghosts, and 1 disaster tier ghost. My daily income was now 15,000 Mingbai. Just as I was feeling overjoyed, the book of rectification automatically flipped to the first page again. A line of text appeared. Catch 20 ghosts. Reward. 1 myriad destruction immortal suppression talisman. Couldn't help but gulp. This is the new task. Immortal suppression talisman. Sounds like something very powerful. As for catching 20 ghosts, isn't that simple? Beihai is crawling with ghosts. Then I looked at Lin Shi and asked, why did you guys come here? Mentioning this made Lin Shi very angry. Chao Minglang. That guy told us to come here to catch ghosts. I didn't expect it to be a trap. He wanted to kill us. It was exactly as I had guessed. Then I told Zhong Hai what had just happened at the Ghost Taming Society. After hearing it, Zhong Hai was furious. Chao Minglang, that bastard. He really couldn't wait for me to die. I'll interrogate him thoroughly when we get back.